The Toy Taker by Luke Delaney. Read by Robin Bowerman. Chapter 1. The street was quiet, empty of the noise of living people, with only the sound of a million leaves hissing in the strong breeze that intensified as it blew in over Hampstead Heath in northwest London. Smart Georgian houses lined either side of the deserted Courthope Road, all gently washed in the pale yellow of the streetlights, their warming appearance giving lie to the increasingly bitter cold that late autumn brought with it. Some of the shallow porches added their own light to the yellow left on by security-conscious occupiers, and those too exhausted to remember to switch them off before heading for bed. But these were the homes of London's affluent, who had little to fear from the streets outside, the hugely inflated house prices ensuring the entire area was a sanctuary for the rich and privileged. Higher than normal police patrols, private security firms, and state-of-the-art burglar alarms meant the people within slept soundly and contentedly. His gloved fingers worked quickly and nimbly as he crouched by the front door, the small, powerful torch, the type used by potholers strapped to his forehead by an elasticated band, provided him with more than enough light to see inside the locks on the door. 2 deadlocks, top and bottom, and a combined deadlock and latch in the centre. His warm breath turned to plumes of mist that swirled in the tubular light of the torch before disappearing into the night, making way for the next calmly expelled breath. He'd already unlocked the top and bottom deadlocks easily enough, 1,000 hours of practice making the task simple, but the centre locks were new and more sophisticated. Still, he remained totally calm as he gently and precisely worked the 2 miniature tools together, each of which looked similar to the type of instrument a dentist would use. The thin wrench with its slightly hooked end holding the first of the lock's pins down, as the pick silently slid quickly back and forth, until eventually it aligned all the pins in the barrel of the lock, and it clicked open. It was a tiny sound, but one that in the emptiness of the street made him freeze, holding his breath as he waited for any reaction in the night that surrounded him. When his lungs began to burn, he exhaled the dead air, taking a second to look at his watch. It was just gone 3 a.m. The family inside would be in the deepest part of their sleep, at their least likely to react to any slight sound or change in the atmosphere. He inserted the slim hook wrench into the last remaining lock and once more slid the pick through the lock's barrel until, within only a few seconds, he felt the pins drop into their holes and allow him to turn the barrel and open the lock, the door falling open just a few millimeters. He replaced the tools in their suede case along with the other dozen or so lock-picking items, rolled it up and put it into the small plastic sports holder he'd brought with him. He added the head torch, then paused for a second before taking out the item that he knew was so precious to the little boy who waited inside, the one thing that would virtually guarantee the boy's cooperation, even his happiness. He eased the door open and stepped inside, closing it behind him and silently returning the latch to its locked position. He waited for the sounds of an intruder alarm to begin its countdown to the wailing of sirens, but there was none, just as he all but knew there wouldn't be. The house was warm inside, the cold of outside quickly fading in his mind as he stepped deeper into the family's home, heading for the staircase, his way lit by the streetlight pouring through the windows. Their curtains had been left open and lights strategically left on in case little feet went wandering in the night. He felt safe in the house, almost like a child himself once more, no longer alone and unloved. As he walked slowly towards the stairs that would lead him to the boy, he noted the order of the things within, neat and tidy, everything in its place, except for the occasional toys scattered on the hallway floor, abandoned by the children of the house and left by parents too tired to care any more. He breathed in the smells of the family, the food they had had for dinner mixing with the mother's perfume and bath-time creams and soaps, air fresheners and polish. He listened to the sounds of the house, the bubbling of a fish tank filter coming from the children's playroom, and the ticking of electronic devices that seemed to inhabit every modern family's home, accompanied by blinking green and red lights. All the time he thought of the parents rushing the children to their beds, too preoccupied with making it to that first glass of wine to even read them a bedtime story or stroke their hair until sleep took them. Parents who had children as a matter of course, to keep them as possessions and a sign of wealth, mere extensions of the expensive houses they lived in and exotic cars they drove. Children they would educate privately as another show of wealth and influence. Bought educations that minimized the need for parental input while guaranteeing they never had to step out of their own social confines, even at the school gate. More discarded toys lay on the occasional step as he began to climb towards the boy's room, careful not to step on the floorboards that he already knew would creak, his gloved hands carrying the bag and the thing so precious to the boy. His footsteps were silent on the carpet as he glided past the parents' bedroom on the first floor, the door almost wide open in case of a child in distress. He could sense only the mother in the room, no odours or sounds of a man. He left her sleeping in the semi-darkness and climbed the next flight of stairs to where the children slept. George and his older sister, Sophia, each in their own bedrooms. If they hadn't been, he wouldn't be here. He reached the second-floor landing and stood still for a few seconds, looking above to the third floor where he knew the guest bedrooms were, listening for any faint sounds of life, unsure whether the family had a late-arriving guest staying. He only moved forward along the hallway when he was sure the floor above held nothing but emptiness. Pink and blue light from the children's night lamps seeped through their partially open doors, the blueness guiding him towards George, his grip on the special thing tightening. He was only seconds away from what he'd come for. He passed the girl's room without looking inside and moved slowly, carefully, silently to the boy's room, easing the door open, knowing the hinges wouldn't make a noise. He crossed the room to the boy's bed that was pushed up under the window, momentarily stopping to look around at the blue wallpaper with white clouds, periodically broken up by childish paintings in the boy's own hand. The mobile of trains with smiling faces above the boy's head, and the seemingly dozens of teddy bears of all kinds spread across his bed and beyond. He felt both tears of joy and sadness rising from deep inside himself, and swelling behind his eyes. But he knew he had to do what he'd come to do. A greater power than he or any man had guided him this far, and would protect him the rest of the way. He knelt next to the boy's bed and placed the bag on the floor, his face only inches away from the child's, their breath intertwining in the space between them and becoming one, as he gently began to whisper, "George, shh, George." The boy stirred under his duvet, his slight 4-year-old body wriggling as it fought to stay asleep. "George, shh, open your eyes, George. There's nothing to be afraid of. I have something for you, George, something very precious." The boy rolled over slowly, blinking sleep from his narrow eyes that suddenly grew large with excitement and confusion, a smile spreading across his face, his green eyes sparkling with joy as he saw what the man had brought him, reaching out for the precious gift as the man's still gloved hand stroked his straight blonde hair. "Do you want to come to a magic place with me, George? A special place with special things," he whispered. "If you do, we need to go now, and we need to be very, very quiet. Do you understand?" he asked, smiling. "A magic place?" the boy asked, yawning and stretching in his pale blue pajamas, making the pictures of dinosaurs printed on them come to life. "Yes," the man assured him, "a place just for the best, nicest children to see." Do we have to go now?" the boy asked. "Yes, George," the man told him, taking him by the hand and lifting his bag at the same time. "We have to go now. We have to go right now." Detective Inspector Sean Corrigan sat in his small goldfish bowl of an office at Peckham Police Station, reading through CPS reports and reviews of the last case he and his team had dealt with, over 6 months ago now. Initially, they'd all been glad of the lull in the number of murder investigations coming their way, but after 6 months, and with the paperwork for the last case already tidied away, they were growing bored and restless. They watched and waited as the other murder teams across southeast London continued to work on the everyday run-of-the-mill murders that kept them in the overtime, that meant they could pay their mortgages on time and maybe even save enough for an inexpensive family holiday. Sean's team were beginning to feel the pinch, and even old, experienced hands like Detective Sergeant Dave Donnelly were struggling to find increasingly creative ways to justify the need for them to work overtime. Sean momentarily glanced up and looked into the main office, where half his team casually sat at desks and computer screens, the usual sense of urgency plainly not there. He knew he and they were being kept for something special, but if this went on any longer, he'd have to speak to Detective Superintendent Featherstone and ask him to toss his team something, even just a domestic murder, anything to keep them gainfully employed. He gave his head a little shake and looked back down at the report on his desk from the CPS, detailing the case against Thomas Keller, kidnapper and murderer of women, and the man who'd so nearly taken Sean's life. He rubbed his shoulder. It still ached, even after 3 separate operations to try and remove all the shotgun pellets Keller's gun had put there. As he read the psychological report that detailed some of the abuse Keller had suffered as a boy, abuse that occasionally mirrored his own childhood, he struggled to work out how he felt about the man. He knew he didn't hate him or even resent him, and decided he just felt overwhelmingly sorry for him. But he felt sorry for his victims too. No one had come out of the Keller case a winner. Despite being completely immersed in the report, he still sensed a change in the atmosphere of the main office that made him look up and see Featherstone striding across the office, all smiles and waves, as if he was on an American presidential campaign. Sean puffed out his cheeks and waited for Featherstone's inevitable arrival, his large frame soon filling the doorway, as for some reason he bothered to knock on the open door before entering without being invited and slumping heavily into the chair opposite Sean. "Fuck me, freeze brass monkeys out there," was his opening gambit. "Nice and warm in here, though. Wouldn't want to be stuck at an outside murder scene too long today." "Morning, boss," Sean replied, his voice heavy with disinterest once he realized Featherstone wasn't about to hand him a much-needed murder investigation. "Anything happening out there?" "Nah," Featherstone answered. "Just thought I'd drop by and tell you myself." Sean frowned. "Tell me what?" "Now, don't get too pissed off, but I had a call from the Assistant Commissioner a couple of hours ago." "And?" "One of the top bods at the CPS called him and told him they wouldn't be trying to get any convictions for rape or murder against Thomas Keller, or any other type of conviction for that matter. They're going to accept a plea of manslaughter on grounds of diminished responsibility, and then he's off to Broadmoor for the rest of his natural. I thought it best if I tell you personally. I know what he did to you." Sean involuntarily grabbed his shoulder. "How is the old shoulder, anyway?" "It's fine," Sean lied, "and I'm neither pissed off nor surprised. Keller is what he is. I don't care how he ends up behind bars, just so long as he does." He can talk to all the other nutters in there," Featherstone smiled, but stopped when he realized Sean wasn't returning the sentiment. "Anyway, that's that job put to bed, so I suppose you'll be needing something to keep the troops busy. Idle hands and all that." "All right, now, I'll take anything," Sean told him. "Can't allow that, I'm afraid," Featherstone said. "Assistant Commissioner Addis is adamant you and yours are to be safe for the more, well, you know." "Yeah, but this is Southeast London, not Washington State. Could be years before another Keller comes along." "Indeed," Featherstone agreed, "but what if you covered the whole of London and sometimes, if the case merited it, beyond? Well, how can we investigate a murder in deepest, darkest North London if we're based in Peckham? Which rather neatly brings us on to my next bit of news. You're moving." "What?" Sean almost shouted, drawing concerned looks from the detectives eavesdropping in the main office. "Where to?" "Where else? The Yard, of course." "Scotland Yard?" Sean asked, incredulous. "Most of my team live in Kent or the borders of. How are they supposed to get to the Yard every day?" "Same way everyone else does," Featherstone told him. "Train, bus, you can even drive if you have to." The assistant commissioner's bagged you a few parking places in the underground car park there. Best you pull rank and reserve yourself one. This is not going to go down well, Sean warned him. Nothing I can do about it, and nothing you can do about it, Featherstone replied, his voice hushed now, as if Addis could somehow overhear him from his office high in the tower that was New Scotland Yard. Mr. Addis is determined to keep you for the special ones. Murders with strong sexual elements, especially ones involving children. Murders showing excessive violence and body mutilation, and missing person cases where there are strong grounds to believe a predatory offender may be involved. You get the drift. Addis put the proposal to the Commissioner, and he agreed it, so that's that. They feel we've been getting caught out by not having a specialist team to investigate these types of cases, so they decided to create one. And you're it. Meaning, Sean offered, when these high-interest media-attracting cases don't go quite to plan, they've got someone ready-made and in place to blame. You may think that, but I couldn't possibly comment, Featherstone replied. Let's just say you don't get to be the Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police without learning how to cover your ass. Sean just pursed his lips. Anyway, your new home's on the 7th floor, room 714. Used to be the arts and antiques teams until Addis decided they weren't offering value for money anymore and sent them back to division. Half of them back to uniform. I wonder how they're feeling this morning, walking the beat of some Kazi somewhere freezing their nuts or tits off. A warning to the wise. Addis is not a man to piss off. What if I say no? Sean suddenly asked. What if I say I don't want to do it? Images of his wife, Kate, flashed in his mind, smiling and clutching her chest with relief as he told her he'd quit the murder team. And what else would you do? Featherstone answered. Go back to division and rubber-stamp search warrants? Oversee endless dodgy rape allegations? Oh, come on, Sean. It would kill you. Flying squad? Anti-terrorist? They're plum jobs, Sean. You know the score. Everyone leaving a central or area posting has to go back and serve time on division before getting another off-division posting. And, like I said, just in case you weren't listening, Addis is not a man to piss off. Kate's smiling face faded to nothing. Besides, this is where you belong. I'm not blowing smoke up your ass, but seriously, Sean, you're the best I've got at doing this. Best I've ever seen. Always one step ahead of everyone else. Sometimes 2 steps, 3 steps. I don't know how you do what you do, but I know you can use it to catch some very bad people and maybe save a few lives along the way. Sean said nothing. What's done is done. Now, get yourself and your team over to NSY and set up shop. Your new home awaits you. The discussion over, Featherstone stood and walked backwards towards the door. We're done here. I'll drop in and see you in a couple of days, see how the move's going. Who knows? You might have a special case by then. Just what your troops need to take their minds off being moved. And you too. Good luck. And remember, when you make it to the yard, be careful. Addis has eyes and ears everywhere. Loose lips sink ships. With that, he turned on his heels and was gone, leaving Sean alone, staring at the space he'd left. A special case, Sean thought to himself. Such a neat, sterile way to describe what he had seen and would see again. Women and men mutilated and abused before death finally claimed them. What would be next? Celia Bridgeman checked her watch as she searched through the under-the-stairs cupboard for her training shoes and realized it was almost 8:15 a.m. She needed to be at the gym by 9 a.m. At 35, it was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain her sleek figure, no matter how little she ate. The hairdressers by 10:30 a.m., and then she had a lunch date with some of the mums from school at 12:30 p.m. Grilled chicken salads, no dressing, all round. At least the nanny was here to get the kids fed and dressed and off to school, even if her soon-to-be sack cleaner was late again. She found her trainers just as she heard footsteps above her rattling down the stairs, at which she pulled her head from the cupboard in time to see her 6-year-old daughter jump the last 3 stairs into the hallway. She flicked her perfectly dyed blonde hair from her face and spoke to her through straight, shining white teeth. "Sophia, have you seen George yet?" "No," Sophia replied, sounding more like a teenager than a 6-year-old. "He's probably playing with his toys in his bedroom as usual." "Yeah, well, he's going to be late for school." "Nursery, Mum," Sophia corrected her. "George goes to nursery, not school, remember?" "Don't talk to me like that, Sophia, and go and tell Caroline what you want for breakfast." Sophia tossed her head to one side to show her dissatisfaction and headed for the kitchen, her mother's genes already shaping her face and body for a life at the top table. Celia pursed her lips and shook her head as she watched Daddy's little princess swagger towards a health-conscious breakfast before looking at the flights of stairs above her and calling to the heavens. "George, stop playing with your toys and come and get breakfast." She waited for an answer, but none came. "George?" Again she waited. Nothing. Caroline, the nanny, had arrived while she was still in the shower. Perhaps she'd already fed and dressed George. She looked at her watch again, the increasing concern she was going to be late for the gym urging her to speak to Caroline and save herself a trip up 2 flights of stairs. She followed Sophia's route to the kitchen and found the nanny slicing apples and bananas for her daughter's breakfast. "You should have some toast or something as well," she reprimanded her. "I don't want to get fat," Sophia answered. Celia almost argued with her, but remembered why she was there. "Caroline, have you seen George yet this morning?" she asked. "No, Mrs. Bridgeman," she answered. "Not yet. I thought maybe he'd already had his breakfast." "He's hardly going to get it himself," Sophia unhelpfully added. "Don't be rude, Sophia." Celia silenced her. "Maybe he's not feeling very well," Caroline suggested. "Do you want me to go and check on him?" "No," Celia snapped, a sudden, unexplained feeling of anxiety creeping through her like a grass fire. George had been late before, many times, quietly playing in his bedroom with his toys, unwilling to join the family rituals that his young mind knew would be being played out 2 floors below. But this felt different somehow. "I'll go," she said. Her daughter and the nanny exchanged bemused looks as she turned her back on them and walked quickly to the stairs, climbing them 2 at a time, her slim body and athletic legs making her progress rapid. But the closer she got, the slower she seemed to move, until she was only feet away from his bedroom door, the silence from within drowned out by the relentless beating of her heart, all thoughts of the gym and lunch gone from her head. As she eased the door open, she could see the curtains were still drawn and the blue night lamp was still on. Not unusual for George, but it meant no one else had been in to see him that morning. "George?" she softly called into the room as the door opened wider, as if she didn't want to startle him if he was still sleeping, especially if he was unwell. Another fever, perhaps. "George?" She moved into the room, the sickness in her stomach growing as she approached his bed, the thick duvet and plump pillows making it difficult to tell whether he was there or not. But as she closed the distance, the realization dawned on her that the bed was empty, making her sprint the last few steps to where her son should have been. Pointlessly, desperately, she patted the bedclothes, pulling the duvet back and tossing it on the floor, even looking under the pillows, feeling increasingly dizzy. Quickly, she pulled the heavy blackout curtains open, almost pulling them from their rail, flooding the room with bright orange light, the late autumn sun still low in the sky, barely clearing the adjacent houses. She stood in the centre of the room, her eyes desperately searching for signs of life, a slight movement or a giggle coming from a hiding place. For a second she laughed at herself, realizing she must be in a game to find a hiding boy. She dropped to her knees and peered under the bed, about to say the boy's name when she discovered him. But the words never came out, and her smile was vanquished as she stared into the empty space, the panic returning, stronger now. "Where the hell are you, George?" she asked the emptiness, pushing herself back to her feet and pacing the room, opening the wardrobe and searching places that in her heart she knew he couldn't be. His drawers and toy boxes, even under the mattress, until she had to admit he couldn't be in the room. For a moment she felt her throat swell and close, as if she was about to start crying, before she convinced herself it was only a matter of time before she found him. She walked quickly from room to room, searching every wardrobe and cupboard, behind every curtain and under every table. checking every window was still locked from the inside, constantly calling the boy's name, threatening and encouraging him to reveal himself. But something in her soul told her the rooms were empty, the way the silence felt so still and lifeless. In the middle of her desperate search, she suddenly stopped for a second, the memory of how the very atmosphere of her space would change when the boy was in it, and the sudden fear she would never feel it again, making her so nauseous and light-headed that she had to lean against the wall and try and control her breathing, swallowing gulps of air until the floor she was looking down at came back into focus. As quickly as she dared, Celia walked downstairs, her outstretched hand sliding along the wall for support, until she reached the kitchen, her softly tanned skin pale now and her lips a little blue. The nanny saw her first. "Are you all right, Mrs. Bridgeman?" Celia spoke without answering the question, her eyes growing ever wilder with thoughts and fears she'd never once in her life imagined having. "Have you seen Mr. Bridgeman this morning?" "No," the nanny answered, confusion spreading across her face. "I thought he was away on business last night." "He was," Sophia answered for her mother. "Be quiet, Sophia," Celia snapped. "Are you sure he didn't come back very early this morning? Maybe he—" Celia suddenly didn't know how to say what she wanted to say. "He wasn't here when I arrived," the nanny told her, "and his car wasn't here either. Is something wrong?" "The front door," Celia asked, "was it locked when you arrived?" "Yes," the nanny answered. "All the locks?" "Yes, Mrs. Bridgeman. Is there something wrong?" the nanny asked again. Celia's voice almost failed her as she tried to speak the words, weak and wavering. "I can't find George," she finally managed to tell them. "He's gone. Someone's taken him." "That's not possible," the nanny told her, her smile hiding her own rising fears. He must be hiding somewhere." "No," she answered, her voice growing ever weaker as she slumped to her knees on the floor. "He's gone. He's been taken. I can feel it." The nanny came to her side and bent over her, trying to encourage her to stand. "Well, let's look again. Together. I know we'll find him." "No!" Celia almost shouted, summoning the last of her strength, the tears rolling freely down her face now. "Listen to me. He's gone. He's been taken. No, we've wasted enough time. I need to phone the police." "I'll phone Mr. Bridgeman," the nanny offered. "No!" Celia spat, grabbing the phone. "I'll do it." Sean looked from his office into the main office outside and decided that enough of the team had gathered for the meeting to begin. He exhaled, took a deep breath and walked the few steps next door, suddenly aware of the relentless noise, the laughter and loud chatter mixing with the seemingly constant ringing of land and mobile phones. He caught Donnelly's eye, but his other stalwart, Detective Sergeant Sally Jones, seemed to be holding a girls-only meeting with the other female detectives in the far corner next to the coffee and tea-making facilities. A lime-scale-clogged old kettle and a fridge that smelled like something had died in it. Donnelly knew his job. All right, he boomed across the office in his Glaswegian tinged with London accent. "This office meeting is officially open, so park your bums and listen up." He seemed to make eye contact with everyone in the room while he waited for total silence, not speaking again until he had it. Turning to Sean, "Governor, all yours." But before Sean could start, a dissenting voice spoke up. "Governor," DC Alan Jesson asked in his Liverpudlian accent, "where are we going to get a new case? I'm fucking skint. I need the overtime just to make ends meet here, you know." The murmur of approval from the others told Sean they were all feeling pretty much the same way. "Something will be coming our way soon enough," Sean tried to assure them. "How do you know?" Sally asked. "How can you be sure it'll be sooner rather than later?" "Because the sea we fish in just got a whole lot bigger," Sean answered in a voice almost too quiet to hear. "I'm sorry?" Sally replied. "I don't understand." "We're no longer a South-East London murder investigation team. We're a London-wide murder investigation team." He watched the silent, blank faces trying to understand what he'd just told them. "Excuse me?" Donnelly finally broke the stunned silence. "We're a what?" "We've just gone London-wide," Sean explained. "Expressed orders of Assistant Commissioner Addis. Featherstone told me earlier this morning. The Commissioner's agreed to it, so that's that. As of now, anything a bit special comes our way. Potential serial offenders, child murders by strangers, sexually motivated murders, all the good stuff's going to land on our desk. It won't be easy, but it will be interesting. Anybody not up for it needs to have the applications for a transfer on my desk by this time tomorrow. I'm sure HR can find you all suitable posts on division. You could even stay here at Peckham." "Stay?" Donnelly said. "Then by inference, if we decide to stay, part of this team will be moving." "Yes," Sean told him, beginning to enjoy the game. "Do you mind telling us where to?" "The yard." Donnelly closed his eyes and groaned as he leaned back in his chair so much he risked overbalancing. "Jesus, not the fucking yard. How am I supposed to get there from Swanley every day? And there's nowhere to park." "They've reserved us a few spaces in the underground car park." "Oh, well, that's all right then," Donnelly said sarcastically. "Sounds great to me." Sally chipped in with a mischievous grin, keen to kick Donnelly while he was down. "Aye," Donnelly continued, "it's all right for you living in Putney. Putney to Victoria every day. Lovely." "Sorry, Dave," Sally told him, her grin turning into a fully-fledged smile. "Yeah, I'm all right, Jack, eh?" "All right," Sean broke it up. "Enough of the table tennis. Let's make this official. Now, if you don't want to come with me, put your hand up." He scanned the room, but saw no raised hands. "I promise you there'll be no hard feelings. Many of you have wives, husband, kids, so if the nature of the work or the travelling's too much, I'll understand." Still no raised hands. "Dave?" "Aye, fuck it, why not? But there better be plenty of overtime." "More than you could possibly spend." "Aye, there better be." "Right," Sean snapped to attention. "We're moving today." The groans almost drowned him out. "So let's get everything packed up and over to the yard. Room 714, 7th floor in the North Tower. Take everything that's not screwed down, and even stuff that is, if it's of any use. Take the computers, chairs, phones, everything will need to be up and running straight away." "Pickford's not moving us then, boss?" Jesson asked. "Where do you think you are, Alan? The city police? This is the good old Met, remember? Pile everything into anything with 4 wheels that's been left in the yard with keys in, and let's get out of this toilet." He still felt eyes upon him. "Well, come on then. What are you waiting for?" As the detectives burst into action, Sean slipped quietly into his office, summoning Donnelly and Sally with a nod of his head. Within a few seconds they were all gathered together. "Problem?" Sally asked. "Not yet," he told her as Donnelly caught up with them. "Not yet what?" he asked. "A problem," Sally filled him in. "Ah, there's a first," Donnelly replied. "Yeah, well," Sean continued, "I've got a feeling we won't have to wait too much longer before something comes our way, and when it does, it's clearly not going to be anything straightforward and not something we'll be able to quietly get on with. The yard's full of senior officers with not enough to do who'll be more than keen to stick their noses where they're not wanted, and that means our business." "So?" Sally asked. "So we need to be ready for anything," Sean warned them. "Which is why I need you two to keep a fire burning under everyone's arses until we're up and running at the yard. Understand?" "Yes, Gov," Sally answered.
Whatever,"
Donnelly agreed unhappily. "I'm going to pack up some essentials and head over there ASAP. Check out the lay of the land before anyone else gets there."
"Looking for anything in particular?"
Donnelly asked suspiciously. "No," Sean answered too quickly. "But let's just say I'd rather we use the phones we're taking with us than the ones that will have been left for us." "That's a bit paranoid, isn't it, Governor?" Sally asked.
"It's the yard," Sean reminded her. "Being a little paranoid can go a long way to keeping you out of the brown sticky stuff." "I've always avoided the place," Donnelly added. "Things can get very political there very quickly. That's why I always stuck with the flying squad. Squirreled away in Tower Bridge, out of sight, out of mind. Beautiful."
"However," Sean interrupted Donnelly's reminiscing, "the yard it is, so just be mindful and be ready," he warned them. "I've got a feeling something really nasty's heading our way, and heading our way very, very soon." Chapter 2. Sean staggered along the 7th floor corridor carrying a brown cardboard box that was heavy enough to make him sweat. The heating at the yard was turned up high to please the aging computers housed within. He checked the doors as he passed them. Storerooms, empty rooms. Occasionally a room with no sign, just a number and a few wary-looking people inside, silently raising their heads from their desks as he passed, disturbing their expectations of another day without change. He didn't bother to introduce himself, but just kept walking down the unpleasantly narrow corridor that was no different to all the other corridors at New Scotland Yard, with the same polystyrene ceiling tiles and walls no thicker than plasterboard, all painted a shade of light brown that blended into the worn, slightly darker brown carpet. "At least the floors don't squeak," he whispered to himself, remembering the awful rubber floors back at Peckham as he arrived at room 714 and its closed door. He half expected the door to be locked in a final gesture of defiance from the now disbanded Arts and Antiques Squad. A show of two fingers to Assistant Commissioner Addis, who Sean ironically always pictured living in a house surrounded by arts and antiques. Maybe one day Addis would get burgled and have to hastily reform the squad in an effort to recover his own stolen treasures. Sean balanced the heavy box on his raised thigh and tried the door handle, which, to his surprise, turned and opened, the door itself swinging aside in response to a good kick, allowing him to enter his new home from home. Sean peered inside as best as he could before stepping over the threshold. "Jesus Christ," he exclaimed as he walked deeper into the office, which was about half the size of the one they just left, and looked like a hand grenade had gone off in it. Clearly the arts and antique boys and girls had been moved out in a hurry, leaving very little but rubbish and broken computers behind. He congratulated himself on the decision to tell his own team to ransack the Peckham office as part of the move. He dumped the box on an abandoned desk and crossed the office to the still-closed blinds, cheap grey plastic Venetians. He tugged the string, expecting the blind to neatly, if noisily, roll up to the ceiling, but the entire thing came crashing to the floor, the reverberating sound appearing to go on forever as it bounced back and forth off the empty walls. Sean stood frozen, his face a grimace, long after the sound had faded. He turned back towards the door, anticipating a flurry of concerned people coming to investigate, but no one came, although he thought he heard laughter from further down the hallway. He moved along the line of blinds and gingerly pulled the strings until all were open, and he was able to look down on the streets of St. James's Park below, the traffic little more than a distant murmur. Turning his back on the windows, he surveyed the office in the daylight and didn't like what he saw any better than before. It was going to be a real squeeze, and arguments would abound as to who was entitled to a desk of their own. But at least there were two offices at one end of the main room, partitioned off with the usual polystyrene boards and sheets of perspex, all held together by strips of aluminium. He made his way to the larger office and stepped inside, deciding it was about as big as his last one. He decided he'd give it to Sally and Donnelly to share while he took the smaller one. At the very least, it might placate the unhappy Donnelly. Leaving the office, he retrieved the heavy cardboard box that contained his most precious policing tools and entered the smaller office, dumping the box on the standard-sized desk that would soon be covered in keyboards, computer screens, phones and files. Under the desk, he found the usual cheap three-drawer cabinet, and miraculously the previous owner had left the keys in the top lock. Only someone leaving the force for good would abandon such a prized possession. Sean felt a twang of jealousy as he imagined the previous owner skipping out of the office after their last day at work, knowing they would never be returning. He shook the thought away and looked around for a chair, finding a swivel one pushed into the corner of the room, foam peeking from the rip in the seat cover. Never mind, it would have to do. Before sitting, he began to unpack the contents of the box. The few personal things first, placed on top of everything else where they were least likely to be damaged. A photograph of his wife Kate and of his smiling daughters Mandy and Louise, and finally a small silver cross on a thin silver chain given to him by his mother when he was just a boy. She told him it would protect him. It hadn't, but still he kept it without knowing why. He hung it over the corner of the frame that held Kate's picture and remembered being dragged to church as a child, never to return as an adult, despite his mother's frequent encouragement. He continued to unpack his things, his detective's training course manual, otherwise known as the Bible, a copy of Butterworth's Criminal Law, and the Police and Criminal Evidence Act. Old files kept for reference, stationery, and even the landline phone he'd commandeered from his old office back at Peckham. Every so often he glanced up from arranging his new desk to look exactly like his old one and stared into the empty main office, imagining, almost seeing how it would soon look. The characters who he so strongly associated with Peckham transported to this strange new environment, working away at computers, phones clamped between ears and shoulders as they hurriedly scribbled notes, the constant chatter and noise bringing the place to life. He blinked the imaginary detectives away, returning the office to its eerie emptiness and leaving him feeling strangely lonely. It wasn't something he felt often, not since his childhood when being alone generally meant being safe. He shook his head and continued to empty the box, but a voice close by broke the silence and made him jump a little, leaving him surprised that he hadn't felt the other person approaching as he usually would have. "Settling in all right, I trust, Inspector?" Assistant Commissioner Addis asked from the doorway. "More moving in than settling in," Sean answered. "Indeed," Addis agreed, a thin, unpleasant grin fixed on his face, his eyes sparkling with cunning and intelligence. "The office is on the small side, I know, but I'm sure it will serve its purpose." "It'll be fine," Sean told him without enthusiasm, returning to the task of unpacking. "Good," Addis said, walking deeper into the room. "It's fortunate that you've arrived early," he added, making Sean look up. "Really?" Sean asked, already concerned about what was coming next. "How so?" "Give us time to chat. In private." Addis looked around at the emptiness as if to make the point. "About what?" Sean asked without trying to veil the suspicion in his voice. "Your new position, of course, here at the Yard. I'm assuming Superintendent Featherstone briefed you." "He did, more or less." "You should thank me," Addis told him without a hint of irony. "You're free now. Free of all those tedious investigations a trained chimp could solve. Husband strangles wife to death, drug dealer shoots other drug dealer, teenage gang member stabs other teenage gang member. I think we can leave the mundane to the less gifted to solve, don't you?" Sean shrugged his shoulders. "I suppose so." "Suppose so?" Addis asked. "You know so, I think. Yes?" Sean said nothing. "You know, one of the things we do really badly in the police, Sean, we waste talent. But I don't waste talent when I see it, Sean. I use it in whatever way I think best." "That's why I'm here?" Sean asked. "To be used?" Addis gave a short, shallow laugh before pulling a thin manila file from under his armpit that Sean hadn't registered he was carrying until now. Addis flopped it on the desk, some of the documents inside spilling out, including a photograph of a radiant, beautiful child. "Your first case," Addis told him without emotion. "A 4-year-old child has gone missing in suspicious circumstances from his home in Hampstead." "Hampstead?" Sean asked, remembering the area, or at least several of its pubs that were frequently used by detectives attending residential courses at the Metropolitan Police Training Centre in nearby Hendon. "The boy apparently went missing overnight while his mother and sister were asleep. No signs of forced entry anywhere in the house, so it appears the boy has vanished into thin air. Quite the mystery. Right up your street, don't you think?" "And the father?" Sean asked. "Away on business, I believe. The local CID are at the address with the family eagerly awaiting your arrival." "Has the house been searched yet?" Sean inquired. "Sounds like the kid's probably still in there somewhere, hiding." "The house has been searched by the mother, the local uniform officers, and the local CID. No trace of the boy, which is why I've decided to assign the investigation to you." "I see," Sean said, realizing that nothing he could say would deter Addis. "If you find the boy hiding somewhere the others failed to look, then all well and good," Addis told him. "But if you don't—" He let it hang for a while before speaking again. "I understand you had some success a few years ago working undercover to infiltrate a paedophile ring known as the Network." "I did," Shaw admitted, slightly fazed that Addis had taken the time to research him so thoroughly. "Then you'll have a good understanding of how these people work." "And you think a paedophile is involved here?" "That would be my guess," Addis answered. "And these people aren't council estate scum, Sean, before you start accusing the parents of being involved. I was only thinking it's a little too soon to make any assumptions. If the family are wealthy, there may be a ransom demand." "Well," Addis said, allowing Sean his moment of contradiction, "I'll leave that for you to discover. All the details I have are in the file." Addis's eyes indicated the folder on the desk. "Oh, and while I have you, I've decided your team needs a new name to help you stand out from the crowd. As of now, you will be known as the Special Investigations Unit. Should keep your troops happy. There's nothing detectives seem to like more than a bit of elitism, or at least that's what I've always found. Predominantly, you'll still be investigating murders, but every now and then something else may come along." Sean didn't reply, his eyes never leaving Addis. "I'll leave you to get on with it. A quick result would be much appreciated. We could do with some positive press. If you need anything, just pop in and see me. I'm never far away, just a few floors above. Report to me when you find anything, or Superintendent Featherstone if I'm not around. Until later, then." Addis turned to leave. "Mr. Addis," Sean called after him, making the Assistant Commissioner stop and turn, his face slightly perplexed, as if having his progress interrupted was a novel and unwelcome experience. "Something wrong, Inspector?" "No, it's just that I was brought up on a council estate," Sean told him. "Thought you should know." Addis grinned and nodded, impossible to read as he turned his back on Sean and headed for the exit, almost colliding with Sally as she barreled into the room, unable to see where she was going due to the size of the box she was carrying. Addis jumped out of the way and cleared his throat to make her aware of his presence. Sally peeped over the top of her box at the sullen-faced Assistant Commissioner and groaned inwardly. "Shit," she spurted, immediately realizing her mistake and hurrying to correct it. Fuck. Oh, sorry, sir. Sorry." Addis glared at her and exited quickly into the corridor, leaving the bemused Sally scanning the room for Sean, eventually spotting him still standing in his new office. She dumped her box on the nearest desk and made for Sean, who was already heading towards her, the file on the missing boy in his hand. "Pompous twat," she offered, with a jerk of the head towards the door Addis had just departed through. Registering that Sean was advancing in that direction, she added, "Going somewhere, Governor?" "Yes," Sean told her, "and so are you." Donnelly sat in the passenger seat while DC Paolo Zukov drove them through the increasingly dense traffic around Parliament Square, Donnelly shaking his head at the thought of having to use public transport to beat the traffic. "The Yard," he moaned out loud. "Why did it have to be the Yard? They're selling the damn thing as soon as they can find a buyer. We'll no sooner get sorted than they'll have us on the move again. Bloody wasted time. Where to next, for Christ's sake? Belgravia?" "Look on the bright side," Zukov told him. "We can tell everyone we're detectives from New Scotland Yard now. Better than saying you're from Peckham. And the traffic's not that bad, considering. You just got to get used to it." Donnelly looked him up and down with unveiled contempt. "Why don't you just drive the car, son? Let me do the talking and the thinking, eh? You just got to get used to it. Sometimes I wonder how you ever got into the CID. Let anyone in these days, I suppose. I'll tell you this for nothing. After a few weeks at the Yard, you'll be wishing you were back at Peckham. Where do you live? Purley, isn't it? How are you going to get in from there every day?" "Train," Zukov answered precisely, too suspicious of Donnelly's reason for asking to say more. "Oh, well, let me know how that works out for you. Hanging around on a freezing platform before being squeezed into a carriage with standing room only, rubbing shoulders with the great unwashed every morning and evening. And how are you going to get home when we don't finish until 3 in the morning? There's no local uniform units to bum a lift from at the Yard." "I'll take a job car." "Oh, aye, you and everyone else. There's only one problem. We have a lot more people than we have cars. Better get used to sleeping on the floor, son." "I'll figure something out," Zukov replied, promising himself he wouldn't speak again. "You will you?
Donnelly condescended. "Well, I'll look forward to seeing that. And, while we're about it, remember to watch your back at all times. You make the same sort of mistake you made on the Gibran case, and I won't be able to cover your ass. Not in the Yard. Everything's changed for us now. Senior management have got us right where they want us, under their noses, and I'm pretty sure why." The ensuing silence and air of mystery was too much for Zhukov. "Why?" he asked. "Why do they want us right under their noses?" "That, son, is for me to know and for you not to find out," Donnelly told him. "Now, get us out of this traffic and to the Yard. I'm bursting for a piss."
Sean and Sally pulled up outside 7 Courthope Road on the edges of Hampstead Heath and headed for the smart 4-storey Georgian house that 4-year-old George Bridgeman had apparently gone missing from, although Sean would assume nothing until he proved it was so. The house reminded him of other houses he'd visited, other investigations, other victims whose faces flashed through his mind like images from a rapid-fire projector. He forced the distraction away, needing to concentrate on the job in front of him. His mind already clouded with thoughts of moving the office and all the admin and logistical headaches that would bring, as well as recurring day and night dreams about Thomas Keller and the women he'd killed. If he was to think the way he needed to think, he had to clear his mind. He paused at the foot of the steps just as Sally was about to ring the doorbell, making her hesitate while he looked up and down the street. He watched the last of the leaves falling from the trees and floating to the ground, some briefly resting on the 2 lines of cars parked on either side of the road, before the bitter breeze blew them away, all the time waiting to see something in his mind's eye. But nothing came, no hint of what had happened, no feeling about what sort of person might have taken the boy, if anyone even had. He cursed Addis for putting thoughts of paedophiles and the network in his mind, pre-wiring his train of thought before he had a chance to look around the scene. He gazed up and down the road once more, but still he saw nothing. "Something wrong?" Sally asked. Sean didn't answer. She repeated the question a little louder. "What? No," he replied. "I was just thinking it must have been freezing outside last night." "So?" "Nothing," he answered, moving next to her, stretching then crouching as he examined the 4 locks on the front door, all of which appeared high quality and well fitted. "The report said all 4 locks were still on when the nanny arrived in the morning, and that the mother checked all the windows on the house and the back door. Again, all locked and secure. So, how the hell did someone get in, grab the boy and get out, leaving the place all locked up without being heard or seen?" "He didn't," Sally explained. That's not possible. The boy must be hiding in the house somewhere, too afraid to come out now his joke's gone too far. We'll have a good look around, find him, talk his parents into not killing him, and then get back to our unpacking." "But he's only 4, Sean argued. "So? When my kids were 4, they wouldn't have stayed hidden this long. They might now, but not back then. It's too long." "So you do think someone has taken him?" Sean stepped back from the door, looking the house up and down before once again peering in both directions along the affluent, leafy road. "I don't know," he eventually confessed, "but I've got a bad feeling about this." "Oh, don't tell me that," Sally almost begged him, rolling her eyes back into her skull. "Every time you say that, we end up in it up to our necks. We haven't even got the office up and running. The last thing we need now is a child abduction. Or worse. A few days from now we'll be ready and willing, but not yet." "Too late," Sean told her. "For better or worse, this one's ours." He flicked his eyes towards the doorbell. With a shake of her head, Sally pressed the button, stepping back to be at Sean's side. A united front for when the door was opened, warrant cards opened in their hands. They heard the rattle of the central lock before the door was opened by a plain woman in her mid-30s, brown hair tied back in a ponytail like Sally's. Her inexpensive grey suit and white blouse, the virtual uniform for female detectives. Neither Sean nor Sally had to ask whether she was the mother or the local CID's representative, and she in turn knew what they were and why they were there, but they showed her their warrant cards and introduced themselves anyway. "Morning. DI Sean Corrigan, and this is DS Sally Jones, Special Investigations Unit." Sean told her, drawing a sideways glance from Sally, who was hearing their new name for the first time. "Special Investigations Unit?" the detective asked. "That's a new one on me." "Me too," Sally added, making the other detective narrow her eyes. "We're based at the Yard," Sean explained. "It's a new thing that's being trialled. Rapid response to potentially high-profile crimes, that sort of thing." The detective nodded suspiciously before responding. "DC Kimberly Robinson, Hampstead CID. "Can we see the parents?" Sean asked. "Of course," Robinson answered. But instead of opening the door for them to enter, she stepped outside and shut the door to behind her, leaving it slightly ajar. "But before you do, there's one thing bothering me," she told them in a near whisper. "Why has this case been handed over to you? Why has this case been handed over to anyone? Something like this would usually stay with the local CID until we get a ransom demand, or—" She checked the door behind her before continuing, "until a body turns up, so why are you here so soon?" "You know how it is," Sean explained. "Your boss gets to hear about something a little different, and he tells his boss, who tells his boss, who tells my boss, whose interest is piqued, and before you know it, the case lands on my desk, and here we are." Robinson studied him for a while before answering. "Fine," she eventually said, easing the door open and stepping inside. "You're welcome to it. Parents are in the kitchen." "Do you have any background on the parents yet?" Sean asked quietly. "He's 38, works in the city, a broker for Britbank, apparently," she said in a lowered voice, before lowering it even further. "She's, a few years younger. A full-time mum, although round here that isn't exactly what it sounds like, if you know what I mean." Sally and Sean glanced at each other before following Robinson through the hallway, Sally closing the door behind them. She quickly and discreetly swept slightly envious eyes over the hall's contents. Large original oil paintings, Tiffany lampshades, and polished oak floorboards. Sean also noticed a control panel for an intruder alarm attached to the wall. As soon as they entered the large contemporary kitchen, Sean was making mental notes of what he saw. Mrs. Bridgeman pacing around the work area, her husband leaning on the kitchen island watching her but not speaking, while the nanny sat with their young daughter, trying to keep the crying child distracted with small talk and a drink. Mr. and Mrs. Bridgeman," Robinson said, "these officers are from the Special Investigations Unit, Scotland Yard. I believe they'll be taking over the investigation now." "Why?" Celia Bridgeman asked before Sean or Sally could speak, panic lighting her eyes. "Has something happened? Have you found him?" Sally could tell she was about to lose it completely. "No, Mrs. Bridgeman, nothing's changed. We're just here to try and help find George as quickly as we can. Everything's going to be fine, but we'll have to ask you both some questions if we're going to do that." "More questions?" Stuart Bridgeman interrupted. "We've already answered all the questions. Now you need to get out there and find our son." "Almost every officer in the borough is out there searching for George," Robinson tried to reassure him, "including dogs. Even the police helicopter's up and looking." Sean eyed Bridgeman for a while before considering his response. He felt an instant dislike for the man. His carefully groomed hair, golden tan and athletic build, and above all, his arrogance, which more than matched his wealth. "I can understand your frustration," he managed to sound businesslike, "but we really do need to ask you some more questions." "Of course," Celia took over. "Anything." She wiped the tears away from her eyes with the back of her hand. "I believe you were the one who discovered George was apparently missing, Mrs. Bridgeman," Sean asked. "Not apparently," Stuart Bridgeman interrupted again. "Is missing. Who do you say you were?" "I'm Detective Inspector Corrigan, and this is Detective Sergeant Jones from the Special Investigations Unit." "Special Investigations?" Bridgeman asked, distaste etched into his face. "What the hell does that mean?" "Stuart," his wife stopped him. "No, you're wasting time." Bridgeman grudgingly backed down. "Ask your questions, Inspector." "When you couldn't find George, what did you do?" "I looked everywhere," she told him, shaking as she spoke, involuntarily closing her eyes as she remembered the panic and fear, the feeling of sickness overtaking her body. "But I couldn't find him." "Then what?" I checked the windows and doors. And? They were all closed and locked. All of them. Even the front door? Yes, and the front door. All 4 locks. No, just the top lock.
How come?
Because Caroline had already arrived for work before I discovered George was missing.
Caroline being yourself, he said, looking over at the nodding Nanny.
I always put the top lock on, she told him, so that the kids can't get out through the front door. It's the only lock they can't reach.
And that's how you found it?
He asked, turning back to look at Celia Bridgman. Yes, she replied. Sean considered the Nanny for a moment. Had she forgotten to put the top lock on when she'd arrived, fastening it later once she realized her mistake? Was it already too late by then? George had slipped out into the street and wandered off, or had been taken away. The Nanny looked relaxed and calm enough under the circumstances. He sensed no guilt or fear in her, even if it was the most logical explanation. But he was picking up on something else, a presentiment of foul play that made him consider the entire family for a second. It was impossible to look at them and not be struck by their wealth and privilege, and even more so by their beauty. All of them beautiful, including both children. Had that been the flame that had drawn the moth to them? Stuart Bridgman's voice cut through his thoughts.
This is all we need. A wannabe Sherlock bloody Holmes on the case. These stupid questions are a waste of time. You need to stop hiding in the warm and get out on those streets and find our son.
Ignoring Bridgman's rant, Sean directed the next question at him.
You weren't here last night, Mr. Bridgman, is that right?
I was away on business. You know, earning money for my family. I work in the private sector. I have to earn my money, unlike some. Again, Sean let it pass. So, where were you last night?
Why, am I a suspect in my own son's disappearance?
No, I just need to know where you were.
Fine.
I was in Oxford.
You got back quickly?
Sean prodded. I came straight back as soon as I heard. Wouldn't you, if your child had gone missing?
What time did you hear?
I don't remember. Some time before 9.
And when did you get back here?
A little while ago.
Why?
It was 10:30, Robinson told Sean. It's in the crime scene log.
Well, that was fast, Sean accused him, through rush hour traffic.
So I broke a few speed limits. Well, what the fuck do I care? Stuart, please. Celia appealed to him. You're not helping.
Oh, here we go, Stuart Bridgeman said, shaking his head. I wondered how long it would be before this all became my fault.
Sean didn't have time to referee a domestic.
Where did you stay? In Oxford. Where did you stay?
Bridgman took several calming breaths before answering.
The old Parsonage Hotel just outside the city centre. They'll be able to confirm I was there last night.
Sean studied him, in no hurry to fill the uncomfortable silence. Bridgman could have comfortably booked into his hotel, but then come back in the night and taken the boy, before returning to Oxford to await his wife's distress phone call. But why would he want to abduct his own son? He decided not to push that line of questioning. Not yet.
I'm sure we won't be needing to check with the hotel, Mr. Bridgman, he lied. But one thing's bothering me.
And what would that be? Bridgman asked, not attempting to disguise his frustration.
I saw an alarm panel as I came through the hallway. I assume it's for an intruder alarm.
So? Bridgman asked.
So, if someone did manage to break into the house, why didn't the alarm go off? Wasn't it set last night?
No, Bridgman told him, nor any other night since we've been here.
Well, why not?
Because it's the old alarm left here by the previous owners. They cancelled their subscription to the alarm company when we bought the house, and I haven't got round to having it reactivated yet.
So the house wasn't alarmed, Sean clarified.
No, Bridgman admitted, but there's an alarm box on the front of the house. You would think that would deter most people from trying to break in. So you haven't been here long, then? Sally asked. No, Celia Bridgman answered, never taking her accusing eyes off her husband. A little less than 3 weeks. Where did you move from? Sally continued. Primrose Hill.
Any reason for the move? Sean asked.
Camden seemed to be getting closer and closer,
Bridgeman explained, "and Primrose Hill's full of very dull Russian bankers." "Did you change the locks when you moved in?" Sean questioned. "No," Bridgeman replied. "Who changes the locks when they move into a new house? This is Hampstead, not Peckham." Sean and Sally looked at each other, Sally failing to stop a small grin forming on her lips. "The people we bought it from were decent people. In fact, the husband works not far from me in the city. They're hardly likely to come back and burgle us, are they?" "But there are keys out there you can't account for?" Sean asked. "In all likelihood there'll be keys for this house in the hands of others?" "I suppose so," Bridgeman agreed. "Then we'll need a list of anyone who might have keys to the house. The estate agent you used, the previous owners, the removal company you hired, anyone who has access to the house." "Fine," Bridgeman reluctantly agreed. "But that'll take time. What are you going to do to find our son now?" Sean nodded his head slightly, looking around at the faces watching him expectantly. "I need to see the boy's bedroom. I need to see it alone." "It's upstairs," Celia Bridgeman told him without hesitation, her pale lips trembling. "On the second floor, along the hallway on the right." "Thank you," Sean replied and headed for the exit. "I'll be back in a few minutes," he told them, although he was mainly talking to Sally. The relief of being on his own, away from the parents' torment, guilt and anger, felt immediately liberating as he headed for the stairs, stopping for a while to look around him, his eyes drifting towards the front door the nanny had sworn she'd locked. He believed her, but the front door somehow wouldn't let him look away, as if it held answers to the questions firing inside his head. But the answers wouldn't come. His mind was a whirl with distractions. The office move, Assistant Commissioner Addis, Thomas Keller still awaiting sentencing. The mental clutter was robbing him of the very thing that set him apart. Work through the evidence, he told himself, looking at the windows he could see and noting they were all in good condition, with security locks fitted and in place. The door, he told himself. Someone came in through the door, in through it in the middle of the night, and took the boy away. But how? Who? And why? Still, nothing particular stirred in his subconscious, no early ideas of who or what he could be about to hunt. He felt a rising panic at the thought of no longer being able to see or feel what the people he had to find and stop had seen or felt. There was an alarm, but it wasn't working. Did you know that? A man lives in the house, but he was away. Did you know that? Have you been watching the family, and if so, for how long? He waited for answers or ideas, some coldness in the pit of his stomach that would tell him the darkness within him was beginning to stir, the malevolence that could lead him straight to the front door of whoever took the little boy. You don't even know for sure he's been taken yet, he reminded himself as he began to climb the stairs, careful not to touch the mahogany banister that clearly hadn't been polished for a day or so. Did you touch this banister? In your excitement to reach the boy, did you forget yourself and touch the banister? Did you leave me your fingerprints here, hiding amongst the prints of the family, the nanny, the cleaner? What did it feel like to be inside this warm house with its comforting sounds and smells, so different from the cold, empty street outside? "Shit," he whispered as still nothing happened, no flash of inspiration or horror of realization, just blackness. "If you're hiding somewhere, George," he said, a little louder than a whisper, "now would be a really good time to show yourself." As he stepped onto the first-floor landing, his eyes again swept over his surroundings. More oil paintings and Tiffany lamps, good quality carpet under his feet deadening the sound of his footsteps, stretching out in front of him and seemingly spreading into 3 of the 4 rooms he could see, the 4th of which he assumed would be a bathroom, the carpet giving way to floor tiles. He began to walk along the landing, towards the staircase that continued its way upwards at the other end. But the scent of the mother leaking from the first room he passed made him stop and look around, checking he was still alone. Did the carpet feel good under your feet, silencing your footsteps? Did it reassure you? He moved to the bedroom where he knew the mother slept and moved slowly inside, breathing her in as he studied the room.
Her clothes tossed on the chaise longue for someone else to tidy, and the bed only slept in on one side. Stuart Bridgeman had been away the previous night, but Sean felt only a fading presence of the father in the room, as if he'd stopped sleeping here days or weeks ago. Maybe he never had, just using it to store his clothes for appearance's sake, to keep the sad truth from the children. "Did you come in here? Did you stand where I am now and watch her while she slept, watching her chest rise and fall, hypnotized by her beauty? But you didn't come for her, did you?" Again, the answers evaded him. He scratched his forehead and left the room, passing what was indeed a bathroom, a room used as an office and another made up as a spare bedroom, but almost overly tidy and sterile. Was this where Stuart Bridgeman spent his nights, making the bed immaculately every morning before the children, nanny, or cleaner could discover it had been used, quickly moving his used clothes into the master bedroom to complete the illusion? Probably, Sean decided, but what did it mean? What, if anything, did it have to do with George's disappearance? He left the room behind and climbed to the second floor and the children's bedrooms, his foot finding a loose floorboard and making it creak loudly. Did you step on the creaking stair? Did it make you freeze, with panic or fear? Or did you know it was there and avoid it? But how could you know it was there? He could feel the ideas, even possible answers, straining to break free, but the weeds of his everyday responsibilities and life kept strangling his newly flowering strands of thought. Finally, he lifted his foot, the returning floorboard making the same loud creaking that would have been magnified tenfold in the dead of night. No one came in here in the middle of the night and stole the boy. He almost chastised himself as he strode up the final few stairs and along the hallway. I'm letting things from the past fuck with my head. There's no mystery here. It's just a little boy whose joke's gone too far. The doors and windows are locked. No one came in here, and the boy couldn't have left, so he's here, somewhere inside the house. He reached George's room and unceremoniously pushed the door wide open, the sense of excitement that they would soon find the boy hiding instantly replaced by a deep sense of coldness. He felt as if he was stepping into a murder scene where the shattered soul of the victim still lingered. Only there was no body, just an awful feeling of emptiness, as if the boy had never been there in the first place, and the room was little more than a mock-up of a child's room. The silhouettes of clouds printed on the powder-blue wallpaper, the train mobile above the bed with its matching bedclothes. The duvet remained on the floor where the mother had thrown it, along with a dozen or so teddy bears and other soft toys. More toys were neatly stacked on the shelving units and play table, but none of it seemed real anymore. It felt surreal, just like so many other crime scenes he'd seen. And although the answers to his questions failed to come, the sickness in his stomach told him something had happened to the little boy. But what? He crouched down and picked up a small brown bear similar to one his youngest daughter Mandy kept in her bed, and tried not to think of how he'd feel if anything ever happened to either of his daughters. Sadness and rage swelled inside him at the mere possibility, but a sudden feeling of another presence in the room made him spin around and forget his fearful imaginings. Celia Bridgeman stood in the doorway, both hands clasped over her heart, her eyes red and her skin pale, as her lips opened and closed, as if she was trying to speak but couldn't. "You all right?" Sean asked, and regretted it. "No," she answered faintly. I don't feel very well." She staggered a little into the room, Sean catching her by the elbow and forearm as he led her to the bed to sit, cringing at the possible forensic evidence he may be complicit in destroying. He watched her trying to catch her breath, breathing in and out a little erratically, but it was enough to put a little colour back into her lips and face. He gave her some time and space. It's like a dream," she told him. "Or should I say a nightmare? Like it's not really happening. It can't be happening, can it? He must be here somewhere," she continued, panic sweeping over again as she tried to get to her feet. Sean placed a hand on her shoulder, preventing her from standing. "I need to look for him," she pleaded, her red eyes swelling with fear and tears. "I have to keep looking."
"We'll all look for him," Sean promised, "but you need to help me help you."
"I feel sick," she told him, jumping to her feet and rushing from the room. A few seconds later, he heard the sound of her retching in a nearby bathroom, retching that seemed to go on for a long time, before he heard the sound of a toilet lid closing and the flushing of water. She returned to the bedroom looking like a ghost, walking past him and sitting on the bed without speaking, lifting a floppy-eared rabbit from the floor and holding it tight to her chest while she stared at the wall opposite.
"Feel a little better?" Sean asked, keen to get her talking before she went catatonic on him.
"Not really," she responded.
"I have some difficult questions that need answers," he warned her. "They're best asked when your husband's not here."
"Stuart?" she asked in a conciliatory tone. "Oh, don't worry about Stuart. He's just scared and angry. He always reacts like that when he feels something is beyond his control."
"I understand," Sean assured her.
"You said you had questions."
"Keys," he began. "Is there anyone no one's mentioned who could have keys to the house?"
"Not that I know of," she answered.
"Anyone who shouldn't have keys to the house but does?"
"I don't understand."
"I'll need to know if both your children are yours and your husband's, genetically."
"Yes," she answered, confusion etched into her face. "Why?"
"Most children who are abducted by their estranged fathers," he told her. "If there was one and he had keys to the house, then—"
"There isn't." She stopped him. "How could you even think that? I'm his mother, and Stuart's his father," she insisted, but Sean sensed some doubt in her voice and her eyes.
"Any problems with your marriage?" he asked.
"No,"
she muttered, her eyes avoiding his. "Could Stuart be seeing anyone else?"
"God, no."
"And you?" Sean ambushed her.
"No," she swore. "Nothing like that. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that to my children."
"My children?" Sean questioned. "Not our children, but my children."
"Stuart's not around much," she explained. "He works hard for us. That's all I meant." Sean watched her silently for a moment as she continued to hug the toy rabbit, watching her eyes and hands, her feet that stayed flat and still on the carpeted floor, judging her. He believed most of what she was saying, but there were doubts and untruths hiding in her grief. The longer he stood in the boy's room, the more sure he was that George had been taken. But why, and by whom? His mind searched back for memories, going back more than 10 years to when he was still a detective sergeant, deployed by SO-10 on an undercover operation to infiltrate the network. A paedophile gang who'd been grooming children during the early days of the internet and then sexually abusing them, filming their exploits and circulating them to other paedophiles. He forced the face of the gang's leader, John Conway, into his mind, remembering the way he talked and moved, recalling his mindset, what excited him and motivated him. But Conway and his cronies groomed older children and always met the children a safe distance from their houses and schools, whereas whoever had taken George had risked coming into the house in the dead of night. And George was only 4, too young to be groomed from a distance.
From a distance? But what about by someone close?
Conway's face melted into that of Sean's own father. But there had never been anything subtle about the abuse he'd suffered at the hands of his father. The face faded away, replaced by the things that continued to plague his mind.
There's an alarm, but you knew it wasn't working. A man lives in this house, but you knew he wasn't there. A floorboard creaks, but you didn't step on it. You knew all this because you know this house. You have to know this house. But how? Who are you? What do you want?
John Conway's face flashed back into his mind.
Slow down, he warned himself. You're making assumptions. You don't know he knew about the alarm, her husband being away, the damn floorboard. All you know for sure is that the boy is gone.
Someone came to the house, entered without breaking in, took the boy and left, locking the house after them. Was Edis right? Could it have been a paedophile acting alone or with others, going to the next level that the network never reached? Taking children from their own homes, the danger of the game making the moment of triumph all the sweeter. "You will find him, won't you?" Celia Bridgeman asked, making his attempt to build a mental picture of what could have happened tumble like a house of cards. He gave his mind a few seconds to recall and understand what she had asked before answering. "Of course," he answered, telling her the only thing he could. "Cases like this can come together pretty quickly," he added truthfully, although he already had his doubts this one would. "You should all move out just while we have the house searched by a dog team, and our forensic people always appreciate an empty scene. We need to do everything possible to give us the best chance of finding your son quickly." "Where should we go?" she asked, her voice forlorn and sad, as if moving out was giving up on the boy. "Family, friends," Sean suggested, "just for a couple of days while we do what we need to do with the house. In the meantime, try not to touch anything. We'll need a set of fingerprints from everyone who's been in the house since you moved in. Are you okay with that?" "Yes," she answered, "if it'll help." "Good," Sean told her, taking a last look around the room. "I have to go now. Do you need some help getting downstairs?" "No," she replied. "I'd like to stay here for a while, if that's all right." "Of course." Sean slowly headed to the door, almost unable to take his eyes off the mother, her sadness and longing dragging at him like a magnet as he managed to pull himself from the room and into the hallway, where he rested with his back to the wall for a few seconds before walking quietly to the staircase. "All right?" Sally asked as he joined the others in the kitchen. Sean nodded. "Mr. Bridgeman," he turned to the father, "I was just telling your wife you'll need to move out for a couple of days." Bridgeman tried to interrupt, but Sean talked over him. "And I'll need those names. The estate agent, the removal firm, anyone who's been in the house since you've been here." He took something from his warrant card wallet and dropped it on the kitchen island. "That's my card. Ignore the landline number, it's old, but the mobile and email address are good. Call me if you think of anything." He quickly turned to Robinson. "I need you to wait here until my own family liaison officer gets here. They won't be long." Robinson just shrugged. He understood her keenness to escape. "I have to go back and brief my team, Mr. Bridgeman. You may not see me for a while, but rest assured I'll be working full-time to find your son." Sean headed for the door with Sally trailing in his wake, the crystal-clear air hitting him like a plunge into freezing water as soon as he opened the door, temporarily taking his breath away. He skipped down the stairs and headed for their car, then sat on the bonnet, breathing in as deeply as he could before blowing out great plumes of breath, trying to settle his spinning mind. But still, he was left with only questions to which he had no answers, just too many broken, ragged theories. "Family liaison officer?" Sally asked. "Why are we wasting our time doing all that? Let's stick a dog unit in there and find this kid." "He's not in there," Sean answered. "If he was, the mother would have found him. I would have." "So he's got a secret hiding place nobody knows about. He can't hide from a dog." "I'm telling you, he's gone," Sean insisted, the unintentional aggression in his voice silencing Sally. She was silent for a moment, considering her next move. "Listen," she opened, "maybe the Keller case is messing with your head a bit. Believe me, when it comes to having your head messed with, I'm an expert." "Meaning?" Sean asked, prepared to consider anything. "Keller took his victims from their homes before he killed them," she explained. "Maybe that's stuck in your head. Maybe you see similarities here that don't actually exist." "The boy's gone," Sean insisted, his voice sad and resigned. "But get a dog to check it over anyway. It might find something." Sally studied him for a moment, searching for things in him that not so long ago she'd seen in herself. "Okay," she relented. "So the boy's gone. Someone came in the middle of the night, somehow got in, took the boy and left, all without being seen, heard, or leaving any signs of entry."
Either they had a key, Sean told her, or they picked the locks. Christ, Sean, she reminded him, lock-picking's bloody rare. Good, then that helps us. But why lock the door after they'd left? Why would they do that? Because they're insane? Or because they cared about the people they left in the house? Didn't want to leave them at risk? Exposed? You mean the father? Sally asked. Possibly. Why would the father want to abduct his own son? Why do some fathers slaughter their entire family at the first sign their wives might leave them? I don't know, Sally admitted. You tell me, Sean, why do some men do that? Better to destroy something you love rather than lose it. That doesn't make any sense. No, it doesn't, he agreed. Much like this case. So, what do you want me to do? Keep an open mind. Easier for some than others, she mumbled. What was that? Nothing, she lied. How's your shoulder, by the way? Sore. And you? Better and better, she told him. Is there something you want to ask me, Sally? No, she lied again. This was not the right moment. Then we're wasting time, he told her. Time we don't have. Detective Chief Superintendent Featherstone sat in his office at Shooters Hill Police Station, looking at pictures of sailing yachts in the magazine he subscribed to and kept hidden inside a pink cardboard file marked Confidential. Owning a nice 32-footer had long been his retirement dream, but constant pay cuts, pay freezes, allowance scrapping, and now a tax on the police pension were turning his dream into a fantasy. If he could make it to the rank of commander before he retired, the dream might still be alive. Just. His mind drifted to Sean and the sort of results he seemed able to pull out of a hat. At the end of the day, he was Sean's supervising officer, and therefore in a position to bask warmly in the reflected glory of Sean's successes. Successes that might just get him over the line and promoted to commander before deadline day struck. But only if things kept working out and Corrigan didn't fuck up. He liked the man and watched his back better and with more fervour than most senior officers ever would, but he wasn't about to put his head on the chopping block for anyone. His daydreaming was interrupted by the shrill ring of the phone on his desk. He answered it slowly and without enthusiasm. Hello, Detective Superintendent Featherstone speaking. Alan, Assistant Commissioner Addis here. Featherstone felt his heart drop and his bowels loosen slightly. Sir, I've assigned that case we discussed to Inspector Corrigan, Addis told him. Well, that was fast, Featherstone replied. I thought the sooner he got on with it, the better. The quicker we act, the more chance we have of finding the missing boy. If there's been foul play, Corrigan's the best man to lead the investigation. He won't let anyone down. I hope not, Addis told him, making it sound like a threat. Let's hope your confidence in him isn't misplaced. Like I told you in the beginning, sir, Corrigan has special qualities. In the field, he's one of the best I've ever seen, and I've seen some good ones. Good, Addis replied. Then once it's confirmed the boy is actually missing, I suggest we get the media in and tell them how confident we are of bringing the investigation to a swift conclusion. Some good publicity for the Metropolitan Police would be very useful right now. Publicity? Featherstone asked, his voice riddled with concern. Don't you think it's too soon for publicity? Maybe we should give Corrigan and his team a little breathing space for— Breathing space? Addis asked mockingly. That's a luxury we don't have in the Metropolitan Police, not anymore. This is a results-orientated business, and Corrigan has been brought here to deliver those results. He has until tomorrow, then I'm briefing the press. Featherstone heard the line go dead, leaving the echo of Addis's words sinking into his consciousness. A results-orientated business. Is that what they were now? A business? He looked down at his magazine, open at a page showing a sleek 32-footer, and his dreams of retirement and yachts faded as abruptly as his conversation with Addis had concluded. Oh, for God's sake, Sean, he muttered under his breath. Don't fuck this one up, or Addis will have both our heads mounted on his office wall, and it's not like we'll be the first either. Shaking the unpleasant thought from his head, he went back to reading his magazine.
Sally and Sean arrived back at room 714 to the chaotic scene of a dozen or more detectives unpacking cardboard boxes containing everything from personal belongings to keyboards and phones they'd commandeered from their old office back at Peckham. The chaos they created was matched by the noise levels as they universally moaned and groaned about being moved, the size of their new office, and the lack of PowerPoints. At the centre of the discontent was Donnelly, conducting the orchestra of rebellion, his voice easily heard above the din as he searched for the strategically best-placed desk. He wasted no time speaking his mind as soon as he saw Sally and Sean entered.
"This place is worse than Peckham," he called to them. "You couldn't swing a cat in here, and have you seen the size of the queue in the canteen? All I wanted was a cup of tea."
"Not out here," Sean told him, his eyes resting on the box Donnelly was holding.
"You share the larger-size office with Sally. The smaller one is mine." "Excuse me?" he asked. "I need to be out here, keeping an eye on this lot. You may be the circus ringmaster, Governor, but I'm the lion tamer around here."
"You said it yourself," Sean reminded him. "There's not enough room out here for everyone, so you get to share with Sally." Donnelly was about to continue the argument when Sean silenced him and everyone else in the shambolic room.
"Listen up,"
he shouted. His voice seemed to freeze everyone where they stood, the sound of the governor shouting rare enough to draw their immediate attention.
"I know this isn't ideal, and we'd all like a few days to get sorted and settled, but that's not going to be the case, I'm afraid."
"Meaning what?" Donnelly asked.
"Meaning we've just been given a new case."
"You must be joking," Donnelly said above the rising murmurs of disbelief.
"We can't take on a new case. We're in it up to our necks with this bloody move. There's not even a single computer up and running. We can't deal with a new murder investigation yet."
"It's not a murder," Sean told them. "It's a missing person."
"Not again," Donnelly complained.
"It didn't take long for our last missing person case to turn into a murder investigation, remember? We have a 4-year-old boy disappeared overnight from his home in Hampstead. His mother discovered he was missing earlier this morning. No signs of forced entry, but he's definitely gone."
"Has the house been checked by a special search team yet?" Donnelly asked.
"No," Sean admitted.
"Well then, the boy's not gone anywhere. He's got himself a secret hiding place, that's all. Special search team will find him soon enough."
"I don't think so." Sean locked eyes with him.
"However, you're right. The house needs to be searched properly. We have to be absolutely sure."
He looked across to D.C. Ashley Goodwin, a tall, fit black detective in his late 20s. "Ashley, sort out a search team and a dog unit and get the house checked. If the boy's alive and hiding, great. If his body's been hidden in the house, then I want it found."
"No problem,"
Goodwin answered, plugging in the phone he was holding, and immediately started to make calls.
"Dave,"
Sean turned to Donnelly,
"take Paolo and whoever else you need and get started on the door-to-door, but keep it local and as quiet as you can. We don't want to start a parental panic across North London."
Donnelly didn't reply. Resigned to his fate, he simply reached for his jacket and indicated for Paolo to do the same.
"Alan, find out which forensic support team cover Hampstead for major inquiries and get them to examine the house."
D.C. Alan Jesson, tall and slim, nodded as he scribbled notes.
"Maggie, I need you to go family liaison on this one."
"Not again, Governor," D.C. Maggie O'Neill pleaded in her Birmingham accent.
Sorry, but I need someone with experience to keep an eye on the family and report anything out of the ordinary."
Donnelly's ears pricked up.
"Are the family suspects?" "It's too early to say yes, too early to say no," Sean answered. "But if it turns out they aren't involved, then someone came to their house, got in and took the boy, all without breaking a single door or window. And what's more, they locked up behind themselves." "Then they must have had the keys," Goodwin deduced.
"Possibly," Sean frowned, picturing the front door and its 4 locks. "But if they didn't, then they must have somehow come through the locked door and secured it behind them when they left."
"Why not a window?"
D.C. Fiona Cahill asked.
"Because I checked the windows," Sean answered. "There's no way they can be shut properly and locked from the outside, leaving only the front door as a possibility."
"Well, what about the back door, if there is one?" Cahill continued, undaunted.
"There is," Sean explained, but it was secured with old-fashioned bolts, top and bottom. You can't do those up from the outside. The office felt silent as the detectives pondered the puzzle. So, what does this mean? Donnelly finally asked. What are we looking for? We discount nothing yet, Sean warned them. But if he was taken by a stranger, then it's safe to assume he could have been taken by a known sex offender or someone who's gravitating towards it. Then why not snatch a child off the street? O'Neill asked. I don't know, Sean admitted. Perhaps because they thought it was too dangerous. More dangerous than breaking into someone's house in the middle of the night? Zukov queried, disbelief evident in his voice. We're just exploring possibilities here, Sean reminded them. But if someone did go through the front door, then it's possible they picked the locks. Pick the locks? Donnelly asked disbelievingly. Criminals smart enough to pick locks are about as rare as hen's teeth. That's exactly what I'm banking on, Sean told him. That's our advantage. Sally, have the surrounding stations search their intelligence records for anyone with previous for using lockpicking to commit residential burglaries. If, by some miracle, you get more than a few, look for those who also have previous for sexual assault. Ideally on children, but any type of a sexual assault makes them a suspect. If you get no joy, then check the local sex offenders registers and see if anything takes your fancy. No problem, Sally assured him. Okay, good, Sean told his assembled team. Now, you all know what you need to be getting on with, so let's get this show on the road. Dave? Hey, Governor. Get Holmes up and running ASAP. Make it a priority. We're going to have a lot of names and information coming our way soon. Without the database, we can't cross-reference a damn thing, and that's when we'll miss things. Important things. It will be done, Donnelly promised. As soon as anyone has anything, let me know. I'll be in my office for the next few hours making the usual endless phone calls and God knows what else. So dust off the cobwebs, people, and let's get on with it. Remember, a 4-year-old boy is apparently missing, and if we don't find him, no one will. Chapter 3. George Bridgeman sat on the bed in the room where he'd woken up cuddling his teddy, a floppy grey and pink elephant he called Ellie that had been his constant companion since the day he was born. He looked around the strange room the man had brought him to in the middle of the night, his wonderment at the myriad of toys that surrounded him only matched by his fear at being seemingly alone in an unfamiliar house. On the opposite side of the room he could see another child's bed, but the covers remained unruffled and pristine, the stuffed toys untouched. George dropped his bare feet carefully over the side of the bed, fearful of what might be hiding underneath, and padded towards the empty bed, still clad in the pyjamas his mother had dressed him in only the night before. As he drew closer to the tempting toys, he was distracted by sounds coming from somewhere deeper in the house. Voices. A man and a woman talking. Deep, muffled voices he couldn't understand. Instinctively, he looked for a window, but the only source of natural light came from the 2 skylights high in the ceiling. Impossible to reach even if he wanted to, and escape wasn't yet on his mind. Why would he want to escape from the things the man had promised? He moved towards the door to better hear the sounds coming from the other side. Gentle music leaking through the wooden panels, mixing with the unfamiliar voices, making him swallow hard as his tiny hand reached for the door handle and began to turn it, first one way and then the other. But the door wouldn't open. He was locked in. He pressed his ear to the door and listened harder, trying to focus on the voices. The sudden scream of a distant child made him recoil from the door, his eyes wide and pupils dilated with sudden, unexpected terror. The woman's voice was raised now as the man's faded to nothing. Then silence for a few seconds before they started talking again, quieter than before, barely audible. The sound of what he believed was a door closing heavily made him run back to the bed and jump under the covers, waiting for the voices to start coming upstairs towards him, ready to scream like he'd heard the other child scream, his frail little body beginning to shake. He pulled Ellie close to his chest and cuddled her tightly.
tighter than he'd ever held anything in his short life. Sean sat in his office alone, his ear warm and sore from having the phone pressed to it too long and too hard, his eyes aching from staring at his newly connected computer screen. 1 minute he'd be thinking about the missing boy, his house and family, and the next he'd be on the phone to the stores trying to beg, steal or borrow the basics for the office and his team. Paper, pens, more chairs, and the forms of all kinds they needed for daily police work and to run an investigation. A loud double knock at his open door made him jump and look up, as a smiling Featherstone entered without being asked and sat heavily in the one spare chair in the office. "How's it going?" he asked. "What?" Sean replied. "The investigation or the move?" "The investigation," Featherstone clarified. "You found the missing kid yet?" "No," Sean told him. "Shame," Featherstone continued. "Would have made life a lot easier if you had." "Why are you here, sir? You're a long way from Shooter's Hill." "ACC wants an update," he admitted. "Wants to know how you're getting on." "We've only just started looking." "I appreciate that, Sean, but you know what assistant commissioners can be like. Updates, updates, updates." "Then why didn't he just come down here and ask me himself?" "Mr. Addis likes a chain of command when it suits him. A buffer zone, if you know what I mean. It would appear I am that buffer zone, so try not to drop me in it." "I'll do my best," Sean assured him without conviction, just as Sally hurried from her office and into Sean's, her body language making him sit bolt upright in anticipation. "What you got?" "Mark Mackenzie," Sally began without ceremony. "Male, IC1, 23 years old, last known address in Kentish Town, where he's also a fully paid-up member of their sex offenders register. He has a previous for residential burglary, some of which he committed at night while the occupants were inside sleeping. And, if that wasn't enough, he also has previous for sexual assault on minors." Sean felt his heart rate suddenly increasing as a picture of Mackenzie began to form in his mind. Climbing the stairs to little George's bedroom, moving silently past the room where his mother peacefully slept. "And," he hurried Sally, "and," she continued, "he's previously used lock-picking as a method of entry." "Jesus," Sean said. "How far's Kentish Town from Hampstead?" "Not in my neck of the woods," Sally answered, "but I think it's close." "It is," Featherstone joined in. "No more than a couple of miles." "Bloody hell," Sean said. "Does he come gift-wrapped as well?" "Think he's your man?" Featherstone asked. "He couldn't fit the profile more if he tried," Sean answered. "If the boy has been taken," Sally warned them. "Taken by a stranger." "You're right," Sean admitted. "You're right. We should keep an open mind. But he looks good. He looks really good. Has he been keeping his appointments to sign the sex offender register?" "As far as I know," Sally answered. "That doesn't mean he's not your man," Featherstone cautioned. "No," Sean agreed, "it does not. No amount of reporting to police stations could stop him entering a house in the middle of the night." "Then I can tell the assistant commissioner you're close to getting your man." Sean had seen Featherstone acting impulsively and impatiently before, but never to this degree. Clearly something, or someone, had given him an added sense of urgency. "I wouldn't tell the assistant commissioner anything just yet," he warned Featherstone. "If he asks, just give him the generic bullshit and tell him we're following a few lines of inquiry. But this Mackenzie character looks good, and Addis has been explicit about wanting a quick result. He doesn't strike me as being a good man to fuck with." "I'll do the best I can, but you need to keep him at arm's length, even if it's just for a few days." "Few days? I don't know about that. 24 hours, maybe, but a few days." "Fine," Sean told him. "I'll take it, but I'll need surveillance on Mackenzie up and running within a couple of hours. I want to know where he's going, what he's doing, who he's seeing." "Surveillance?" Featherstone stopped him. "No chance." "Why?" Sean snapped. "I need this bastard followed." "Sorry, Sean," Featherstone explained, "but there have been too many cases in the media lately of the police acting too slowly, following people around while the suspect remains at large and the victims remain missing, only to turn up dead a few days later in the places we should have just charged into and searched from the off. So let's not fuck about here. If you have a viable suspect, and you do, Let's get in there and nick the bastard, spin his gaff and anywhere else he's known to have been. Our priority is to get the boy back. Alive, preferably. But if we can follow him for a while, I'll know, Sean argued. I'll know for sure before we even make a move. There's nothing to be gained from surveillance, Featherstone reiterated. Act decisively. That's the way forward here. Now, you get on with what you've got to do while I go and see the Assistant Commissioner and spin him along for a bit. Hopefully the next time I see him I'll be able to give him the good news, yes? Maybe, Sean answered sullenly. Fine. Until then. Featherstone was already springing out of his chair and striding from the office. No one spoke until he disappeared into the corridor. What's got him so rattled? Sally asked. 18 months from retirement with Assistant Commissioner Addis all over his back. You'd be rattled too, Sean told her. Now, get hold of Stan and Tony and let's pay Mackenzie a visit. A few drops of sweat formed on Mark Mackenzie's forehead as he searched his newly acquired second-hand laptop for pornography that suited his particular taste. Hardcore child pornography was hard to find on the internet unless you'd had a tip-off from a like-minded friend. But his well-practiced fingers danced across the keyboard, entering the words that experience had taught him were the quickest way to find what he was after. He wiped the sweat away with the back of his hand and considered turning the heating down in the small, squalid flat he rented above a fried chicken takeaway franchise. But once he found what he was looking for, it would be better to be warm for what he had in mind. He felt the old familiar excitement beginning to spread through his body as his testicles coiled and swelled, constant licking making his thin lips appear red and full, as if stained by wine. He lit another cigarette and tried not to let thoughts of the police and what would happen to him if he was caught downloading child pornography spoil his magical moment as he drew ever nearer to his prize. The very thought of the police, the entire criminal justice system, made him almost laugh out loud as he blew plumes of thick grey smoke at the computer's screen. They thought themselves so clever, but so long as he kept signing their pathetic register on time and turning up for their pointless interviews, they'd leave him alone. Alone to do whatever he wanted. Thoughts of the police faded to nothing as he finally found what he was looking for, and amateur pictures of young, naked bodies began to fill his screen. This one even had half-decent sound. He took one last hurried drag on his cigarette before stubbing it out and loosening the belt around his grubby trousers. Just as he was about to take hold of his penis, the flimsy door to his flat exploded inwards, sending splinters of wood flying almost the full length of the living room. He jumped off his chair in shock, taking temporary refuge under the flimsy table. As soon as he saw the people in raincoats and suits bursting through the hole where the door used to be, he knew they were police and not the local vigilantes. Even before they started calling into the flat, "Police! Police! Stay where you are and stand still!" In a millisecond, he remembered the laptop sitting on the table above his head and the damning evidence it contained. The fear of it being discovered turned his legs to springs as he rolled from under the table, stood and reached for the computer. But before his fingers could touch a single key, one of the bastard policemen had crossed the room and knocked him back to the floor with a two-handed push to his chest. By the time he recovered his breath and his senses, the cop was standing over him, holding a warrant card in his face. "D.I. Corrigan, you little prick, consider yourself under arrest." Mackenzie coughed violently before speaking, to the point where he almost vomited. "I haven't done anything," he pleaded, almost out of habit. "Really?" Sean snarled. "Then what the fuck is this?" He grabbed Mackenzie by the back of his head and pushed his face close to the screen. I don't know how he got there," Mackenzie stammered, feigning amazement. "Swear to God." "Don't lie to me, you miserable little shit. You lie to me, it'll only get worse for you." "I'm telling the truth," Mackenzie lied again. It's a second-hand computer. The download was already on it. I just found it when I was clearing its memory." "Liar," Sean told him, his voice threatening as his hand slipped behind Mackenzie's neck and began to squeeze hard, the pain opening his mouth and making him whimper in pain. "You're off to a bad start, Mackenzie. Now it's time to start telling the truth." The sweat on his brow made the thin brown hair of his long fringe stick to his forehead as his thin fingers tried to prise Sean's iron grip from the back of his neck. his dirty, broken fingernails scratching and drawing lines of blood on the back of Sean's hand.
"I'm not saying anything until I speak to a solicitor," he managed to say between deep swallows. "I know my rights."
"Fuck your rights," Sean hissed. "The children you were convicted of assaulting, where were their rights when you were abusing them, eh?" He thrust Mackenzie's face closer to the laptop screen. "Where are their rights?" "Maybe you should take it a little easy, Governor." Keeping her voice low, Sally laid a hand on Sean's arm. This was no game of good cop, bad cop. She'd seen Sean like this before and knew it could mean trouble. Trouble for them all. "Anyone wants to leave, they can leave," Sean told Sally and the other two detectives. "Mark and I wouldn't mind being left alone, would we, Mark? We could have a private chat, get a few things straightened out." Sally sighed inwardly, but said nothing. "I've got nothing to say to you." Mackenzie sneered through his pain, the fear leaving him as his mind began to spin with the possibilities of his situation. "Wrong," Sean shouted in his ear. "Time to talk, Mackenzie. Now, where's the boy? Where are you keeping him?" Mackenzie shook his head, trying to assess the situation and play it to his own advantage, to turn the tables on the police at last, especially the one who held him by the neck as if he were nothing more than an unruly dog. He couldn't stand the police, but this one was especially easy to hate. "I don't know what you're talking about," he answered. A sickening smirk twisted across his face as he fed off Sean's dark anger, sensing that he was the one in control, no matter how hard Sean squeezed his neck. No matter how much he might beat him or try to humiliate him, he held the power. For now. "The boy," Sean repeated. "You snatched him from his bedroom in Hampstead last night, but where is he now? What have you done with him? For your sake, Mark, I hope he's all right." "I've got nothing to say to you, whoever you are." "I already told you who I am, Mark. You need to pay a little more attention, and you need to answer my questions, and you need to answer them now. Do you know what happens to child murderers inside, Mark? Look at you. You wouldn't last a week before someone stuck a sharpened screwdriver in your liver. You already know all about living Rule 43 inside, don't you, Mark? But a child murderer, oh. How long before the screws accidentally leave your cell unlocked, eh?" "You finished yet?" Mackenzie asked, his smirk turning to a full-blown smile. "Fuck you, am I finished?" Sean told him as he pushed his face into the computer screen, releasing him at the same time and stepping back before he did something he knew he'd regret. "I'm just getting started, you disgusting piece of shit. Trust me, Mackenzie, when I'm finished, you'll know." Donnelly sat alone, surveying the interior of the cafe he'd found off Hampstead High Street, sipping the coffee he'd just bought, the price of which had made his eyes water. He regretted not opting for one of the many big chain coffee shops and saving himself a few pounds, even though he couldn't stand the places. It had been a few years since he'd attended any training courses at the nearby Peel Centre Police College, but even in that time, many of the independent cafes and restaurants had disappeared, overtaken by the ever-spreading international franchises. He sighed as he took a bite from his extortionate bacon sandwich and sipped the coffee that cost as much as a pint of bitter in his favourite pub. As his mind drifted back to the case in hand and his appointed task of organising the door-to-door inquiries, he couldn't suppress a snort of disgust at the way his talents were being wasted. Not that he had any intention of actually knocking on endless doors himself, speaking to the disinterested and the over-keen alike, though he had reserved a couple of addresses for his special attention, the immediate neighbours of the Bridgemans. He had quickly come to the conclusion that they were looking for some spectre who didn't actually exist. During his long service, he'd seen a lot of strange things, but when a child went missing and there was no sign of a forced entry, there was no need to look further than the parents. The boy was almost certainly dead already, and probably still hidden somewhere in the house. A suitcase or a holdall. Once the search team or dog unit found the body, they could crack on with the murder investigation, by which time he planned to be 1 or 2 steps ahead. Interviewing the neighbours would be the first of those steps. Donnelly hadn't even met the missing boy's parents yet, but just sitting in this cafe in the middle of Hampstead told him the sort of people they would be, smug and self-important. God, he loved putting the squeeze on types like that. They always thought they were so clever, so much cleverer than a dumb copper. Which was just how he liked it, because they invariably thought they were smart enough to talk their way out of any situation. In reality, they always ended up digging themselves great big holes to neatly fall headfirst into. If they really were as clever as they thought, they'd say nothing, just like the everyday feral criminal from any housing estate in London would. "How I love hubris," he told himself with a smile, the image of tearing their alibis to pieces across an interview table cheering him considerably. The cold, hard truth was that all he had to do was bide his time and wait for the body to turn up. Kentish Town Police Station sat on the corner of Kentish Town Road and Holmes Road, blending in perfectly with its bleak surroundings, its Victorian architecture oppressive and forbidding, a relic from the past that seemed to hold the entire area back, despite its proximity to some of the wealthiest and most sought-after areas of London. From outside the building, almost no signs of life could be seen within, just as the Victorians had wanted. Small windows with thick, dimpled glass kept the secrets of its business from the public outside. That suited Sean just fine as he and Sally sat in the small office they'd borrowed from the resident DI, preparing to interview Mark Mackenzie, who was currently languishing in the dingy, threatening cells that lay in the bowels of the building. "So, how much do you like Mackenzie for our yet-to-be-established abduction?" Sally asked, breaking minutes of silence. Sean looked up from Mackenzie's intelligence file, his expression telling her he hadn't heard a question. "What?" "Mackenzie, do you think he could be our man, if it's confirmed the boy's actually been taken?" "The boy's been taken," he assured her, "and yes, he could be our man. His previous is perfect, especially his record of nighttime residential burglaries while the families were at home sleeping. He's a creeper, and that makes him a dangerous individual. You and I both know that. People don't do nighttime burglaries while the residents are at home for profit alone. It gives them something else, a buzz, some perverted satisfaction. It makes them feel powerful and in control, even if half of them do end up fouling themselves with fear." "But not Mackenzie," Sally added. "There's nothing in his records to say he ever defecated at the scenes of his burglaries. Which means either he wasn't afraid, or he's learned to control his fear, both of which make him all the more dangerous. Add to that the fact he has previous for sexual assaults on children, and has used lockpicking as a way of gaining entry. Yes, I like him for this. A lot. But I could do with something a bit more concrete before we interview him. Which reminds me." He grabbed his mobile from the desk and searched its memory for one of the newest members of his team, then hit speed dial and waited. "Governor?" Goodwin answered. "How you getting on with that search team and dog unit?" "I'm going to meet them at the house in a couple of hours, Gov." "What's the hold-up?" Sean asked impatiently. "Anti-terrorist, Gov. They'd had them all tied up for days now, and I had to be a little economical with the truth to pull them away for a few hours, so if you get an irate call from any brass, I'm afraid that'll be down to me." "Well, if I do, I'll deal with it," Sean assured him. "You got a team, and that's all that matters. Anyone gives you a hard time, you tell them I made the call on that one. Understand?" "Thanks, Gov." "As soon as you get a result, let me know," Sean told him and hung up. "Problem?" Sally asked. "The house hasn't been searched yet," Sean told her, "and won't be for a few hours." "Shall we delay the interview?" No, we'll do it anyway. We got a missing 4-year-old. We can't afford to wait around." "So," Sally began, her eyebrows raised in exaggerated concern, "we'll be interviewing a possible suspect who we have no evidence against about a crime we can't even prove has happened. Well, this'll be interesting." "The crime's happened," Sean almost snapped at her, "and Mackenzie's a good suspect. We go with what we got. If the search teams or forensics come up with anything else, we can always re-interview him." "If you think he fits the bill, then that's good enough for me," Sally told him. Sean closed his eyes for a couple of seconds, allowing the images of Mackenzie crouched by the front door of the Bridgeman's house to flow into his mind. The dark figure quickly and smoothly working the locks as his breath condensed in the cold night air, before slipping inside the house and moving silently towards the stairs that would lead him to the boy he knew was sleeping upstairs. "How do you know?" He spoke aloud without knowing it. "No, what?" Sally asked, making him open his eyes.
It's nothing," he assured her. "Or at least nothing that's going to take us forward. Oh, Christ, my head is so full of crap at the moment I can barely think."
"Then use your experience instead," Sally encouraged him. "You've dealt with paedophiles before. What about that undercover case you were on?"
"Well, that was years ago."
"These particular leopards never change their spots."
"No," he agreed. "No, they don't."
"So, what was the job?"
"To infiltrate a paedophile ring calling itself the Network."
"Sounds like fun," Sally sniffed sarcastically.
"The internet was just beginning to spread, and typically the baddies were on it before we were, grooming kids online before getting them to perform. Sometimes with each other, sometimes with the men who'd groomed them. They'd film the abuse and post it on the internet."
"Why?" Sally asked.
"Because they were proud of what they did."
"Sick," Sally judged.
"Maybe. Or maybe that was just the way nature intended them. Anyway, I infiltrated their top man in prison first. Then on the outside we continued our relationship until eventually he let me into the heart of their organization. Something they called the Sanctum, made up of the members who actually did the abusing and oversaw distribution of the pictures."
"And you took 'em out?" Sally asked.
"We did. But the whole time I was with them, the head of the snake knew I was a cop, from the very first time he met me."
"He was bullshitting you?"
"No," Sean said without hesitation. "He knew. John Conway knew."
"Then why did he take you in?"
"Because he thought he could turn me," Sean admitted.
"Thought he could turn you into a paedophile?" Sally asked, confused.
"What else?" he answered, the question lingering unanswered between them. He steered the conversation back to the present. "But the network groomed their victims, luring them to places where they could safely meet them. And the victims were older, all between 9 and 13, not like this one. Our guy goes into the house and takes them, and he takes them when they're still very young."
"Them?" Sally asked. "He's only taken one, if that."
"Slip of the tongue," Sean lied. "Anyway, there's a damn good chance we have our man banged up downstairs, so if you're ready."
He stood, gathering up the piles of reports he'd been reading in preparation for the interview. "Ready when you are, Mr. Mackenzie," Sally said. "Ready when you are." DC Maggie O'Neill looked out of the 15th floor hotel room window at the view of Swiss Cottage and Maida Vale. The streets below twinkling and sparkling in the headlights, the crowded pavements bathed in the yellow light that leaked from the shop fronts. The traffic was in gridlock, the sounds of which drifted up to the 15th floor and through the double glazing. She offered the Bridgemans the use of a police safe house, but they had unceremoniously turned her offer down, instead opting to find and pay for their own temporary accommodation. Hence the 3-bedroom apartment in the hotel in Swiss Cottage. Mr. and Mrs. Bridgeman took the largest room, while the nanny and Sophia shared the twin room. Maggie could use the small single room if she felt it was necessary for her to spend the night with the family, and so far she did. She drew the curtains on the city below and turned to study the family, wishing she was tucked up at home in her small flat in Beckenham with her partner, who worked on the Mounted Division out of Wandsworth. She'd recently turned 30 and still hadn't told her parents and family back in Birmingham that she was gay, although she suspected her older sister had worked it out by now. The lack of boyfriends, no marriage talk, no baby talk. But for the rest, their conservative Irish background seemed to mean they'd rather not know the truth than have to deal with it. Besides, her brothers and sisters had already produced 4 grandchildren with the promise of plenty more to come. So it wasn't as if she was leaving her parents with no little brats to bounce on their knees at Christmas. She watched the nanny chasing 6-year-old Sophia around the living area, her excitement at staying in a London hotel on a school night making her even more difficult to deal with. All thoughts of her missing brother seemingly forgotten. How cruel and selfish young children can be, she thought to herself, as Sophia's noisy protests against bedtime drowned out the urgent whispers from the small kitchen next door, where Mr. and Mrs. Bridgeman had retreated in search of privacy. "Do you need any help there, Caroline?" she asked the nanny, who continued to chase the 6-year-old. "No, thanks," she replied. "I'm used to it. Come on, Sophia. It's time for bed." "You can't tell me what to do," Sophia unhelpfully answered. "You're not my mother." "Don't talk yourself into trouble, Sophia," Caroline warned, prompting the 6-year-old to turn her back on them and reluctantly head towards the bathroom, calling back without looking. "Whatever." Caroline rolled her eyes in Maggie's direction before whispering, "Proper little madam, that one." "What about her brother?" Maggie asked quietly. "What's George like?" "Not like this one. He's a really sweet boy," Caroline managed to answer before her voice failed and her eyes unexpectedly filled with tears. "Oh, I'm sorry," she stuttered. "I wasn't expecting to have to speak about him." "No, it's all right," Maggie reassured her. "In situations like this, our emotions can sometimes ambush us. One second you think you're fine, then the next—" "Poor George. Oh, dear God, poor George. What's happened to him?" "Don't worry," Maggie told her. "We'll find him." "How do you know that?" Caroline asked. "I mean, how do you know that for sure?" It was a question Maggie knew she had to avoid answering. "How's Mrs. Bridgeman coping?" "Oh, she's doing a decent job of hiding it, but I can tell she's scared. Really scared. This is killing her inside." The sound of Mr. Bridgeman's raised voice in the kitchen made them both freeze for a second. Their eyes locked, neither speaking until the sounds from the kitchen returned to faint murmuring. "And Mr. Bridgeman?" Maggie asked, her voice hushed. "How's he doing?" Caroline suddenly looked uncomfortable, like a child being asked to divulge a playground secret to a parent. I don't know," she answered. "It's difficult to say. Sometimes men hide their fear behind anger, especially men like Mr. Bridgeman." "Like Mr. Bridgeman?" "You know, powerful men who are used to being in control." "So who's he angry with?" "With? I didn't say he was angry with anyone in particular, just that he was angry at what's happened. He's upset, you know." Maggie ignored her explanation, sensing there was more for her to find. "Mrs. Bridgeman, is he angry with her, or maybe he's angry with George about something?" "Listen," Caroline tried to backtrack. "I don't really know what's going on. I'm just the nanny. I look after the children, that's all." She walked from the room in search of Sophia, leaving Maggie alone with her thoughts and doubts. She'd been family liaison officer on plenty of cases in the past. Until a body was found, family members would never wander too far from the phone or each other. But after the body was found and confirmed as their missing loved one, family members would frequently seek solitude for their grief. She'd seen murders destroy families more often than she'd seen them bring them together. The parents of victims often divorcing in the aftermath of murder. But she'd never seen or felt a reaction quite like she was seeing in the Bridgemans. A devastated mother and an angry father who seemed to be doing everything they could to avoid being in the same room as her. The usual non-stop flow of questions from the terrified parents was absent. Instead, she could hear the constant murmur of their hushed, urgent voices coming from the kitchen. She reminded herself that she'd never dealt with victims like the Bridgemans before, wealthy and privileged. The families she'd worked with had all been comfortable at best, poor beyond most people's understanding at worst. Maybe this was simply how rich people dealt with things. She just didn't know. But something in her still developing detective's instinct told her all was not as it should be, as if they resented her presence. It wasn't the first time she had encountered hostility as a family liaison officer, but that had been from criminal families whose hatred of the police wouldn't be softened by the mere death of a family member. That wasn't the case with the Bridgemans. So what was wrong? The loud buzzing noise filled the small interview room where Sean and Sally sat opposite Mark Mackenzie and his state-appointed duty solicitor. Sarah Jackson was a 56-year-old veteran of North London's police stations. Her plain, loose-fitting clothes covered a bulky 5'2" frame, and her round face was surrounded by short, curly hair. Ancient spectacles finished her look. Within minutes of meeting and talking to her, prior to introducing her to Mackenzie, Sean could tell she knew her business and would not be walked over, although he also sensed she was a straight player and wasn't here to do Mackenzie any special favours. If he admitted to her he'd taken the boy, then Sean would back Jackson to get him to admit it to them, for his own sake and the boy's. Sean's eyes never left Mackenzie, who squirmed in his rickety chair and waited for the buzzing to fall silent. When it did, Sean spoke first. "The time is approximately 8:15 p.m. This interview is being conducted in an interview room at Kentish Town Police Station. I am Detective Inspector Sean Corrigan, and the other officer present is Detective Sergeant Sally Jones." She introduced herself without needing to be prompted. "I am interviewing. Could you state your name clearly for the tape, please?" "Mark Mackenzie," he answered curtly with a thin smile. Sean continued to speak without having to think about the words, his mind already considering the questions he would ask, the small ball-hammer tabs he would keep making, attacking the veneer until finally Mackenzie's protective shell shattered. "And the other person present is?" Jackson answered without looking up from the note she was busy scribbling. "Sarah Jackson, solicitor, here to represent Mr. Mackenzie." Sean was glad to note the lack of self-important speech about rights, hypothetical questions, and fairness. She'd stated her business, and it was enough. "Mark," Sean continued, "you're still under caution, which means you don't have to say anything unless you wish to do so, but if you fail to mention when questioned something that you later rely on in court, it may harm your defence. Do you understand?" Mackenzie just shrugged. "I've explained all this to Mr. Mackenzie," said his solicitor, keen to move on. "And anything you do say can be used in evidence," Sean finished. Mackenzie said nothing. "I'll assume that's also been explained." Jackson briefly looked up and over the top of her spectacles. "It has," she told him, leaving Sean a little unsure who she disliked most, him or Mackenzie. Had she already done his job for him and browbeaten Mackenzie into making a confession? He decided there wasn't enough excitement in the room for that. "Mark, you've been arrested on suspicion of having abducted a 4-year-old boy, George Bridgeman, from his home in Hampstead last night. Is there anything you want to tell me about that?" "No comment," Mackenzie answered, looking Sean square in the face, while his solicitor seemed to raise her eyebrows as she stared down at her increasing notes. Was Mackenzie going against her advice? And if so, why? "Anything at all?" "No comment," Mackenzie continued, already beginning to sound irritated. "I'm sorry," Sean quickly changed tack. "Are my questions annoying you in some way?" Jackson gave him a warning glance. "No comment." "You live in Kentish Town, right? What's that got to do with anything? Pretty close to Hampstead, isn't it? So what?" "The boy went missing from Hampstead, from Courthope Road. Have you ever been to Courthope Road, Mark?" "No comment." "Did you go there last night?" "No comment." "Did you go there because you knew the boy would be there?" "No comment." "Did you take the boy, Mark? A simple yes or no?" "No comment." Sean leaned back silently for a few seconds before continuing, trying to read the man in front of him, trying to crawl inside his mind and see what he saw, feel what he felt. But nothing came to him. Keep asking the questions. Keep asking until the light begins to spill through a chink in his armour. Funny how you answer some questions no problem, but then when it's about the missing boy, you answer no comment. "That's his right, Inspector." Jackson was obliged to interrupt. "Of course." Sean insincerely apologised. "Just an observation, that was all." "So, you've never been to Courthope Road in Hampstead?" "I didn't say that," Mackenzie corrected him. "So, you have been there before?" "I didn't say that either." "Then what are you saying?" "Perhaps it would be better if you stuck to answering no comment," Jackson advised him. "And I'll ask you again," Sean kept up. "Have you ever been to Courthope Road or not?" "Like my solicitor says, no comment." "Mark, we're investigating the disappearance of a very young boy. If you're involved in it, then you really need to start answering my questions." "Disappeared? Sure of that, are you?" "What do you mean?" Sean asked, caught slightly off guard by Mackenzie's question. "I mean, have you searched the house properly yet? I know how you police do things, slow and steady, step by step, always afraid of missing something."
It's being done as we speak, Sean told him bluntly, but I'm sure the boy is missing. Then maybe his parents did him in and got rid of the body before they called you lot, knowing you'd come after someone like me to blame for it. Is that how you see yourself, then? As a victim? Mackenzie ignored him and shrugged his shoulders, the thin smile still fixed on his face. Or you're right. Someone went into the house and took him away right under your nose. Right under my nose? Sean asked. You're a policeman, aren't you? You're supposed to stop things like this from happening. Was that Mackenzie's motivation? Some kind of twisted intellectual vanity? A misguided sense of needing revenge on the police and justice system for all that had happened to him? Take the boy to prove he could get away with murder? I suppose so, Sean played along. But whoever took the boy was obviously extremely smart. They got in and out without leaving a single piece of evidence. Mackenzie's smile grew a little wider as his eyes grew narrower. Is that why someone took the boy? To show us how clever they are? Maybe. And is that someone you? Mackenzie laughed. You'll have to do better than that. This is not a game, Mark. Do you know what your life will be like if anything happens to the boy? Nowhere will be safe for you ever again. Is that a threat? Mackenzie pushed back, making his solicitor look up like a teacher surveying a class of troublemakers. No, Sean answered. It's a warning. Don't patronise me. I know what it's like to survive behind bars once they call you a sex offender. You bastards have put me away before, remember? But I survived all right, and I will again if I have to. By this time it'll be child abduction, Sean warned him. You'll be the scalp everyone's looking to take. Only if you can prove it, Mackenzie mocked, stopping Sean dead for a while. OK, Sean continued after a few seconds. Let's move on to something I can prove, and maybe we'll come back to the missing boy. Earlier today, when you were arrested in your flat, there was something on your laptop. Care to tell me what it was? You know what it was. But I told you, I just bought it second-hand. The stuff you saw was already on it. Come on, Mark, Sean gently encouraged. We've already had a look at it, and it's clear the obscene images of children, Mark, were only downloaded seconds before we entered your flat. And seeing as how you were the only person there, it kind of means you had to be the one who downloaded them, doesn't it? Must have been a glitch, or maybe someone downloaded it remotely from somewhere else. Onto your laptop? It's possible. Not with your previous, it's not, Sean told him. Are you aware of bad character evidence? Have you discussed it with your solicitor? Mackenzie shrugged while Jackson briefly looked up to shake her head. It means, if you rely on a story like that, then we can tell the jury all about your previous convictions for downloading other similar pornography, not to mention your convictions for sexually assaulting children. I really don't think that's going to help your cause. You can't prove anything. By the time the specialists at our computer laboratory have examined that laptop, I'll be able to prove plenty. If you say so. You're going back inside, Mark. I don't think so. Mackenzie's misplaced confidence was beginning to irritate him. Well, at least we've established one thing, that you're a liar. A liar who, even when faced with the truth, still can't be honest. Mackenzie squirmed a little in his chair. Everybody in this room knows you downloaded the child pornography yourself, and everybody here knows you took the boy. Sally and Jackson now also shuffled uncomfortably in their chairs. Like I said, Mackenzie goaded him, you can't prove anything, and you can't save the boy. You're too late. What do you mean? Sean asked as calmly as he could. What do you mean, I'm too late? That's for me to know, and you to find out. If you know something, you need to tell me. Mackenzie's foot tapped fast and repeatedly as his excitement grew. I don't have to tell you anything. Sean's heart burnt with anger at Mackenzie and fear for the missing boy. But he wouldn't play Mackenzie's game any more. It was too easy for him to come up with soundbite answers that might mean something or nothing. Did it feel good? He began. Being alone in the street in the middle of the night. Quiet and cold, nothing but the sound of the leaves and the wind.
Mackenzie stopped tapping his foot and looked Sean in the eyes for almost the first time. "You're good with locks, but it still must have taken a while to get the door open. Were you scared someone would hear or see you? Kneeling outside by the front door must have been difficult. Working with gloves on, using those fine, small tools. But you had to wear them because it was cold that night, and you needed to stop your fingers from going numb, didn't you?" Mackenzie squinted and frowned, his thin smile all but gone. "And when you finally stepped inside the house, the warmth hitting you in the face, the smell of the family must have been almost more than you could bear. Did it make you feel dizzy, like you were having a dream?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Mackenzie interrupted. "What did it feel like, Mark? Climbing those stairs towards the boy's room? Walking past his mother's bedroom while she slept? Knowing that you were going to take her baby?" Jackson glanced at him, her face betraying that she had children herself. No matter how grown up they may be now, her mother's instincts stopping her from intervening even when she should. "Did it make you feel special, Mark? Special like you never feel in everyday life? Did it make you feel powerful?" "Guessing, guessing, guessing," Mackenzie hissed. "All you're doing is guessing." "But why didn't you touch the mother? Is it because you're a coward? Because you were afraid of her, afraid to rape a grown woman in case she fought back?" This is going too far, Inspector," Jackson finally interjected. "Which is why it has to be children for you, doesn't it?" Sean ignored her, his voice louder than before. "But why not the little girl? Is it only little boys that do it for you, Mark?" "I think that's enough, Inspector," Jackson insisted, her voice matching his until Mackenzie spoke over the top of both of them. "You think you're so clever. The police," he spat at them. "Fuck the police. I have the power here, no one else. I say what happens. We play by my rules, no one else's." "You have the power, Mark? Your rules? You seem to be forgetting something." "Yeah? And what would that be?" "That we've already caught you." Mackenzie looked shocked for a moment, but then his blank expression began to grow into a smile, and the smile into a barely audible laugh. His laughter grew until it was as loud as it was mocking, and all the time he stared into Sean's eyes. Sean was close to leaping across the interview table when his vibrating phone distracted him. "Fuck!" he swore too loudly before remembering his every word was being recorded. He snatched the phone from his belt and examined the caller ID. "Sorry, but I need to take this. For the recording, D.I. Corrigan is leaving the room for a short while." He made sure the door was shut behind him before he answered. "Ashley, what you got?" "The special search team and dog have both been through the house," D.C. Goodwin told him. "And?" Sean asked impatiently. "Nothing. The boy's definitely not still in the house." "They absolutely sure?" "Sorry, Gov, but the boy's gone, no doubt about it." "Christ," Sean blasphemed. For all that he'd been convinced the boy had been taken, it was still a deeply disturbing jolt to have it confirmed. "What about a scent? Did the dog pick up on any scent?" "Sorry," Goodwin explained. "Too many people have been through the house too many times, including the boy. The dog followed his scent to the front door, but once in the street it didn't know which way to turn." "Okay, Ash, and thanks. You might as well get the forensic team in now, see what they can find." He hung up, returned to the interview room, and sat down heavily. D.I. Corrigan re-entering the interview room. "Everything all right?" Sally asked. "Fine," Sean lied. "I'd just like to clear a few things up before we take a break." "Such as?" Mackenzie asked, suspicious of Sean's surprise exit and re-entry. He'd been interviewed enough times to know the police weren't above an underhand trick or two to get a confession, especially from a convicted paedophile. "The house George Bridgeman was reported missing from has now been thoroughly searched." He paused for a second to give himself time to read Mackenzie's face. "There's no sign of him." Mackenzie's foot immediately started tapping uncontrollably again. "A full forensic search of the house will be starting almost immediately, looking for any tiny traces of whoever went to the boy's room and took him. We've taken your clothes and body samples already. How long before we put you at the scene, Mark? How long?" "Too long,"
Mackenzie grinned. Too long to save the boy. We'll see, Sean answered. You're too late, Mackenzie almost sang. You're too late, you're too late. Over and over again. This interview is concluded, Sean told him, pushing the stop button that made a heavy click, followed by a slight whirring sound. The noise reverberating around the room as Sean gathered his sparse interview notes and headed for the door as quickly as he could before Mackenzie's mocking chants pushed him beyond control. Sally followed him out of the room, leaving Mackenzie alone with his solicitor. They walked a few steps away from the door before speaking in hushed conspiratorial tones. "What do you think?" Sally asked. "He couldn't look more like our man if he tried," Sean answered. "Well, we know the boy's definitely missing now, so it's Mackenzie or the parents." "In all likelihood," Sean agreed. "But what game is he playing? He neither denies taking the boy nor admits it. He seems to want to float somewhere in the middle. But why? If I could just get inside—" "Inside what?" Sally jumped on him. "Inside his head. Last time you did that, it didn't work out too well, did it?" "We got our man," Sean argued, "and probably saved at least one life." "Yeah, and Keller almost took yours. Remember? Maybe this time we can just do things normally. You know, follow the evidence, wait for backup, that sort of thing." "Is that what you think George Bridgeman wants us to do? Huh? Sit around waiting for the evidence to come to us? Is that what his parents want?" "I guess that depends on whether they were involved or not. I'm beginning to think you're not even considering them as suspects." "I'm considering everything. Right now, I'm considering everything." "But you like Mackenzie for it more than the other options." "Well, don't you? His previous, his lock-picking skills, the way he's behaving in interview, I have to like him for it." "Fair enough," Sally agreed. "So, what do we do now?" "Lock him up till the morning and then interview him again. Perhaps by that time we'll have something from forensics to rattle his cage with." "And if we don't?" "I don't know. I'll think of something. Something to knock him out of his stride, with or without more evidence. He'll talk, eventually." "Why would he do that?" Sally asked. "Because he wants to," Sean explained. "They all want to. That's half the reason they do what they do. He just needs a few more shoves in the right direction. I'm going to pop back to the yard and see what's happening. Get hold of the local superintendent and have them meet you here in the morning to sort out an extension of detention for Mackenzie. I'll meet you back here later tomorrow morning to interview him again. Once you've got it sorted, go home and get some rest while you can." "And you?" Sally asked, trying to sound matter-of-fact to hide her concerns. "I'll get home later," he promised as he headed for the exit. "I'll see you in the morning," he called over his shoulder and was gone. "Here we go again," Sally told no one. "Here we go again." Donnelly stood on the doorstep of 9 Courthope Road, warrant card in hand, and waited for the door to be opened. He'd already visited the Bridgmans' neighbours on the other side in number 5, the Beersdorfs, Simon and Emily, had given him more than a few interesting tidbits about the Bridgmans, even if they hadn't realised they were doing so. How they had no intention of moving their children from their current school some distance from home rather than send them to the excellent local private school. How they never really spoke to anyone or tried to socialise, keeping themselves very much to themselves and seemingly avoiding their new neighbours. And then there had been the occasional sound of heated voices raised in argument, the children being shouted at. They had been at pains to explain that they understood all couples and families argued from time to time, but the Bridgmans' arguments happened little too often and were a little too disturbing. Everything was turning out just how he thought it would. The door was finally opened by yet another attractive woman, although she was slightly older than the norm for the street. She must have been in her early 50s. Nevertheless, she had the same physical characteristics as the other women wealthy enough to live in this part of Hampstead. Tall, slim, perfect skin, and expertly dyed silver-blonde hair in a ponytail. She spoke in the same accent as everyone else, too, almost a non-accent, but with just a hint of the aristocratic, as she peered through the small gap the security chain allowed. "Yes? Can I help you?" "Mrs. Howells,"
Donnelly asked, flipping his warrant card open for her to examine. "Detective Sergeant Donnelly from, He struggled to remember the name of his new team for a second. Special Investigations Unit, New Scotland Yard." "How do you know my name?" she asked, still scrutinising his warrant card, her first reaction one of suspicion. "I've just been speaking with the Beersdorfs from number 5. I took the liberty of asking them your name. I hope you don't mind." "No," she lied. "I assume this is about the little boy from next door." "You heard, then?" "Couldn't help hearing with all the police walking up and down the street. Have you found him yet?" "No," Donnelly answered. "Sadly not." "His poor mother," Mrs. Howells said without feeling. "She must be beside herself with worry." She's holding up. Sorry, I didn't catch your first name." "Philippa," she told him. "Well, Philippa, I was wondering if I could come inside and speak with you for a minute." "Well, it's very late. I was expecting someone from the police to call here earlier, but perhaps you could come back tomorrow?" "Better to get it out the way now," Donnelly quickly told her, sensing she was about to close the door. "Anything that might help us find the little boy, right?" "Very well," she relented, flicking the chain off the hook and swinging the door open for him. "You'd better come inside." "That's very kind of you," Donnelly said as he skipped up the stairs. "Is Mr. Howells also at home by any chance?" he asked. "No," she answered curtly while closing the door. "He's away on business." "Pity," he told her. "Ideally, I would have liked to speak to both of you." "I don't suppose my husband would know any more than I do," she explained, leading him through the house to the large kitchen diner, a common feature in the houses of the street. "We hardly know them. They only moved in a few weeks ago, but I suppose you already know that. Please, take a seat," she told him, indicating a stool at the breakfast bar. "And you pop round to introduce yourself?" Donnelly asked, keen to speed things along. "Of course. This is a friendly street. We had a street party for the Jubilee, and every Christmas we have a big party for all the kids at the local tennis club, that sort of thing." "But the Bridgemans didn't want to know." "You could say that. She seemed keener than her husband, but not exactly over-friendly." "So the husband seemed to be the one wanting them to keep their distance. Is that fair?" "I suppose so," she answered. "I assumed they were just shy and preferred to keep themselves to themselves." "Fair enough," Donnelly encouraged. "Exactly, but they'd only been here for a few days when, well, quite frankly, the arguments started. Believe me, the walls of these houses are pretty solid, but you could still hear them. Or rather, him." "So it was Mr. Bridgeman doing the shouting?" "She joined in, but yes, mainly him." "Could you hear what they were arguing about?" "Not really, although I did hear him calling her a liar bitch one time. I think at the point my husband and I vowed to have as little to do with them as possible, and that's the way it's been." "What about the kids? How did they seem?" "All right, considering." "And the children's behaviour?" "Fine. The little girl—" "Sophia?" "Yes, Sophia seemed to have a lot to say for herself, but the little boy—" "George?" "Yes, sorry, George was a very quiet boy from what I could tell, but, like I said, we don't really know them." "But on the occasions you did see them," Donnelly pressed, "maybe in the back garden or out the front there, how did the parents seem towards the children?" Donnelly's chirping mobile broke the flow of questions and answers, making him curse under his breath. The caller ID told him it was Sean. He answered without excusing himself. "Governor?" "Where are you?" Sean asked. "Door to door as assigned, speaking to the Bridgeman's neighbours, who are being very helpful," he added for the benefit of the listening Mrs. Howells. "Good," Sean told him. "While you're doing that, you should bear in mind the house has now been searched properly and the boy hasn't been found." Donnelly cursed inwardly, twice. Once for not being right about the boy's body being found in the house, and again for not making sure D.C. Goodwin tipped him off about the search before he told Sean. The news must have come through while he was in with the Beersdorfs. Damn it. Not to worry. His theory still held water. After killing the boy, the Bridgemans could easily have moved the body from the house, perhaps to a secure place while they waited for the heat to die down before getting rid of it permanently. Or maybe they had already disposed of it.
Is that so? He finally answered. Yes, and the one we have in custody is shaping up nicely, Sean continued. Has he admitted it yet? Donnelly asked, disappointment at the prospect of being proved wrong mingling with satisfaction that the person responsible was in custody. He had no problem swallowing his pride for the sake of getting a conviction on some sick bastard kiddie fiddler. No, Sean told him, but he hasn't denied it either, and you have to ask yourself why he wouldn't deny it if he wasn't involved. Because he's insane, Donnelly offered. Not this one, Sean explained. He's wired wrong, but he's not insane. Seems to want to play games, too. With us? Apparently. Finish up where you are and try and get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be an early start and late finish, as is every day until we find George. One way or the other. Donnelly heard the connection go dead. Sorry about that. Where were we? Donnelly asked Mrs. Howells. The Bridgeman children, she reminded him. Aye, indeed. From what you could see, how did the parents behave towards their children? Okay, she answered. Although what? Donnelly seized on it. From the bits and pieces I've seen, they were fine towards Sophia, but... But? He pushed her. Not Celia, but Mr. Bridgeman always seemed a little cold towards George. Any idea why? Well, as I said, I barely know them. I'm just telling you what struck me from the little I observed. Well, that's very interesting, Donnelly told her. But he's fine towards Sophia. Kisses and cuddles on the doorstep when he comes home, plays with her in the garden at the weekends. Nothing unusual about her daddy's girl. I have a few kids of my own, and my 10-year-old has only eyes for her old dad, much to the annoyance of her mother. It's getting very late now, Mrs. Howells said with a polite smile Donnelly had seen 1,000 times before. I really ought to check on the children. Have you ever seen him maybe hit the boy? Donnelly ignored her hints. No, of course not. Ever see him touch George in an inappropriate way? I really don't think I should say any more. Anything you can tell me will be treated as confidential, Mrs. Howells. I've told you all I know. I never saw him abuse George in any way. It's just he was cold towards him, Donnelly reminded her. Yes, she admitted. And your mother's instinct told you something was wrong. Donnelly tried to seduce her with praise. Yes, no, I'm not sure. No, really, I'm not. It's late, Detective. I must... Donnelly tapped the top of the breakfast bar before standing and fastening his overcoat against the cold that waited for him outside. Of course, he told her. You've been a great help. I just hope I haven't misled you, she told him. Oh, I don't think you've done that, Mrs. Howells. I don't think you've done that at all. Sean cursed his 9-to-5 neighbours as he searched and failed to find a parking spot anywhere close to the front door of his modest 3-bedroom terraced house in East Dulwich, bought just before the wealth spread into the area from Dulwich Village and Blackheath. Maybe Kate was right. They should cash in while it was worth as much as it was and flee to New Zealand. Perhaps then he would be able to afford somewhere with off-street parking instead of going through this nightly ritual of imagining his neighbours smugly tucked up in their beds while they thought of him having to park a couple of streets away. At least it wasn't raining. Finally, he parked up and trudged back towards his house, passing cars that he knew would still be parked in the same places as he headed back to his own the next morning. Last home and first to leave, same as usual. His head was still buzzing with the day's events, the office move, the new case, meeting the missing boy's parents, and most of all the interview with Mackenzie and all the questions he'd thought of on the way home that he'd forgotten to ask during the interview. He had only a few hours before it would be time to head back to work and pick up where he left off. And experience told him that if he was to get any rest at all, he needed to unwind. Sit alone and watch something on the TV unrelated to any type of police work, while he consumed as much bourbon as he dared to slow his racing mind, without leaving him groggy in the morning. To his disappointment, as he entered the house, he sensed Kate was still up, a sinking feeling in his belly making him feel guilty for seeking solitude.
He eased the door shut behind him and headed for the kitchen where he knew she would be waiting. "You're late," she said unconfrontationally, "or at least later than you've been for a while." "They finally gave us a new case," he told her, trying not to show his excitement and relief at once again being gainfully employed, once again leading the hunt. "Oh," she responded, not hiding her disappointment. "They weren't going to leave me alone forever." He gave an apologetic shrug. "No," she agreed. "I realized that. It's just I was getting used to having you around a bit more than usual, and so were the girls." "Well, you've had a good run. Perhaps we should just be grateful for that." "Grateful?" Kate snapped, then immediately softened her tone. "You were shot, Sean. I think you earned some time off." "Maybe," he answered, desperately wishing he could just be alone as he pulled a glass and a bottle of bourbon from a cupboard the kids couldn't reach, and poured 2 fingers before emptying his pockets on the kitchen table and slumping into a chair on the other side to his wife. "Haven't seen you do that in a while," she told him, her eyes accusing the drink in his hand. "I need to sleep tonight, and this'll help." "If I didn't know better, I'd say you look pretty pleased with yourself," she told him. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Sitting there, drink in hand, hardly speaking, holier-than-thou look on your face." He couldn't help but grin a little. Maybe she was right. Maybe he was enjoying being back in the same old shit. "Yeah, that smile says it all." "Oh, don't be so pissed off," he told her. "I'm a detective. They pay me to solve cases, catch the bad guys, save the day, remember?" "I'm pissed off because I was worried, Sean. I called you several times and left messages, but you didn't call back. Not even a text." He lifted his mobile from the table and checked for missed calls. Sure enough, she'd called him several times. "Sorry," he told her. "I must have been in the middle of an interview." "I don't know, Sean. It feels like we're heading back to the bad old days. Me here alone with the kids while you run around trying to get yourself... We can do better than this, can't we?" "It's only been one night," he reminded her. "You said it's a new case, so we all know what that means." Sean didn't respond as a silence fell between them that only increased his yearning to be alone. "So, what is it?" "What's what?" he asked unnecessarily. "The new case." "A 4-year-old boy gone missing from his home in Hampstead," he answered, immediately regretting mentioning Hampstead. "Hampstead?" Kate seized on it. "Why are you investigating something that happened in Hampstead?" He took a gulp of the bourbon before answering. "They've moved us to the yard." "Why would they do that?" she asked, her voice heavy with suspicion. He swallowed the liquid he'd been holding in his mouth and waited for the burning in his throat to cease before answering. "They've changed my brief," he told her. "We're to investigate murders and crimes of special interest across the whole of London, not just the southeast." "Have they centralised all the murder teams?" she asked, her voice tightening with concern. "No, just mine." Kate took a few seconds to comprehend what it could mean. "So, now they can dump anything from anywhere on you. Oh, that's just fucking great, Sean. I mean, that's really just fucking great." "Well, what do you want me to do?" he asked. "I had no choice." "Don't be so damn weak," she chastised him. "You could have said no." "That's not how it works. Now, you know that." "Sean, it doesn't work at all. God, it was bad enough before, and now it's going to be even worse, if that's at all possible. Everything we've planned for the next few weeks, I might just as well scrap, just chuck it in the bin." The frustration at not being alone finally snapped him. "Well, I am sorry if I'm fucking up your social calendar. I thought it was a bit more important to find this 4-year-old boy before some paedophile bastard rapes and murders him. I'll tell his parents I can't help them anymore because my wife's made dinner reservations. Will that make you happy?" Fuck you, Sean, and your self-important, arrogant bullshit. I'm going to bed." She sprang to her feet, almost knocking the chair over, then looked across the table accusingly. "I don't suppose there's much point in asking when you'll next be home at a reasonable time?" "That's not really up to me, is it? That's up to whoever took the—" "Oh, I have had enough of this crap," she told him, and turned her back on him as she headed for the stairs. He considered calling after her, trying to make the peace before it was too late. But that would mean more sitting and talking, lessening any chance he'd have of calming his mind enough to think as he needed, to think about who could have taken George Bridgeman. But the damage had already been done, and the fight with Kate had only added more turmoil to the mix. Now he wouldn't be able to think or sleep. Fuck it! He swore at the room and drained his glass. Why do I always have to be such a prick? Chapter 4. The only window in the prison cell was made of heavy, opaque square glass bricks, through which the rising sunlight outside struggled to penetrate. But it was enough to stir Mark Mackenzie from his shallow sleep. He'd grown used to sleeping in prison cells, at police stations, or more permanent institutions. Although he slept better than most, he was still frequently disturbed by the comings and goings of prisoners elsewhere in the custody area. Drunken fights and the screams of the mentally ill, locked up until the system decided what to do with them. He pulled the regulation blue prisoner's blanket off and padded barefoot on the cold stone floor to the stainless steel toilet which had been bolted to the wall in a purpose-built alcove of the small room, to afford the user some degree of privacy if the cell was being shared. Mercifully, he was on his own, the white paper forensic suit ensuring he would not be expected to share this Victorian hole with anyone else. But the suit also marked him out to police and villains alike as something special, and the other criminals had a dog sense born of the need to survive that told them at a glance that he was no armed robber to be respected and revered, no suspected gangland assassin to be avoided or sucked up to. No, they knew what he was. A sex case, a rapist or kiddie fiddler. Either way, he wouldn't be sharing his accommodation with anyone, just in case. He didn't fear too much for his safety while he was banged up with the old Bill. He knew they wouldn't let the other prisoners near him, and thanks to the advent of CCTV inside custody areas, the risk of a visit from a uniformed Neanderthal administering summary justice was unlikely. But if he ended up going back to prison, things would be different, even on Rule 43, segregated from the main prison population. He would be constantly living on his nerves, always aware that a vindictive prison officer, or, more likely, a bribed one, might leave a door unlocked just at the right time. He tried not to dwell on the subject as he finished emptying his bladder and returned to his bed, a flat blue plastic mattress on a completely solid wooden bench affixed to the wall on 3 sides. He pulled the blue blanket back over himself to keep out the morning chill. Clearly some police bastard had turned the heating off in his cell, knowing he only had a paper suit and thin blanket to keep out the cold. As he lay on his back, staring at the off-green ceiling, his mind wandered back to his life as a young teenager, living with his drunken stepfather who beat him for light entertainment, and a mother who was too busy with much younger children from her new husband and too in need of the income he provided to do anything about it. And then the stepfather had started making accusations, whispering evil things in his mother's ear about how he seemed a bit too keen to help bathe the younger children, how he'd caught him sneaking out of their bedrooms in the middle of the night. Even though they couldn't prove anything, when he was only 16 years old, they had pushed him out of the door with a suitcase and £200 cash, given to him only once he'd promised never to come back. His pleas to his mother had fallen on deaf ears, but alone in the world, he'd survived, living off a pittance of unemployment benefit in God-forsaken bedsits, until finally he'd been forced to take a job as an apprentice locksmith as part of his job seeker program. After a few months, he realized he was actually enjoying the job, getting up every day knowing he had a purpose. Everybody in the small family business treated him with respect, treated him indeed as if he were part of their family, as he watched and learned from the more experienced locksmiths. Soon he could fit almost any type of lock to almost any type of door, and had even begun to learn the finer art of picking the locks open, a company speciality that had saved many a customer the expense of fitting new locks to doors that had unexpectedly swung shut on them. It started innocently enough as far as he was concerned, just a bit of harmless thrill-seeking, crouching in the dark at the doors of shops closed for the night, working his fine tools until the locks popped open, pushing the doors inwards until the burglar alarms were activated, then watching from a safe distance as the attending police berated the shopkeeper who they dragged out in the middle of the night to turn off the terrible noise, warning them that police would stop responding to their alarms if they couldn't even be bothered to make sure they'd shut their doors properly. His nighttime games were amusing, as well as giving him the opportunity to hone his newfound skills. But soon their appeal began to wear thin. He needed more. The first few years of his life had been happy enough, as far as he could remember, living with his mother and real father as an only child. But the admiring looks his mother drew from other men drove his father insane with jealousy, an insanity he tried to drown in drink, until finally his alcoholism chased him from the family home, never to be seen again. He died a few years later and was buried in a pauper's grave somewhere in the Midlands. After that, it had been a succession of strange men he was told to call uncle, until such time as they became more permanent in his mother's life. Some had been decent enough, but most saw him at best as an inconvenience, while a few had treated him as something to be used and abused. All the while, he'd had to watch the children of other families being loved and cherished by their parents, knowing that, while he was unwelcome in his own home, they would be sleeping soundly in warm, comfortable beds. If only he could share some of their life. Finally, he could wait no longer, and at last he perfected the method of becoming part of another family without anyone ever knowing. He slipped into their houses through silently open windows and doors, his lock-picking skills improving with each adventure, standing in the kitchens and living rooms of the families as they slept upstairs, knowing that if he was caught, he would be accused of terrible things. But all he wanted was to be alone with them, safe and accepted, part of a real family. For a long time, he was too afraid to venture upstairs and stand in the same rooms as the sleeping children. Instead, he'd settled for taking things to remind him of his innocent visits. Not things of value, just little keepsakes no one would miss. But eventually, that was no longer enough, and his fear of walking up the long, creaking staircases was overwhelmed by his need to see the sleeping children. So, he took his first terrifying walk up the stairs, struggling to control his bladder and bowels as he slid past the parents' room and entered the room of a little girl bathed in her blue nightlight. It had been everything he'd dreamed it would be. Standing, watching her little chest rise and fall under the covers, her long, curly hair draped over her face like a beautiful veil. Her room was warm and pretty, with princesses and rainbows on her wallpaper, toys and dolls on every surface as she slept in her soft, comfortable bed, wrapped in a floral patterned duvet that smelled of fresh orchids on a spring day. So this was how the other children had lived, cared for and adored as far from his own childhood as it was possible to imagine. Tears had rolled down his face as he stood watching her, tears of happiness for her and sadness for his own lost childhood. After what seemed an age, he left her room and slipped away as quietly as he'd arrived, taking one of her dolls from the shelf as he did so, being sure to lock the window behind him, leaving it just as he'd found it. Time and again he paid his visits to the sleeping, always taking something small and personal from the child's room. Just another toy lost or misplaced, soon forgotten by both parents and child alike. His collection of soft toys and dolls was squeezed into a suitcase stored under his bed for when he needed their help to relive his innocent little visits. But his wage as an apprentice remained small, and while he was in the houses, he saw many things of value. Watches, jewellery, cash in purses and wallets. Small things at first, but as he became bolder, the things he took grew larger. Laptops, iPads, Blu-ray players. He knew just the landlord in just the pub to sell them to. No questions asked, cash over the counter. Finally, his luck ran out as he let himself out of a back door of a semi-detached in Tufnell Park, straight into the arms of a waiting uniformed police constable who was quietly investigating a call from a concerned neighbour who thought they'd heard something suspicious in next door's garden. Obviously, he'd been unable to explain the laptop and iPhone they'd found in his bag, And once it was established he was not the lawful occupier of the semi-detached, he was arrested for residential burglary and handed over to the local CID for further investigation. He could still clearly remember the abject terror he'd felt when the detectives had handcuffed him and said they were going to take him back to his bedsit to search it for further stolen goods. His mind suddenly unable to think of anything other than the suitcase under the bed and the damning evidence it contained. Trying not to sound too desperate, he told the police he'd happily admit to the burglary and that therefore there was really no need to search his home. But his pleas had been ignored. 30 minutes later, he could only stand and watch in horror as the younger of the two detectives pulled the suitcase from under the bed and flicked open the latches, throwing open the lid to reveal the toys inside. "From my childhood," he'd lied before the detective could speak. "My parents were going to throw them away, so I brought them here. I was going to try and sell them. Some of them might be worth something." Before the detective could question him, his colleague distracted both of them as he began to pull watches, credit cards, mobile phones and jewellery from a drawer in a chest. "Hello there," he mocked as he let the items he'd found fall through his fingers like pirate's gold. "Looks like you've been a very busy boy, Mark." Mackenzie's eyes had never left the suitcase until, to his astonishment and relief, the younger detective closed it and slid it back under the bed before moving quickly to his colleague's side to examine the items that seemed far more interesting than a suitcase of old toys, and certainly easier to trace and prove as stolen. "You're fucked," the detective added for good measure. "Properly fucked." It was all he could do to suppress the smile he felt warming his insides as he continued to thank God that the burglary he'd been arrested for had been one of the rare occasions when he hadn't taken a toy from the child's room as a trophy. If he had, the suitcase under the bed would have meant so much more to the young detective, but now it had simply been forgotten. He admitted to 8 different residential burglaries, listening carefully as the police listed the property taken from the homes, always fearful the toys he'd taken would be on the list. But they never were. Perhaps the parents of the children had never noticed them missing in the first place. Or maybe they had, but not until days after the burglaries, by which time their minds, their imaginations, had failed to make the connection. 4 months later, as a first-time offender, he was sentenced to 9 months' imprisonment and was out in 5. Jobless and homeless, until the probation service found him another shithole of a bedsit. With so much time on his hands and bitterness in his heart, old, dark, disturbing longings soon began to stir in the pit of his soul, and he knew that merely standing by the sides of their beds wouldn't be enough anymore. Besides, if the police were looking at him, they'd be looking at him during the night, as they would any nighttime offender. And so it was that he found himself stalking playgrounds during the day, always waiting for his opportunity, waiting for the watching mothers to look away at the wrong moment, for the young child to wander too close to where he hid, which was exactly what the little boy had done that fateful Wednesday afternoon. He led him away through the woods, touching him and making him do things as he listened to the cries and screams coming from the playground, as the mother and the other hens frantically searched for the little boy. He'd finally panicked and run deeper into the woods, leaving the boy alone, sobbing. But he soon became lost and disorientated, voices seemingly closing in on him from all sides. So he decided to hide in the hollow of an old tree, covering himself with dead leaves as the sound of a barking dog joined the chorus of shouts and screams. Eventually, the hound came so close that he could hear its sniffling and scratching, and he made a last desperate run for it, only for the huge, terrifying beast to bring him down hard within a few paces. A uniformed dog handler arrived, but was clearly in no hurry to call the beast to bay, and in that moment he knew he'd be labelled forever, labelled as a child molester, hated by all but his own kind. As a residential burglar, he'd already been treated by the police as something ugly and suspicious, but that was nothing compared to the treatment he'd received after his arrest for the sexual assault of the child. It seemed everywhere he turned someone would be singing in a whisper, "Sex case, hang him, hang him, hang him." His first week in prison had been a living hell, But somehow he'd survived in the open prison population until he was eventually moved to a segregated wing on Rule 43 with all the other sex offenders. His 2-year sentence had given him plenty of time to think about the bastard police and their revelling at his expense, and now he had this new bastard cop all over him, Detective Inspector Corrigan. Soon they would learn that it was he who held the power in this particular game, he who would lead them by the nose, and when the time was right, it would be he who humiliated them all the bastard police, but especially Detective Inspector Sean Corrigan. Sean swung into the new inquiry office at Scotland Yard shortly after 8 a.m. and was immediately confronted by a scene of chaos as his team continued to unpack cardboard boxes and rearrange the furniture, crawling under desks to search for PowerPoints and telephone sockets. Donnelly stood in the middle of the maelstrom, conducting affairs without offering to help, while Sally took refuge in her office, her head buried in reports. She gave a start when Sean rattled on the side of her open door. "Bloody hell," she told him, pressing her hand to the scars hidden under her white blouse, smiling as she spoke. "You scared me." "Sorry," he apologized, his eyes inadvertently falling on the hand covering her chest. "I wasn't trying to sneak up on you." "I know," she assured him, her hand slipping down to her lap. "Can't hear anyone approaching above that din out there." Sean stepped inside her office and closed the door. "Did you get the extension of detention okay?" "Yeah, the local superintendent was most obliging, but it still only gives us a few hours before we either release him, charge him, or try our luck with the magistrates to get a further extension." "Well, hopefully it won't come to that. We'll get back to Kentish as soon as we can and re-interview him, see if we can't put the frighteners on him a bit and get him to talk." "Any ideas how we're going to do that?" "I don't know. Maybe tell him that the papers and TV are onto him, digging up his past. Let him know we can't protect him if he doesn't confess, that he'll have to take his chances out on the streets alone, with everybody knowing who he is and what he's accused of." "Bit below the belt?" "We got a missing boy, Sally, and a convicted sex offender and residential burglar with a history of using lockpicking to gain entry. He's a more than viable suspect, which means I'm within my rights to tell the media his name, in an effort to trace his movements the night the boy went missing. If that puts him in danger at the hands of the public, then there's not much I can do about it." "You seem to be forgetting we have a duty of care to look after anyone we know or suspect is in clear and immediate danger. Care that we will offer and Mackenzie will refuse. It doesn't matter whether he accepts it or not. We have to provide it." A devilish grin spread across Sean's face. "Which is exactly why Featherstone and the Assistant Commissioner will have to give me a surveillance team to follow Mackenzie in the event we have to release him." "Oh, that's sneaky," Sally told him with an appreciative grin of her own. "Just want to make sure I've got all the bases covered. Now, get next door and see if you can't bring some order to that rabble. We need an office meeting. I doubt half of them have a clue what's going on. I'll join you in a couple of minutes." Sally immediately bounced into the main office, shouting and cajoling the mess of detectives into something approaching order. Sean took a few deep breaths before following her, but was frozen by the photograph Sally had attached to the white board in her office. The photograph of a smiling George Bridgeman dressed in his nursery school uniform, the type taken by a professional photographer visiting the school. He realized it was the first time he'd stopped to look at any pictures of the missing boy properly. His beauty and innocence he'd noticed the first time he saw a photograph of the child suddenly seemed even more striking. His thoughts travelled back to the boy's family, and once again he found himself asking whether it was their very beauty that had attracted the monster in the first place. Was Mackenzie visually driven, irresistibly drawn by the physical beauty of the family? Sally's voice brought him back to the here and now. "Ready when you are," she told him. Sean nodded and walked into the main office, all eyes immediately falling on him as the image of George Bridgeman continued to burn itself into his conscience. "For those of you who spent all of yesterday back at Peckham, I understand you're probably not yet up to running speed on our new case." "Another misper, isn't it?" DC Tony Summers asked in his husky Manchester accent. "It is,"
Sean confirmed. Not again, moaned DC Tony Summers, whose size and thick blonde hair had earned him the nickname Thor amongst his colleagues. The last case we had started as a misper, Sean warned them, and we all know how that one ended. This time, for those of you who don't already know, the missing person is a 4-year-old boy called George Bridgeman. We have a limited time to find him before everyone's going to start assuming the worst, and before the media are either informed or find out about it themselves. When that happens, we need to stay focused and separate from the inevitable circus. Let Press Bureau do their job and we'll get on with ours. Understand? His team nodded that they did. We've had night duty teams searching the streets around the family house, but nothing so far. And now we got daylight, further teams will continue the search and expand it onto Hampstead Heath. We'll be using dogs, and India 99 will be searching from above if the weather stays fine. OK, updates. Dave, anything from forensics yet? Donnelly remained seated, pausing to clear his throat before speaking. They worked through the night at the family home of the missing boy and have lifted multiple prints, including some shoe prints and fibres. They've seized a few items the suspect may have touched to get to the boy and be submitting them to the lab this morning for a DNA sweep. But there'll be a ton of people through the house, not just the family, but their cleaner, nanny, removal man, the estate agent, and anyone they showed around the house when they were trying to sell it. And no doubt there'll still be traces of the previous family all over the place too. Basically, we're looking at dozens of sets of prints, and the same for DNA. Other than that, no traces of blood or signs of a break-in. So, we know our suspect entered, took the boy, and left without leaving any obvious trace, other than possibly prints and or DNA. Cahill winced. If the media get hold of that, they're going to start making him into some sort of urban bogeyman. They don't need the details of the break-in, Shaw assured her. What break-in? Donnelly reminded him. You know what I mean, Sean answered. Tell forensics not to waste their time trying to compare the prints to the family, etc. Just get them all up to fingerprints and have them run against sets already in their database. Maybe we'll strike lucky and get a hit against someone with previous convictions. Fair enough, Donnelly agreed, seeing the sense in Sean's suggestion. Which leads me to the suspect we already have in custody. Mark Mackenzie, white, 23 years old, and he already has convictions for residential burglary and the sexual assault of a young child. He's known to have used lockpicks to enter houses at night in the past, and he lives only a couple of miles from where the boy was taken. Fuck me, DC Jesson added in his Scout accent. What are we waiting for? Let's just charge him now. I agree, Sean told the baying room. He's an outstanding suspect, but we need to investigate this properly and thoroughly. The boy's still missing and Mackenzie isn't talking. Doesn't sound like we need him to talk to prove he's guilty, Jesson continued. We've probably got enough to do him on method alone. Perhaps, Sean told him, but I need him to talk if we're to find the boy quickly. So far he hasn't admitted to taking the boy, but he hasn't denied it either. What does that mean? Cahill asked. Means he likes playing games, Sean answered. Maybe this is his play of being famous. You can never tell with someone like Mackenzie. Or maybe it's not him at all. Donnelly dropped a fly in the ointment, silencing the room. Got something you want to share? Sean asked, barely hiding his irritation. I had an interesting chat with Bridgman's neighbours last night, he explained. The Beersdorfs at number 5 and Philippa Howells at number 9. Go on, Sean encouraged, trying to get Donnelly's sideshow over as quickly as he could. I both say the same thing. The Bridgmans have kept themselves to themselves since moving in and don't appear to want to socialise. Also, both sets of neighbours have heard plenty of raised voices coming from the Bridgmans' house. My pal Philippa told me it was Mr. Bridgman who seemed to do most of the shouting. She also noticed that although he rarely scolded his daughter, he seemed cold towards the boy. But not Mrs. Bridgman? Jesson asked. According to Philippa, she was fine towards the boy. So there's something going on between the boy and the father, Cahill joined in. The boy's only 4, Sean reminded them. "I know as well as anyone that 4-year-olds can be a pain in the backside, but you don't start hating your own children because of it." DC Maggie O'Neill tentatively raised her arm. "What is it, Maggie?" "Well, I was going to raise it in private with you, Governor, but seems the cat's out the bag." "Go on." "Well, last night, when I was with the family, I picked up on the hostility between George's parents. A lot of whispered conversations they certainly didn't want me to hear." "It's early days," Sean warned them. "It may turn out that their marriage was on the slippery slope, even before George was taken. You don't need me to remind you that families don't always stick together in adversity." "True," Maggie agreed, "but when I spoke to the nanny, she said that Mrs. Bridgeman was devastated by George's disappearance, but that Mr. Bridgeman was just angry." "Did she say who with?" Sean asked, unable to so easily dismiss the Bridgemans as suspects in his own mind now, no matter how much he wanted Mackenzie to be guilty. "No," Maggie answered, "just that he was angry." "Heidi fucking hey," Donnelly interrupted. "Let's get 'em in, both of them, Mr. and Mrs." "We haven't got enough to arrest them yet," Sean warned him off. "So Mr. Bridgman's a bad-tempered bastard, so what?" "Not arrest them," Donnelly suggested. "Get them in as primary witnesses, but interview them on tape separately under caution. Shit them up a bit. Divide and conquer them before they pull together for self-preservation and concoct a pack of well-ordered lies." "Not yet," Sean insisted. "This isn't the time to go in like a bull in a china shop. If we do that, and it turns out that you're wrong, we'll be slaughtered. Let's not show them our hand just yet. Besides, we need to concentrate on Mackenzie first. It won't look good if we're treating the parents as suspects while we're still interrogating Mackenzie. Let's get him sorted first, one way or the other, then we can think about the Bridgemans." "But then it might be too late," Donnelly told him. "It might be already too late," Sean countered and regretted it. "Listen, we have two very different but promising lines of inquiry. Mackenzie remains our prime suspect until I say different. As for the Bridgemans, find out whatever you can, but do it subtly and without dragging them in for interview. Understand?" "Fair enough," Donnelly agreed, taking what Sean said as a green light to go after the parents. "Sally and I will be re-interviewing Mackenzie again soon, and we'll make a further decision after that. But for now, do the jobs you're given, and for Christ's sake, try and get this bloody office sorted." Detective Chief Superintendent Featherstone was just about to devour a large cooked breakfast he'd carried down to his office from the canteen when his desk phone rang, drawing a string of obscenities from his still empty mouth. He answered the phone as he continued to watch his egg yolks solidify. "Alan, Assistant Commissioner Addis here." Featherstone's appetite faded quickly. "I was wondering whether you had any updates for me on the Bridgeman case. I would have popped down and spoken to D.I. Corrigan myself, but I'm away from the yard this morning, promoting the new Safer Neighbourhood scheme in Lambeth, of all places." "I understand things are progressing well enough?" Featherstone tried to buy some time and space. "No stones being left unturned?" "What about this suspect you told me about? He sounded very promising." "Somebody Mackenzie," Featherstone recalled. "He's still in custody over at Kentish Town. Has he been interviewed yet?" "I'm not entirely sure, sir. I'll be getting an update this morning," Featherstone answered, making it up as he went along. "I need you closer to this, Alan," Addis warned him. "We can't afford any more bad press. We need the boy found as a matter of urgency. If he's already dead, then we need someone charged with his murder without delay, or we'll have a panic on our hands. A child murderer at large does not read well." "Then perhaps we should keep the press out of it for a while longer," Featherstone tried to stall him, "until we have a positive result lined up." No, we can't afford to do that. If they get wind of it from another source before we inform them, they'll be held to pay, and I'll never get them back on side. I've made my decision. Arrange a press conference for this evening. It's time to get the media and public involved. I'll do the briefing myself. Let me know when you've sorted it out." Addis ordered and hung up, leaving Featherstone holding an empty phone still pressed to his ear as he stared at his congealing breakfast. Finally, he hung up and pushed the plate as far away as he could across his desk.
his already significant regrets at allowing himself to become involved with Assistant Commissioner Addis growing by the second. "The time is approximately 10 a.m., Sean announced for the tape, and this is a continuation of the first interview of Mark Mackenzie, who's been questioned regarding the disappearance of a 4-year-old boy, George Bridgeman. Do you understand why you're here?" Sean asked. "No comment." "I'm just trying to clarify that you understand why you're here, Mark." "I said, no comment." "Fine, that's your right. Can you tell me where you were Monday night to Tuesday morning of this week?" "No comment." "The boy having been taken from his home sometime during that time?" "No comment." "If you have an alibi that can place you somewhere else, then now's a good time to tell me and save a lot of people a lot of trouble and time, including yourself." "No comment." Mackenzie continued with a smirk, the involuntary tapping of his foot returning. "Then you don't have an alibi?" Sean tried to bait him. "That's not what my client said." Jackson got involved. "He merely declined to answer your question." "My apologies," Sean told her. "Speaking of declined, yesterday you declined to deny that you had taken the boy. I'll give you the chance to do so again, Mark. Are you telling me that you had nothing to do with the boy going missing? A simple yes or no will do." "No comment." "Tell me you had nothing to do with it, Mark, and you never know. I might even start to believe you." "You expect me to make your job easy for you?" Mackenzie answered, unable to resist any longer. His hatred of the police drove him to torment Sean as the police had tormented him on so many occasions, knowing he was defenseless. He couldn't go running to the media with tales of torture and evidence planting. As far as everyone else was concerned, he was a sex offender and had got what he deserved. Now it was his turn to be the tormentor. "You're the police, you're the detectives, yet you can't even find one missing boy." "We'll find him, don't worry about that," Sean told him. "Really?" Mackenzie mocked. "And how are you going to do that?" "As we speak, there are specialist search teams combing North London with dogs and helicopters. How long do you think it's going to be before we find him, And when we do, we'll find the evidence that will hang you." "Is that what you'd like to do to me, Inspector?" "Hang me? Isn't that what they sing to people like me in prison? Sex case, hang him, hang him, hang him." "It doesn't have to be like that." Sean changed tack. "If you help us find the boy, if you tell us where he is, then I can help you." The smirk fell from Mackenzie's face as he began to chew his bottom lip. "It's too late anyway," he told them, looking and sounding suddenly solemn. "It's too late." "It's not." Sean kept going, sensing a breakthrough. "No matter what's happened, it's not too late. Tell us where the boy is, alive or otherwise, and we can talk about it. We can talk about anything you want." "No." Mackenzie immediately clammed up again. "You can't prove anything. I'm saying nothing." "Damn it, Mark," Sean continued, frustration beginning to show as he sensed Mackenzie slipping away. "How long do you think it'll be before we can prove you were in the house? We've just sent dozens of fingerprints and forensic exhibits to Fingerprint Bureau and the lab. How long before we find out some of them belong to you? How long, Mark?" Mackenzie looked worried again, deeply worried. "Nah, if you could prove anything, you would have charged me by now, or..." "Or what?" Sean seized on Mackenzie's hesitation. "Or what, Mark?" "Nothing," he answered, leaning back in his chair away from Sean. "Listen," Sean told him. "Pretty soon my assistant commissioner is going to go on television and tell the world that a young boy was snatched from his own bed while he slept. The reporters are going to ask him if we have any suspects. And you know what he's going to tell them, Mark? He's going to tell them your name, and he's going to show everyone a picture of you." "He can't do that," Mackenzie protested. "Yes, he can, Mark. Because you're a credible suspect, and we're well within our rights to ask the public for their help in tracing your movements during the last couple of days. For Christ's sake, a 4-year-old boy is missing. We can do pretty much whatever we like to help find him. Your name and photograph, Mark, all over the TV and papers, the internet. If you don't start talking, if you don't admit your involvement, then, yes,
You're right, I can't charge you, which means I'll have to release you. Back out there with all those people just waiting for you. All those angry people, Mark. What do you think they'll want to do to you, huh?
That's not entirely true, Mark, his solicitor advised him. If the police believe you could be in danger, then they have a duty of care. Mackenzie looked blank. They have to protect you, no matter what.
I don't want their protection, Mackenzie barked. I don't trust them. I'll take care of myself.
Mark, Sally jumped in, George has been missing for almost 36 hours now. He's only 4 years old and therefore incapable of surviving for long on his own, especially with these freezing nights.
So?
Mackenzie asked, his eyes narrow with suspicion. So, it won't be long before we have to assume he's no longer alive, whether we find a body or not, Sally explained. When that happens, you'll no longer be a suspect for abduction. You'll be a suspect for the murder of a child. You'll be the most hated man in Britain, and not everybody will be as fussy about proof as we are.
Don't lie to me. I already am a murder suspect.
That's not true, Sally argued.
Yes, it is, Mackenzie insisted. You think I'll kill the boy. I know you do. So why don't you just charge me with the murder? Do it! He banged his fist on the table. I want you to, so just do it. Admit to it, and we will charge you, Sean told him.
So long as you can convince us you're telling the truth, Sally qualified.
I'm not going to admit to anything, Mackenzie told them, his face tight with desperation. I'm not going to help you. If you're so sure I'm guilty, then charge me, and we'll see each other in court. And when the boy's body is found, it won't be me the media comes after. They'll soon forget about me. It'll be you they hunt down. I don't think so, Sean replied. Then charge me, and let's find out. I'll decide when to charge you, and then I will see you in court, and you will be found guilty, and you will go to prison for the rest of your life, Sean warned him. Then do it, Mackenzie challenged him, his voice raised as he smiled through gritted teeth. Do it, and let's get this over with. No, Sean told him, stretching to turn off the tape recorder. This interview is terminated. You can't do that, Mackenzie insisted. Then tell me what happened, Sean demanded. No, Mackenzie answered, slumping in his chair. No, I won't tell you anything. In that case, the interview is over, Sean told him, and pressed the off button with a loud click. What now? The solicitor asked. No doubt you'll want a further consultation with your client, and we also need some time to consider what action we'll be taking. Don't take too long, Inspector, Jackson warned. You're running out of detention time, and I don't see any further lines of inquiry that could justify an application at the magistrates' court for a further extension. You'll find magistrates can be very obliging when it concerns a missing child, Sally told her. We'll keep you informed. Both she and Sean left the interview room and closed the door behind them, walking a few steps away from it before feeling safe to talk. Well, Sally asked, what now? We stick to the plan, Sean answered. Once he's released, he'll be in danger from the public, therefore we have a duty to protect him. You mean follow him? Sean shrugged innocently. All I know is this means Featherstone and Addis have to give us a surveillance team. R versus Brindle, remember? And whilst they're looking after him, they might as well report his movements to me. Nothing wrong with killing two birds with one stone. You'll be popular with the brass. Oh, fuck 'em. We don't have enough to charge him, so we have to let him go. And if we have to let him go, I want him followed. Who knows? He may panic and lead us straight to George Bridgeman. Or he may go to ground and stay there, Sally suggested. He could. Then perhaps we should keep him in custody a while longer and see what forensics and fingerprints come up with. The magistrates will give us an extension. What choice do they have? No, Sean insisted. He's too confident. He's left nothing. Besides, if we get a match, we'll just rearrest him. With a surveillance team up his arse, at least we'll know where he is if we need to bring him back in. I'll call Featherstone, and as soon as we have the surveillance scrambled, we'll bail him straight into their hands. He's going to suspect he's being followed, Sally pointed out. No matter, Sean argued. It might make him nervous. Then he'll be all the more likely to make a mistake. We'll brief the surveillance team to make it look like he's lost them if he starts giving them the runaround, and then we'll find out what he doesn't want us to see."
"If you say so," Sally reluctantly agreed.
"Good," Sean told her.
"So long as you still think he's our man."
"He has to be."
"Then why was he so desperate for us to charge him?"
"I don't know," Shaw admitted. "Maybe he wants the notoriety."
"So why not admit it?"
"Because he's not ready to burn all his bridges yet. Who knows with his type? Ian Brady still won't tell anyone where some of his victims are buried. Maybe Mackenzie needs to feel he has sole possession of George."
"Weird and disturbing," Sally told him.
"A troubled soul,"
Sean said, more to himself than Sally. "Another one?" He didn't answer the question.
Do me a favour and hang around here until I get the surveillance sorted out. When it's done, we'll get back to the yard."
"No problem."
"Don't worry about Mackenzie. He can play his fucked-up games as long as he wants, but he'll screw up soon enough. Like I say, they always do."
Mrs. Bridgeman led Donnelly along the corridor and into the kitchen of her house in Hampstead. He hadn't told her he was coming. "I was expecting D.C. O'Neill," she told him. "No one else. Not unless—"
"D.C. O'Neill will be along very shortly," he explained, "but I thought I should call around to make sure you're settling back in okay after your night away."
Celia Bridgeman looked exhausted and soulless. "You haven't found him, though, have you?"
"No," Donnelly answered, "but we will."
An awkward silence filled the room. "Would you like a drink or anything?" Mrs. Bridgeman managed to ask.
"Aye," Donnelly replied cheerfully. "Cup of tea be grand."
She looked at the nanny and lifted her chin. The nanny filled the kettle and started preparing the mugs. "How'd you like it?" Caroline asked.
"Builder's tea for me, please. Plenty milk and 2 sugars.
Caroline returned his smile, while Mrs. Bridgeman remained lost in her own painful thoughts, almost oblivious to their presence.
"Actually," Donnelly continued, "I need to check something for the forensic boys in George's bedroom. Perhaps, Caroline, you could show me the way."
She looked a little cautious for a second before realising she'd be given a gilt-edged chance to escape from Mrs. Bridgeman's despair, even if it was for just a few minutes.
"Will that be all right, Mrs. Bridgeman?" she asked.
"What?" Mrs. Bridgeman replied. "I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Will it be all right if I show the detective George's room?" Donnelly saw her shrink at the mere mention of her son's name, the horror and terror of what she must have been going through not lost on him, despite his outward appearance. Yes, of course," she answered, before returning to staring at the floor. "This way," Caroline told Donnelly, leading the way out of the kitchen and to the staircase. Donnelly followed close behind her as he observed the interior structure of the house, which mirrored those on either side. He waited till they cleared the first flight of stairs before speaking again.
"Sophia not at home today?" he asked.
"No," Caroline answered. "I was happy to look after her, but Mr. Bridgeman thought it best if she returned to school and got back into her normal routine as soon as possible."
"Normalise things," he said.
"I don't know. He might be right, I suppose."
"And Mr. Bridgeman?"
"Went back to work, although he said he won't be late."
"To normalise things?"
Caroline stopped for a second and looked over her shoulder at Donnelly, who was 2 stairs lower. "You'd have to ask Mr. Bridgeman about that." They carried on walking until they reached George's room, Caroline standing aside to allow him to enter, seemingly reluctant to go inside herself. "I'll leave you to it, then," she told him, and made to leave.
"Actually," he raised a hand to stop her, "I did have a couple of questions I thought you could help me with. I'd ask Mrs. Bridgeman, but frankly she doesn't look capable of answering them just yet."
"Questions about what?"
"Questions that could help us find George. That's what we all want, isn't it?"
"Of course."
"Good. How long have you worked as Bridgeman's nanny?"
"A couple of years now. What's this got to do with George? I thought your questions were going to be meant for Mrs. Bridgeman."
They would have been," he told her.
"Then you're checking on me?"
"Caroline," Donnelly admitted, "we're going to check on everyone. Don't take it personally."
"Hard not to."
"Do your best. Now, did the Bridgemans find you through an agency?"
Yeah, the Help for Mums agency. They cover Hampstead, Highgate, Primrose Hill, a few more areas."
All the rough areas, eh? Donnelly joked, trying to get her to relax her guard.
Caroline said and did nothing.
But Sophia is 6 and George is 4. Did Mrs. Bridgeman cope on her own before you, or was there another nanny?
Mrs. Bridgeman? Caroline laughed sarcastically. Cope on her own with 2 kids? I don't think so. Cramp her style a little too much, don't you think? The likes of Mrs. Bridgeman weren't brought up to look after children.
So she had help before you started here?
Yeah, another nanny from the same agency. Friend of mine, actually.
And who would that be?
Tessa Daniels.
How long did she work for the Bridgemans?
She started a few weeks before Sophia was born and stayed on until George was about 2.
Which is when you started?
Yeah.
Were there problems between Mrs. Bridgeman and Tessa?
No, none that I know of.
Then why change her?
That's what these people do.
Why?
Donnelly asked, genuinely confused. To stop you getting over familiar with the children or sometimes the husband. The likes of Mrs. Bridgeman won't tolerate competition, real or imagined. Anyway, like I said, they all do it.
And was she?
Donnelly asked, sniffing a root in.
Was who what?
Caroline frowned, impatient.
Was Tessa getting over familiar with the children? With Mr. Bridgeman?
No, she told him. Tessa knew better than to get mixed up in anything like that. And Mr. Bridgeman's hardly the sleeping with a nanny type.
There's a type?
Yeah, and he's not it. Donnelly reluctantly gave up the line of questioning.
But there seems to be a lot of tension between them, don't you think? Perhaps it's just the situation.
No, Caroline let her guard slip. That was there even before poor little George went missing.
But there's no suggestion Mr. Bridgeman was having an affair with anyone.
No, Caroline answered less confidentially, as if Donnelly was wrong, but getting closer to the truth. Donnelly seized on it immediately.
So, Mr. Bridgeman wasn't playing away from home, but what about Mrs. Bridgeman?
All I know is that since I've been here, Mrs. Bridgeman hasn't been seeing anyone else, she told him, holding both hands out towards him, palms turned upwards.
How do you know?
Trust me, she told him. I'd know.
Aye, Donnelly agreed. I'm sure you would. But then why all the hostility between them, and why the coldness towards George from Mr. Bridgeman?
Listen, she whispered conspiratorially. You didn't hear this from me, and if anyone finds out I told you, I'll lose my job. But if it helps find George, then I suppose you need to know.
Need to know what?
He asked, managing to hide his rising excitement. Tessa told me that while she was working for the Bridgemans, there was a suspicion that Mrs. Bridgeman was seeing another man. Apparently, Mr. Bridgeman found out about it, and they've never been the same towards each other since.
If it spoiled things between them so irreversibly, then why didn't they get divorced?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them that. Maybe they did it for the children. Maybe they did it for appearance's sake. These people aren't like the rest of us.
So, when was this supposed affair?
Before George was born, she answered, but something in her demeanour told Donnelly she wanted him to ask her more.
How long before?
Shall we say about 9 months? Donnelly paused to take in the implication.
I see, he eventually told her. That can't have been easy for Mr. Bridgeman these last few years.
No, she agreed. I don't suppose it has.
I think I need to speak with Mrs. Bridgeman, he told her. Alone.
You won't tell her anything I said, will you? Caroline pleaded.
You can be sure of my confidentiality.
Donnelly put on his most reassuring tone, inwardly adding the proviso,
until we use the information to bury the Bridgemans, that is.
I'll be very discreet. Best you stay out the way until I've had a chance to speak with her. Fine, she agreed, already regretting letting Donnelly into the dark little family secret.
And, thanks for your help,
he added as he squeezed past her and headed back down to the kitchen, where Mrs. Bridgeman stood in the same spot he'd left her, still staring at the floor, lost in her own excruciating nightmare.
"How you doing?"
Donnelly asked to get her attention more than out of genuine concern. She looked up slowly, staring at him in a state of confusion, as if she could hear him, but not see him. After a few seconds, she shook her head quickly and answered, "I'm fine."
"I doubt you're that," he told her.
"I meant under the circumstances."
"Of course. Would you like to sit down?"
"No, I'd rather stand."
"Can I fix you a cup of tea or anything?"
"No," she snapped, then added in a softer tone, "I said I'm fine."
"No problem."
He backed up before beginning to lay his groundwork.
"Kids, little sods, eh? Drive you mad when you're with them, then you miss them like hell when they're not around."
She didn't respond.
"I've got 5 myself."
She looked up, an almost puzzled expression on her face.
10-year-old twins, he told her. Couple of teenagers and a wee nipper who's only 4.
"That's a lot of children," she finally joined in.
"Aye, a real handful. The wife's a saint, though. Keeps them all on the straight and narrow and somehow juggles the accounts to keep the bills paid, or at least most of them."
"It can't be easy."
"You mean on a cop's wage?"
"That's not what I meant. I just meant with 5 of them."
It's okay." "You're right. It is bloody difficult on a cop's wage, but the overtime helps. No such worries for you, though, eh?" he asked, looking around the state-of-the-art kitchen his wife could only dream about.
"Money isn't everything," she said as she watched him.
"Oh, I agree. In fact, I'm always telling the wife the exact same thing. Money isn't everything. The most important thing is to stick together when times are tough. Just like you and your husband are now."
She momentarily glared at him, just as he'd wanted her to, her eyes answering questions her lips would never respond to.
"Although, in situations as stressful as this, sometimes the parents can take out their frustrations on each other. It's neither unusual nor unreasonable. My advice would be, don't be too hard on yourselves if you have the odd crossword."
"Thank you," she told him, her eyes still burning with mistrust.
"Still, I'm a wee bit surprised he's gone to work today. Would he not rather be here with you, in case we find something?"
"He had to go to work. He had no choice."
"There's always a choice."
Donnelly gently tried to provoke her into saying more.
"Still, if you want a house like this and a bit of London like this, private school, nanny, top-of-the-range kitchen, then I suppose work has to come first, eh?"
"Appearances can be deceptive," she couldn't help telling him, regretting it as soon as she had.
"Indeed they can."
He bided his time.
"Are you sure I can't make you that cup of tea?"
"I'm fine, thank you."
"Not much a cup of tea can't fix."
"Will it help find George?" she demanded.
"No, Mrs. Bridgeman. Alas, it can't do that."
"Then perhaps you'd have a better chance of finding him if you were elsewhere."
"Everything's covered," he assured her, pretending to misunderstand the inference. "We've got every man, woman, and dog looking for him. Right now, I'll best serve George by being here. With you."
"How so?"
"Oh, you know, the more we chat, the more I may discover."
"Well, how can talking about me help you find George?"
"Not just about you, but about George as well, and your husband. You may remember some little thing that could turn out to be important."
"Such as?"
"Something from your past, maybe. Something you haven't told us yet. Something you may have forgotten."
"Like what?" she asked, folding her arms across her chest.
"Well, like, are either of your children from another marriage, either yours or your husband's?"
"No."
"If not a marriage, perhaps a previous relationship?"
"No, this is ridiculous."
"Then perhaps an affair?"
She smiled in disbelief and looked through the ceiling at the nanny who remained 2 floors above them. "Has someone been talking out of school, Sergeant?"
"Call it my detective's instinct," he lied.
"And what does your instinct tell you?"
"Oh, I don't know, that George is your son, but not Mr. Bridgman's."
"Well, then your instinct would be wrong."
"And your husband's instinct? Is that wrong too?"
"I don't know what you mean."
"Has he ever asked for a paternity test?"
"No, he'd never do that."
"But you thought that he might, one day?"
"He'd never do that. He's too proud." Too late she realized she'd said too much.
"So, he has his doubts about George being his son?"
"You'd have to ask him about that, but I can assure you George is our son, and right now all I want is to get him back. Can't you understand that?" Tears exploded from her eyes and ran heavy and fast down her cheeks, dripping off her. I just want my son back, please. Help me find my son." Donnelly moved forward quickly and nimbly, taking hold of her by her shoulders, sure she could take no more cross-examining for now. "Don't worry," he comforted her, switching from interrogator to Samaritan. "We'll get your boy back, or we'll die trying. You can be sure of that." Featherstone drove through heavy southeast London traffic, heading towards Bexley Police Station, where another one of the murder investigation teams he oversaw had picked up a new case. A straightforward enough domestic murder, no kids involved. By all accounts, the husband wasn't denying caving his wife's head in with a claw hammer, and the detective inspector leading the investigation expected to have him charged with her murder by dinner time. Featherstone was as pleased about the impending quick and tidy result as he was about the fact that both victim and suspect were white. Since the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, whenever a detective superintendent heard of a new murder on their patch, the first question was always, "What's the colour of the victim?" If they were black, the next would always be, "What's the colour of the suspects?" Many a superintendent had sighed with relief when the answer had confirmed the crime had no possible racial overtones. The ringing of his hands-free system snapped him out of his happy little world. Call ID told him it was Sean. "Sean, got some good news for me?" he asked. "Still working on it. Then what are you after?" "I haven't got enough to charge Mackenzie, our prime suspect. So let him go. I intend to, but I'm still convinced he could be our man. When the ACC does his press briefing, I need him to name Mackenzie and show a photograph of him, asking the public to help trace his movements over the last couple of days." "Bloody hell, Sean. Why don't we just take him to London Zoo and chuck him to the lions?" "He'll survive. But we'll need a surveillance team on him just in case. For his own protection, as required by R versus Brindle." "Hold on a minute," Featherstone smiled to himself. "If I didn't know better, I'd say this situation had been manufactured." "Maybe. But you can sell it to the Assistant Commissioner?" "I'll sell it," Featherstone confidently told him. "He's doing the press briefing this evening. I'll make sure he has the stuff about Mackenzie." "This evening?" Sean asked, concerned Addis was moving too quickly without checking with him first. "He's not hanging around." "You'll find Assistant Commissioner Addis is not a patient man," Featherstone warned him. "He's doing his briefing this evening, but I can tell you now he wants to be back on Sky News within 24 hours with something positive to tell them. There's a student union march through the West End next week, and TSG are bound to kick someone's head in, so the powers that be are desperate for a good news story before the inevitable happens." "Well, I can't promise anything," Sean answered, "but with a surveillance team on Mackenzie, my chances will be better." "I understand, but Addis won't. I'll get you the surveillance team anyway." "Thanks," Sean prepared to sign off. "You never know. One day the brass at the yard might realise it doesn't matter what we do. The media's always going to beat us up with whatever sticks available. Why fight a war you can't win, eh? Wasting everybody's time." "They're an optimistic bunch, the powers that be. For them, there's no such thing as a lost cause." "Call that optimism?" Sean asked bitterly. "More like blind ignorance." "Ours is not to wonder why," Featherstone reminded him. "You'll have your surveillance team within a couple of hours. Where do you want them?" "Kentish Town, Nick. They can pick Mackenzie up when we bail him." "Will he be looking for them?" "Probably." "I'll call you once it's sorted," Featherstone told Sean and hung up. "R versus Brindle, my arse," he said aloud. "You're a sly one, Corrigan, I'll give you that. But so is that snake in the grass Addis. If we don't get this one solved soon, he'll have us both skinned and stuffed as a warning to others." George Bridgeman sat on the floor of the room that had seemed strange and unfamiliar not so very long ago, but was now already beginning to feel like his home from home. He played with the toys that had been left in the room, presumably for him. Strange toys that he wasn't used to, not like the toys he had at home. At first, in his confusion, he had pushed them to one side, but gradually they had begun to intrigue him. And, unlike most of the toys he had at home, he didn't grow tired of them within a few minutes. As he played, his thoughts drifted from his home and family, at least for a time, but soon the rumbling of his empty stomach reminded him he hadn't been fed yet today. All he'd had was a beaker of water from the night before to relieve his dry mouth, and quell the emptiness in his belly for a little while. It was the first time in his young life that he'd ever felt real hunger or thirst. As his blood sugar dropped to an uncomfortable level, his concentration waned, and he pushed the wooden puzzle he'd been working on to one side and thought about his family. How much he missed his mother, her soft, comforting words, and the embrace that instantly made any situation better, any pain only fleeting. He thought of his sister, who teased him nearly all the time, but who could also be so kind and caring towards him, particularly when their parents weren't watching, sharing her sweets with him and letting him join in her games. Anyone who was mean to him while she was about had better watch out. And then there was his father, who none of them seemed to see much of, but especially him. He often tried to think of what he might have done that made Daddy so cross with him, but he just couldn't think of anything. At least nothing he thought was terribly naughty. Every time Daddy shouted at him, his mummy would always tell him not to worry and say he'd done nothing wrong, although she'd always wait until Daddy had gone first. Sometimes he was so scared of making Daddy angry that he hardly dared move for fear of spilling a drink or dropping something on the floor. Yet, when his sister did the same, Daddy said nothing. He always tried to be a good boy. Sudden noises from the other side of the door pulled him away from his thoughts. More voices like the ones he'd heard before, of men and women talking. And children's voices, too, both excited and upset. But they only ever lasted a few minutes at most before they fell away, the sound of a door closing punctuating the silence that followed, until the next time the voices came. While most of the voices constantly seemed to change, as muffled as they were, there was always one voice that remained, monotone and constant, a man's voice that he was sure he recognized. Sean and Sally walked along the ground-floor corridor at Scotland Yard, passing rankless people in suits and the occasional uniformed senior officer, with shoulders covered in what all the other cops referred to as scrambled egg. Sean couldn't help but wonder where they were heading and what they did, but was wholly unable to think of anything that they could be doing that could possibly be of use to him, with the exception of fronting the occasional press conference or giving the necessary level of authority to covert operations. Other than that, he did his job in spite of them, not because of them. He answered his ringing, vibrating phone without breaking stride. D.I. Corrigan? Governor, it's D.S. Handy here. Colin. Sean knew the DS, who ran one of the central surveillance teams. By virtue of the fact we're speaking to each other, I'm assuming you got the Mackenzie follow. We did indeed. I heard you were involved and thought it'd make a change from following suspected terrorists around Ealing all week. I can imagine. Where are you now? All plotted up outside Kentish Town Nick, waiting for your man to show. I'll let the custody sergeant there know to bail him. He should be out a few minutes after that. Did Featherstone get you a picture of my man? I'm looking at it as we speak. Good. Let me know if anything happens. Happy hunting. Thanks, Handy answered, and hung up just as the lift arrived to carry Sean and Sally to the 7th floor. Everything all right? Sally asked as the doors slid shut on them. Yeah, fine. Surveillance is up and running. That's something, I suppose. Her response drew a displeased look from Sean, who was about to challenge her when the lift jerked to a stop and the doors hissed open, allowing 2 mid-ranked uniforms to step inside. By the time they reached the 7th floor and stepped from the lift, he'd forgotten what she'd said and was back on his mobile. Custody suite, Kentish Town, announced the curt voice on the other end. D.I. Corrigan speaking, Special Investigations Unit. You have someone in custody for me I need bailing. Mark Mackenzie. Yeah, I know the one, the voice answered. What's the reason for bailing him, and when and where do you want him bailed to? For further inquiries, Sean told the voice, you can bail him back to Kentish Town a month from today. Anything else? No, the voice assured him. That will be done, no problem. Have a nice day. The line went dead just as he and Sally entered their new main office. They walked straight through the mayhem and into the side office Sally shared with Donnelly, who was at his desk talking to Zukov. Sally's narrow-eyed stare lifted Zukov to his feet behind her desk. Donnelly nodded towards the open door, and Zukov took the hint. I'll leave you to it, then, he told them as he squeezed past Sally in the doorway and melted into the main office beyond the perspex. Just back from Kentish Town? Donnelly asked. Yeah, Sean answered.
Just back from Hampstead, myself. Been having an interesting little chat with Caroline, the nanny, not to mention Mrs. Bridgeman. Really? Sean asked, his tone making him sound less interested than he was. And what did they have to say for themselves? Which one? Well, why don't we start with the nanny? Aye, Caroline Rice. Well, she was most helpful. Let me into a little family secret. Which is? Sean asked impatiently. Which is that rumour has it in the dim and distant past, Mrs. Bridgeman had an affair. The previous nanny who worked for them at the time happens to be pals with Caroline, which is how she found out. How is any of this relevant to George being taken? Sally asked. Mrs. Bridgeman had an affair. Big deal. They seem to have survived it. Aye, but you haven't heard the best bit yet, Donnelly teased them. Which is? Sean asked again. The affair apparently occurred about 9 months before wee George was born, Donnelly told them casually. Oops, Sally finally said to break the silence. That changes things. Who did she have the affair with? Sean asked. I don't know, Donnelly replied. How come? Because I didn't ask. Why the hell not? Because she'd had enough. Oh, fuck's sake, Dave, Sean continued. When did you get all sentimental? Her kid's missing, and if there's an estranged father in the picture, we need to know who the fuck he is. Slow down, Governor. She hasn't actually admitted to having an affair yet, and she's adamant wee George is her husband's child. Which means nothing, Sean reminded him. I know, Donnelly agreed, but let's give her a day or so to think about what all this could mean. Then I'll take another crack at her. We don't have that sort of time, Sean insisted. This could also mean Mr. Bridgeman might be involved in George's disappearance, Sally interrupted. From what we've heard so far, he's pretty cold towards the boy. Aye, Donnelly agreed. And the nanny told me pretty much the same as she told Maggie. He's always been almost resentful of the boy. Maybe now we know why. So what are we saying? Sean asked. That we may have a long-lost lover who could have taken the boy, or an embittered husband who may have killed the boy and got rid of the body? Sally shrugged her shoulders, leaving Donnelly to answer. That's about the size of it. OK, fine. Sean accepted the possibilities. Keep digging and see what you can find. If Mr. Bridgeman took the body away to get rid of it, then he probably used his own car, or his wife's. Have the cars seized and hand them over to forensics. Make up some bullshit to get them to volunteer handing them over, but if they give you any shit, arrest Mr. Bridgeman and seize them anyway. I'd rather you didn't nick him, but if you have to... I'll get Featherston to expand the search teams out to a 3-mile radius from the home. I don't want a single abandoned building left unsearched. I don't care if it's a warehouse or a shed. I'll get Addis to authorise roadblocks, and we need to spread the door-to-door further afield. The media appeal Addis is doing later today should make people aware of what we're up to, so people might start talking to us. Does this mean we're concentrating everything on this being somehow linked to Mr. Bridgeman, or a blast from the past coming back to haunt Mrs. Bridgeman? Donnelly asked. No, Sean answered. We still have Mackenzie. Who we've got nothing on, Donnelly argued. Not entirely true, Sean told him. His modus operandi for previous offences is so close to this one that we could almost charge him on method alone. If I just had a bit more... But we don't, Donnelly stopped him. We don't have enough to charge him on method alone, so what do we have? He just feels right, Sean tried to explain. Meaning? Meaning, he reminds me of someone from the past who also liked to play dangerous games. John Conway's face drifted through his mind like a ghost. Oh, aye? And who would that be? Donnelly asked. No one you know. He was the leader of a paedophile ring I investigated once. And Mackenzie reminds you of this guy, Donnelly continued. Kind of. Can you be a bit more specific? Donnelly pushed. No, Shaw admitted. I wish I could. But for some reason the penny's not dropping. Mackenzie's motivation, I don't know. I can feel it, but I just can't tie it down. There's no need to complicate this with paedophile witch hunts, Donnelly insisted. The chances that the boy was snatched in the night by some bogeyman paedophile are 1,000,000 to 1. 1,000,000 to 1, he repeated for emphasis. As we all sadly know, the vast majority of child murders are committed by a member of the child's family. Paedophiles who murder are a very rare breed, you know that. Now let's get on with what's more likely and concentrate on the family. Paedophile murderers may be uncommon, but no one's saying the boy's been murdered, Sean argued. Where else would anyone take him? That's what I'm trying to work out. Boss, I reckon you're wasting your time, Donnelly told him, his voice resigned to Sean's will. Or maybe I am, but we stay on Mackenzie until he's either charged or eliminated from the investigation. You keep the pressure up on the family, but try not to be too obvious. And find the previous nanny. See if she can't give you the name of Mrs. Bridgman's supposed ex-lover. If she can't, try and persuade Mrs. Bridgman to spill the beans. Mr. Bridgman works in the city, right? Aye, Donnelly answered. Then get his car number plate over to them and have them run it on their VRM recognition system. Let's see if he's been coming and going from work as he should have been. Meantime, I'll keep digging on Mackenzie, see what I can turn up. Have Zukov drop the door-to-door proformas in my office ASAP. Maybe a neighbour's seen someone matching his description in the area prior to the boy being taken. Fair enough, Donnelly surrendered. I'll be in my office if anyone needs me, Sean told them, and walked out of the door around the aluminium standpost and into his own goldfish bowl of an office, where he pulled out his tatty chair and slumped heavily into it, immediately standing again to empty his uncomfortably full pockets. As he tossed his phone onto the desk, it began to ring. He grabbed it and sat in the same movement, examining the caller ID. It was Kate. He puffed out his cheeks and tried to force his thumb to accept the call, but it wouldn't move, until finally the ringing stopped and his wife was gone. He grabbed the nearest pile of reports he could find and pulled them across the desk, picked up the first one, and began to read. He could feel the hateful eyes burning into his back as he stood in front of the custody sergeant, who never once looked him in the face as he prepared his bail forms. But it wasn't just police eyes that poured their scorn upon his soul. It was the eyes of the other prisoners, too. Not only did his ill-fitting, desperately old and unfashionable clothes mark him out as someone who had his own clothes seized for forensic examination, but the cell-to-cell grapevine had been working constantly during the night, ensuring that by morning all the burglars, drug dealers and muggers knew there was a sex case in the cells. Not just a sex case, but a paedophile too. If they could reach him, they'd beat him to death, and he knew it. But standing in front of the custody sergeant waiting for his bail notice, he didn't fear them. He felt strong and powerful, in control for the first time in a long while. The police wouldn't dare let anything happen to him, not while the boy was still missing. If they found the boy, then things would be very different, but until that time he held all the cards. He just needed to work out how to best play his hand, to his advantage, and to Corrigan's maximum humiliation. D.I. Corrigan, the personification of everything the police meant to him. Snarling, arrogant, and self-obsessed. Convinced of their own superiority and righteousness. Like they were some sort of superhumans preordained to rule over everybody else. They destroyed lives like his without a second thought or a moment of compassion. Then headed to the pub for a celebratory drink as he was led away to prison hell. Never once trying to understand him or truly discover why he had to do what he did. No matter what they thought, they were no better than the vile, tattooed thugs who waited for him in prison. Career criminals who heaped misery on people, but who, for some reason, considered themselves his master. Soon, he'd have his revenge on the police, leading Corrigan like a pig to the slaughter. But it would all be for nothing if they found the boy first. "Is it yours?" the custody sergeant told him, handing him a copy of the bail notice and jolting him out of his dreaming. "Be back here in a month's time or you'll be liable to arrest. Do you understand?" Mackenzie nodded that he did. "Don't fucking nod your head at me," the sergeant snapped. "Answer the question properly." "I understand," Mackenzie answered calmly, thoughts of revenge keeping him strong and confident. He took the bail notice from him. "Time for me to leave, I think. Mustn't keep your colleagues waiting." "I have no fucking idea what you're talking about," the sergeant answered truthfully. "No," Mackenzie told him as he neatly folded his bail papers and slipped them in his pocket. "I don't suppose you do." Sean's eyes and shoulders ached in equal measure as he piled the latest of dozens of reports he'd read onto the growing mountain marked complete, and leaned back in his chair, stretching his arms above his head and yawning widely before allowing them to fall heavily back onto his desk.
None of the reports had contained anything of even the slightest interest. No potential witness saying they could have seen someone matching Mackenzie's description in the relevant location at the material time. No grainy snapshot from the tube station's CCTV that could be him. No stop-and-search forms filled out by a local uniform cop that could be him. Nothing. Sean rubbed his already closed eyes, the image of Mackenzie immediately filling the blackness, before melting into the face of someone else. John Conway, the ghost from Sean's past. Before that too warped and shifted until it became the face of his own father, causing him to snap his eyes open as if a loud noise had disturbed him while he slept. The image left him feeling numb for a while until he was able to force his mind to move on, to think solely of George Bridgeman and what could have happened to him.
"Where are you, George?" he asked the room. "What's the fuck happened to you? Who took you from your bedroom while you slept, feeling safe and warm?"
But the questions had no answers. No snapshots of the man he hunted flashed in his mind. For almost the first time in his entire career, he sensed nothing.
"Come on, George," he pleaded. "Help me help you. Help me find you."
But still nothing. His mind was so cluttered with everyday concerns and chores, he was beginning to feel like an everyday average cop, relying on nothing more than tangible evidence, gathered by methods that had been tried and tested for over 100 years, combined with the advances in forensic science. But he'd relied on his vivid imagination and insights for so long, he now felt lost and impotent without them. The fear of no longer being able to think like his quarry, to stay one step ahead of them and the other cops, overpowered the fear he had of seeing his father in his mind's eye. He forced his eyes to close and breathed in slowly and deeply, over and over, until he could feel his body begin to relax. The stresses and strains of moving office, of having Addis looming over him, the fight with Kate, all slipping away into the abyss as he concentrated solely on little George. The boy's face took shape behind his closed eyelids, burning into Sean's mind. The face becoming the child's entire body, curled under his duvet as he peacefully slept. The picture of the sleeping boy growing smaller, disappearing into the distance as his imaginings left the room. Always looking back where he'd come from, through the doorway and along the corridor, down the stairs, past the mother's room and then more stairs, passing through the closed front door like a ghost, where he immediately saw the figure again, still crouching, working away at the locks. He hardly dared breathe as the picture grew clearer in his mind. The calm, unhurried image of the man jiggling the tools that penetrated the middle lock until it finally clicked open. The man carefully packing his fine tools away before standing and easing the door open, stepping inside from the bitter cold to the warm, inviting scent of the house.
"How did it feel?" Sean asked the faceless man in his mind. "Entering the house of the family in the middle of the night. Did you go straight to the boy, or did you stand for a while, breathing them in, becoming whatever it is you dream of becoming?"
He superimposed the face of Mackenzie onto the face of the man now moving towards the stairs, and liked the fit.
"Is this how it felt in those early days? Those special early days when you first started breaking into other people's homes? Did it feel so good because they gave you something you'd never had? And what was that? Was it love and acceptance? Had your own family rejected you? Were your tastes too much for them to stomach? So they threw you out, but here, in the houses of others, you were finally part of a family again, even if they didn't know you were there." The more he thought, the more he imagined, the more Mackenzie's face fitted the man he watched slowly climbing the stairs in the Bridgeman's house. But taking trophies isn't enough anymore, is it? You need more. Sean opened his eyes, the seeds of an idea floating in his mind like so many pieces of a broken mirror, until they all came together to form an answer that was another question. "You took things belonging to the children, didn't you? Before you started taking things to sell, you just took things belonging to the children. Only we never found out. Or we did, but we missed the relevance. We didn't understand its importance. And now, that's not enough. Now the only trophy that helps you relive your fantasies is the children themselves, isn't it? The children are your trophies. Only... The phone ringing on his desk crushed his hypnotic concentration, an iron curtain crashing down in his mind, derailing his train of thought at the most critical time. "Fuck it!" he shouted, loud enough to be heard in the adjoining main office. He snatched the phone, furious at yet another pointless interruption. "What the hell is it now?" he almost screamed into the mouthpiece. "Happy New Year to you too," Featherston replied, unfazed by Sean's telephone manner. "Just thought I'd let you know the Assistant Commissioner is about to start briefing the media down in the conference room, in case you wanted to join him." "No thanks," Sean answered, calmer now, but unapologetic. "Any last-minute updates you want me to get through to him? Any sign of an imminent breakthrough?" "Isn't the arrest of Mackenzie a breakthrough?" "Only if you're close to charging him." "I don't have enough to charge him yet, hence the surveillance." "I know, but are you close?" "That's hard to say. You know how these things are. One minute you have nothing, and the next everything falls into place," Sean explained. "So what does your gut tell you?" Sean took a breath before answering. "It tells me I'm close." He lied, knowing that in truth he had little or nothing on Mackenzie. But he needed to use the press briefings to his advantage, to pile the pressure on Mackenzie and try and panic him into making a mistake that would lead to George Bridgeman, dead or alive. It had happened before. The killer had successfully disposed of the body in an effective hiding place where it would rot away for all eternity, only to then panic and move it to another, less considered, less remote location. With the surveillance team following Mackenzie, Sean knew now was the time to try and make him panic into returning to the boy, or his body. "You can tell the Assistant Commissioner I'm very close. You can tell him we have very reliable information on the boy's whereabouts that we're looking into as a matter of priority." "I can tell Addis that? It's important he gets it in time for the briefing." Featherston sighed loudly into the phone. "Are you sure this is how you want to roll the dice?" "I have no choice," Sean answered, and waited nervously for Featherston's answer. "OK, I'll tell him, but a word to the wise, Sean. If you tell him it is so, then it had better be so." "I understand," Sean told him, his belly tight with anticipation and anxiety. "Try and watch the briefing if you can," Featherston told him. "Addis will expect it." Sean listened as the phone went dead, his mind once more cluttered with the barriers. Barriers that stopped him thinking how he needed to. Barriers that stood in the way of ever finding George Bridgeman alive. Heavy raindrops bounced off the windscreen, the wipers failing to cope with the downpour on the outside, while the heaters failed to prevent it misting on the inside. Sally leaned forward, the seatbelt pressing uncomfortably against her chest, which still ached when anything dug into her, and wiped the obscured windscreen with her gloved hand. Light spilled down on her from the streetlights above, making, refracting, and intensifying as it travelled through the raindrops, each ray turning into hundreds that dazzled her eyes and made the road little more than a blur of coloured lights. To her relief, she found a space just big enough to park her car not too far from the front door of the converted Victorian house that contained her top-floor flat. The flat's poor state when she'd bought it had made it just about affordable, despite its location in Putney, southwest London. Of all the properties she'd viewed after abandoning the flat where she'd been attacked, it seemed comfortably to be the worst. But many of its supposed drawbacks were the very things that drew her to it. It was small, having been constructed in the loft, with many of its ceilings sloping so low half the room was unusable, and the windows were small, too small for a person to slip through, most of the natural light being provided by heavy-frame skylights that she kept shut and locked. It was accessed by 3 steep flights of stairs, and the neighbours were easily heard through the thin partition walls. These were all the attributes she hunted for, the things that comforted her after the attack, that helped make her feel safe in her own home. Once she checked the outside of the building to make sure there were no drain pipes running anywhere near any of the windows, she made an offer at the full asking price straight away. The estate agent didn't argue, and the deal was done. After checking the road in front and behind, she jumped from her car, checked twice she'd secured it properly, and jogged along the pavement with her thin raincoat over her head, and her mid-height heels clicking against the soaked pavement,
until she was safely under the cover of the front porch. She searched in her small, uncluttered handbag, another of the many deliberate changes she'd made since Sebastian Gibran entered her life, and pulled her keys from the internal zip pocket, smoothly and quickly opening the front door. She searched the road for signs of danger before pushing the door open just wide enough to slide through the gap, closing it firmly behind her and standing in the darkness inside. She waited, listening for any sounds that shouldn't be there, but also to prove to herself that she could stand in the greyness without fear overtaking her. To her relief, her breathing and heart rate remained reasonably calm and steady. After a few moments more, she pushed the light timer switch and gave herself about 30 seconds of light to reach the next landing. She heaved herself away from the front door and climbed the stairs one at a time, the sounds of her neighbours still awake and living their normal lives comforting her all the way to the first-floor landing, where she found the next light switch, and continued her ascent until she reached her own front door, the keys for which she already had in her hand. As she slid the first key into the lock, she paused for a second or two, looking back down the staircase, listening hard, just in case. Satisfied, she unlocked the 3 locks and pushed the door open, the light from inside flooding into the hallway just as the timer plunged it back into darkness. Sally stepped inside her sanctuary, closing the door behind her without locking it and moving deeper into the front room, glad she had left the light on all day so she wouldn't have to step into a dark flat, but disappointed that she still felt it necessary. At least she'd made it to the point where she could bear to leave the rest of the flat in semi-darkness, though it had taken her months to get there. She moved quickly, going from room to room, turning the lights on, but only lamps, not the overhead ones. Another step forward in her recovery. For months, the mere act of touching a lamp had filled her with so much anxiety it would almost instantly bring on a panic attack as the memories flooded back. Turning the lamp on that night, the red light flooding her flat and the sense of him standing right behind her. The lamp had been the last thing she'd touched before. Sally shook her head to stop herself thinking too much about the attack and continued switching on a lamp in every room, searching every dark corner, just in case. Having confirmed that she was alone, she returned to the living room and secured the front door. Next, she turned the television on for company, kicked her shoes off and padded across the floor to her small, neat kitchen, where she grabbed a wine glass from the cupboard and cursed the fact she no longer smoked. She made her way to the freezer and yanked open the door. The bottle of vodka, lying seductively on its side, appeared to be almost calling to her, begging her for attention. It took all her strength to slam the door shut and reach for the already open bottle of Chardonnay in the adjacent fridge instead, from which she poured herself a modest glass and sat at the small kitchen table. She searched her compact handbag and quickly found the tramadol. She popped 2 from the packet and threw them into her mouth, washing them down with a good swig of her wine, and waited for their soothing effects to wash over her. No vodka and no tears, she thought to herself. Dr. Anna Ravenny-Caron would be very pleased with her. Chapter 5. Mid-morning, and Sean had already been back behind his desk in his new office for several hours, enjoying the early peace before the main office grew crowded and noisy. His claustrophobic, uncomfortable office in New Scotland Yard was already beginning to feel like home, thoughts of Peckham now more like distant memories than recent events. His desk had been exactly as he'd left it the night before, right down to the half-read report about another paedophile local to the scene of George Bridgeman's disappearance. The possible suspect had previous for snatching children, but Sean had already largely discounted him. He'd never committed a residential burglary, and he'd never shown any lock-picking skills. He'd skimmed through the rest of the report and tossed it into the tray marked complete. Twisting the stiffness out of his neck, he closed his eyes for a second to consider Mackenzie. God, he prayed he was stupid enough or scared enough to make a fatal mistake while he had the surveillance team up his arse. It had taken 2 hideous murders and 3 abductions before he'd been able to find and stop Thomas Keller. He couldn't bear the same thing happening here. No, he reassured himself, he had his man. Now all he needed was the evidence to prove it. For all Mackenzie's slyness and criminal cunning, he was still impulsive. Sean was sure of it. He saw the boy and the family and acted on an immediate, uncontrollable desire, leaving behind him the signature of his method that pointed to him as the guilty party, just as surely as if he'd left his fingerprints all over the scene. Mackenzie was caught, and he knew it. Now all he could do was what so many other killers before him had done: face the police and the media and try and front it all out. Portray himself as either a witness or an innocent man falsely accused. But the charade could never last long. All Mackenzie's provocation and snarling half-denials would be nothing more than his twisted moment in the sun, his one chance to revel in his own infamy before being buried in the prison system, denied access to the trashy paperbacks that would no doubt be written about him. Sean ground his teeth in anticipation of the day when Mackenzie's tower of lies tumbled down. A picture of Kate on his desk pulled him away from his thoughts of Mackenzie's downfall and instantly saddened his heart. Much to his relief, she'd been asleep when he arrived home the previous night, and remained so when he rose so early that outside it was still pitch black, and not a single bird was singing in the new day. He'd showered and dressed in the semi-darkness, using only the light from the night lamp that burnt all night for the sake of their children, leaving the bathroom door open just enough to let the light in. He tiptoed down the stairs and out of the house, breathing an audible sigh of relief as he cleared the front door, and walked along the cold, still road just as some of the neighbouring houses began to flicker into life. He'd comfortably beaten the worst of the traffic as he'd driven north through south-east London and over Lambeth Bridge, around Parliament Square and along Victoria Street, before swinging right into Broadway and disappearing into the Yard's underground car park. But he needed to break the chill with Kate sooner, rather than later, before it turned into an ice age. Donnelly, striding into the main office, caught his attention, and he summoned him with a look. The sergeant changed his direction like a bird in flight and sauntered into Sean's office, where he remained standing to let Sean know he had no intention of staying long. "Problem?" he asked. "No," Sean answered. "Just checking how you got on with the Bridgman's cars." "They agreed to hand them over for forensic examination," Donnelly told him. "There's no problems." "How did you swing that?" "I told them the suspects sometimes like to play games with us, leaving clues in unlikely places just to see how smart we are. And they went for it. A few grunts and growls from Mr. Bridgeman, but they handed over the car keys, eventually. Both motors are undercover at Lambeth as we speak." "Good. Make sure you keep the heat under the forensic boys and girls. I want all things forensic to do with this case treated as a matter of priority. Understand?" "Perfectly," Donnelly replied. The phones ringing on Sean's desk ended their conversation, but Donnelly stayed put. "Sean Corrigan?" Sean spoke into the mouthpiece. "Morning," Featherstone answered without introducing himself. "Sir, just phoning to see if you caught Addis's media release last night." "No," Sean admitted. "I was too busy here." "Well, if he asks, you'll tell him that you did see it, okay?" "Fine. Why?" "Because that's what he'd expect you to do." "If you think it's necessary." "I do," Featherstone warned him. "As far as he's concerned, he did it for you and your case, even added the little extras you wanted about being close to a breakthrough. He'll have the right hump if he thinks you couldn't even be bothered to watch it. Anyway, the genie's out of the bottle now and the world is watching. A child taken from an upmarket family living in their upmarket house in their upmarket London enclave. The newsboys are going to be like a pit bull with a dead cat on this one, or at least until we can give them someone to feed on." "You mean a suspect?" Sean asked. "No," Featherstone corrected him. "We've already given them a suspect, your man Mackenzie, remember? What they really want is an accused." "I'm working on it." "Then work fast," Featherstone advised him. "You as good as promised Addis a quick result, so you had better deliver. Don't expect him to take any flack to save your skin. They don't call him the Bramshill assassin for nothing," he added, referring to the senior police officer training college that had a long and established reputation for backstabbing and one-upmanship. "We're doing our best," Sean protested. "Then let's hope your best is good enough. Call me if anything changes." Sean listened to the line go dead and slowly replaced the receiver, his cheeks puffed out in exasperation. "Problem?"
Donnelly asked. Always, he answered. Powers that be after a quick result, eh? Sean just shrugged. Then why don't we give them one and drag the parents in, huh? Like I said, interview them under caution +3, separately before they start working as a team and concoct something plausible and difficult to prove a lie. Not yet, Sean argued. Maybe if forensics turns something up that implicates them, but not until then. Why not? Because it'll undermine Mackenzie as a suspect. Think of the disclosure down the line, Sean pointed out. Hardly looks as though we truly believe he's our prime suspect if we're interviewing the Bridgemans at the same time we're following him. Disclosures are relevant until we have someone charged, and apparently we're a long way from that. Sean's mobile rang, halting their discussion again. Sean raised his hand to silence Donnelly. Morning, Governor. DS Handy here. Thought you'd want a morning update on the surveillance. I'm listening. After he got bailed, he went straight home and stayed indoors for a couple of hours before changing his clothes and showing himself again. He headed to a local takeaway. Kebab, chips, side of hummus and a can of Coke, if you're interested. Then home and indoors for the rest of the night. First show today was just after 8:30 a.m. Made his way to a local cafe this time. Egg, bacon, chips, toast and tea. Took his time over it too. Then jumped on a bus to the Archway Road. Archway? Sean queried. Did he go anywhere specific? Only a hardware shop, Asian-owned. Archway DIY. Imaginative, Sean chipped in. Does what it says on the tin. Full address is 173 Archway Road. He was in there for a good 15 minutes. I put one of my people in the shop with him, but they couldn't hang around that long without showing out, so it's not exactly home base in there. Did they see what he bought? Sorry, couldn't get close enough and couldn't stay long enough. Bollocks, Sean snarled. Where is he now? Got back on the bus and headed home. Been there ever since, which isn't long. Problem? No problem. Was he carrying anything he could have bought in the shop? When he came out, he tucked something into his jacket pocket, but we don't know what. Do you want me to send one of my team into the shop to ask what, if anything, he bought? No, Sean replied. I don't want to burn any of your team. You stay with the target and I'll check the shop out. Understood. Something up? Donnelly asked as Sean put the phone down. Could be. Sean was on his feet, reaching for his jacket. Grab your coat. You're coming with me. Oh, eh? Where to? Archway Road, to visit a hardware shop. Why? Because I need a new screwdriver, Sean quipped. What? Donnelly screwed his face up in disapproval. Never mind, Sean told him. I'll explain on the way. Stuart Bridgeman sat alone in his office in the family home in Hampstead, with the door closed and his modern jazz music playing just loudly enough to drown out any sounds of life coming from the rest of the house. Nothing he tried seemed capable of distracting his racing mind from the situation he was trying not to face. Having to see his wife was bad enough, but having the female cop hanging around the house all hours was pushing him closer and closer to the edge of he didn't know what. His wife, the cop, even the nanny must think he was a fool if they imagined he hadn't noticed the endless whispered conversations. He knew exactly what, who, they were talking about. The more they conspired against him, the more isolated and bitter he felt towards all of them. Had he not continued to provide for all of them, giving them everything they could ask for, despite the rumours and betrayal? He'd always done what was necessary for the family, even taking care of George, despite knowing the truth, despite feeling no love towards the boy, despite being reminded of his wife's betrayal every time he had to look at him. Could anyone really blame him for losing his temper, even if he was honest and admitted the boy himself had done no wrong? When a new male lion takes over a pride from the old patriarch, the first thing they do is kill the lion cubs that aren't genetically theirs. Not out of cruelty, but out of an overpowering urge to ensure their own genes will dominate and survive. And now George was gone, and he didn't know how he felt about that. All he knew was that the eyes of suspicion had fallen upon him. At least, no matter what happened, he'd always have Sophia, regardless what truths bubbled to the surface. A gentle, nervous knock at the door chased away the thoughts that he knew would be back again and again. He considered telling whoever it was to go away, but remembered the cop lurking in his home. "Come in,"
he called out like a headmaster summoning a naughty child. The door opened slowly, and only enough to allow his wife to slip into the room. She closed the door softly before speaking. "I was going to make something to eat. Do you want anything?" she asked. "No," he told her, his eyes falling away from her and back to the dossier on his desk he'd been pretending to read. "You should eat," she persisted. "You don't want to make yourself ill. We could do without that right now." "I said no," he scolded, staring without raising his head, making his eyes appear demonic. She backed off for a few seconds until his eyes returned to the dossier. "Stuart," she tried once more to reach him, "we need to stick together on this. No matter what happened in the past, we need to stick together now." "Or what?" he growled. "Worried what people might start to say about us? About you? You never seemed to care about that before." "Do we have to talk about that now?" "I don't want to talk about it at all." "Oh, damn it, Stuart, this isn't about us. This is about George. This is about my son." "Your son?" He seized on her slip. "That about says it all, doesn't it? Your son. Not our son, but your son." That's not what I meant." She tried to recover. "Then what did you mean?" I just want my boy back," she told him, her voice weak now as tears glazed over her eyes. "Dear God, what's happened to him? Well, where's my son?" "Well, why don't you ask that cop out there what's happened to your son? They're supposed to have all the answers, aren't they? And while you're asking her, why don't you ask her why the police took our cars?" "But they told us why they needed our cars. Why would I—" "You stupid bitch! Do you really believe all that bollocks about suspects leaving clues hidden around the place? They took our cars because they think I took George. Don't you understand? Maybe they even think we killed him." "Oh, that's absurd," she argued. "Why would they think that?" "Why? Because they know your dirty little secret." "How could they?" "Oh, come on. Haven't they already been asking you about it, Insinuating?" The puzzled look of recognition on her face told him what he already knew in his heart. "Of course they have. It's only a matter of time before they arrest me, but it won't help them find George. It won't help them get you your little boy back." "Why are you being so cruel?" she demanded. "He's your son too, damn you! Why did you say that?" "Why did I say what?" he asked, a look of disgust on his face. "That I won't get George back. Why would you say a thing like that?" "I'm just telling you what the police think," he insisted, only less confident now, less sure of himself and not so confrontational. "God help me," she hissed, moving a few steps closer, pointing at him accusingly. "If ever I find out that you've done anything to hurt George, I swear I'll kill you myself." Stuart Bridgeman went pale as he struggled to find an answer, but he was spared by another gentle rat-a-tat at the door. "Everything all right in there?" D.C. Maggie O'Neill asked. "Yes," Celia Bridgeman lied through the door. "Everything's absolutely fine." They abandoned their unmarked car by the side of the road on double yellow lines, with the vehicle's logbook tossed unceremoniously on the dashboard to identify it as a CID car to any passing traffic wardens. Not that the ones from the local council would take any notice. Sean led the way as they strode across the pavement, already tugging his warrant card free from his inside jacket pocket. Donnelly was close behind, but nowhere near as enthusiastic. As they entered, a loud electronic buzzing noise filled the hardware shop, replacing what would once upon a time have been a bell. The Indian shopkeeper, somewhere in his 60s, short and slim with an immaculate grey beard and complete with turban, appeared from behind the counter where he'd been crouched while rearranging the fine display of nuts and bolts. Can I help you, sir?" he immediately asked in his thick Indian accent. "Police," Sean told him unceremoniously, holding his warrant card out in front of him. "I'm Detective Inspector Corrigan, and this is my colleague, Detective Sergeant Donnelly. I need to ask you a few questions about a customer who came to your shop earlier this morning." "Of course, no problem," the shopkeeper answered without any nervousness or hesitation. "I was a police officer myself many years ago," he added. "So please, anything that you want, just ask." "Was that back in India?" Donnelly asked. "It was, sir, in Bombay. My father was also a police officer, and so was my grandfather. But it was easier to be a police officer there than here, I think. Trust me, Everyone I ever questioned soon admitted their guilt. Not so many rules back then. Sean was already tired of the police club chat. I'm sure, he interrupted. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. My name is Mr. Nashua. I moved to this country with my family. Sean cut him short. Mr. Nashua, a man came into your shop earlier. He rummaged in his jacket pocket for the photograph of Mackenzie. This man, he said, carefully placing it on the counter. I need to know what he wanted. Yes, Nashua acknowledged. I remember him. He was here not long ago. Yes, but what did he want? Sean hurried him. Did he buy anything? He looked around for a bit. I was a bit suspicious at first. He seemed to be looking out of the window, checking outside as if he was waiting for someone to join him in my shop. I can always spot a thief who has only come to steal from me, but this one seemed more interested in what was going on outside the shop rather than things inside. Mr. Nashua, please, Sean appealed. Did he buy anything? Oh, yes, eventually. He seemed to know exactly what he wanted. And what was that? Sean persisted. He bought an MLPX, Nashua told him. A very good one, too. It cost almost £100. A what? Donnelly asked. An MLPX, Nashua repeated. A master lock-picking kit. In the right hands, a set like that could open pretty much any standard lock in the world. And this man who bought it seemed very much to know his business. He asked me about the quality and size of the picks, hooks, wenches, diamonds, everything. I thought this man must be a qualified locksmith, yes? You could say that, Sean answered, still looking at Donnelly. What say we pay our locksmith friend a surprise visit? I don't see we have any choice, Donnelly agreed. Only what? Sean pressed. I don't recall anyone mentioning we'd seized any lock-picking tools when he was first arrested. That's because we didn't. So why does he need a new set? Donnelly asked. Because tools leave distinctive marks. Once the lab open up the locks from the Bridgeman's house, they should find tool marks. Some may match the tools he used to open them. The rest will fit with the keys normally used to unlock them. You had forensics take the locks from the front door? Of course. That's a hell of a long shot. It is, but Mackenzie probably knows it's possible. So he ditched the tools he used at the Bridgemans? Looks like it. Then we'll need to find them, said Donnelly. Would be useful, Sean agreed. Have Zukov make sure all the search teams are aware we're looking for tools used for lockpicking. He may have dumped them not too far from the scene. Tell him to download some pictures from the internet so people can see what he's talking about, or it'll mean nothing to most of them. No problem, Donnelly assured him. It will be done. Is there a problem? Mr. Nashua asked, aware that the detectives had forgotten he was there. No, Sean told him with a wry smile. No problem at all. A smile of self-satisfaction fixed itself to his face as he looked out of his first-floor window at the people of all creeds and colours scurrying along Kentish Town Road below. Every few minutes, the sight of a child electrified his body with an excitement he couldn't control and tightened his belly and groin as he licked his dry lips and waited for the inevitable. As soon as the car came into view, crawling along in the rest of the traffic, some criminal instinct told him it was them. But he felt no panic or fear. No need to scramble around his tiny, sparse flat to find and destroy any incriminating evidence before they found it. He felt calm and in control, as if everything he'd been planning was coming together, better than he could have expected. Corrigan had been a gift that must have been sent from a greater power, the conduit of all his planned revenge. They had thought him beaten and humiliated. Now it would be him who would teach them the true meaning of defeat and public humiliation. He drew the stained neck curtains to better conceal himself while still keeping watch on the approaching car. It stopped and squeezed itself into the tightest of parking spaces, holding up the traffic and provoking a cacophony of horn blasts. He knew the occupants wouldn't give a damn about the inconvenience they caused. Such was their all-consuming arrogance and ignorance. As he watched them climb from the car, he realized he was grinding his teeth in anticipation and hatred, eager to continue the game he knew he couldn't lose. They crossed the pavement and became impossible to see once they were directly below him, at the communal entrance that ultimately led to his front door. Slowly, he moved away from the window and sat shaking a little at the only table in the flat, wishing he still had a laptop to log on to so that he could download incriminating items to tantalize Detective Inspector Corrigan with, sending him on yet more wild goose chases, leading him further and further away from the boy and himself, closer and closer to final victory. He listened for the sound of splintering wood, the sound of Corrigan's career beginning to shatter, but was disappointed to hear instead one of his neighbour's intercoms buzzing. He immediately knew what Corrigan was up to, threatening or cajoling one of the other occupants of the filth-infested flats to open the communal door so they could sneak up the stairs like sewer rats. Quickly, he gathered the items he'd laid out on the table in front of him, an A to Z of London with the missing boy's street circled in red pen, other houses also circled in red, along with a few local schools and, his crowning glory, areas of nearby woodland. He'd enjoyed himself that morning, chuckling to himself as he marked the map and scribbled the apparent ramblings of a dangerous madman across the pages of a notebook that he now placed on top of the A to Z. He sat back, trying not to grin as he heard the footsteps climbing the stairs, neither running nor tiptoeing, just steadily walking. Not as he'd expected them to come. The departure from how he'd expected things to happen caused a rare moment of panic, a fluttering in his chest like a hummingbird's wings. Again he waited for the splintering of wood and the yells of the police commanding him not to move or suffer the consequences. He stared at the door, muttering quietly to himself. Come on, he muttered under his breath, willing them to smash open the flimsy, scarred door. The hastily replaced lock from their last visit would be no match for a well-placed kick from a policeman's boot. But the fireworks never came, only a firm knock. Shit, he hissed, frozen to his chair, unable to answer the knocking that came again when he didn't answer. Who is it? He asked, his voice hoarse and quiet. He cleared it with a cough before repeating himself. Who is it, and what do you want? You know who it is and what we want, Corrigan told him, his tone overconfident and belittling. The conqueror coming to conquer. I need to speak with you, Mark. Open the door. What about? He asked, still sitting in his chair staring at the thin door, imagining the smiling, self-congratulating cops on the other side, so sure they had the evidence to prove he took the boy. You know what about? Corrigan's tone didn't waver. This is not the sort of conversation you want to have in public. In public? He asked, momentarily confused. Suspicious, Corrigan had plans to try and conduct his investigation in the glare of the media spotlight, ensuring that anybody who listened knew the police had decided he was their prime suspect. Your neighbours, Mark, the voice explained. Walls of ears and all that. I see, he answered, weighing up his options, still hopeful they might grow impatient and kick the door open. More evidence of heavy-handed police intimidation. But the thought of his irate landlord having to provide yet more new locks forced him into a decision. The stinking flat wasn't much, but it was a roof over his head. A roof he'd need for some time to come, no matter how things worked out. Just give me a minute, he told them as he stood, gathering the maps and notebooks and quickly hiding them under the bed, slipping them through a slit he made in its underside, before moving purposefully to the door and turning the single Yale lock. He peeped through the gap at the two detectives standing like terracotta soldiers with their arms by their sides. Corrigan and another one he didn't recognize, thick-set with a prominent moustache, strong-looking. I see, he told them. You again, what do you want now? Mark Mackenzie, Sean began, pulling his warrant card from his coat pocket, holding it low at his side, showing it inconspicuously to him. I'm Detective Inspector Sean Corrigan, and this is Detective Sergeant Dave Donnelly. I know who you are, he snapped, his glare turning to Donnelly. Or at least I know what you are. Mark, I'm arresting you on suspicion of the abduction of George Bridgeman. This is ridiculous, he argued. I was only released last night. A sudden wave of nausea strangled his confidence, as the fear and realization they may have discovered something that could undermine all his plans flashed in his mind, before shrinking away again like a retreating wave on the beach. No, if they were rearresting him this quickly, everything was exactly as he wanted it. As of now, you are under caution,
You do remember the caution, don't you, Mark? Sean asked. I remember it. Sean and Donnelly pushed their way into the small flat, carrying Mackenzie back inside with the tide of their bodies, and closing the door on the outside world. Under Section 18 of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, we have the power to search your flat for any evidence relating to the offence for which you've been arrested, and for evidence of any similar offences you may have committed. But I guess you already knew that too, Sean told him. I did, Mackenzie agreed. I also know that I should have my solicitor here before you start searching. You can call your solicitor if you like, but we don't have to wait for them to get here before searching. Sean began to circle the flat like a wolf circling a flock of sheep. Why do you need a solicitor here for a search? Donnelly asked. Got something to hide, Mr. Mackenzie? No, he answered. Let's just say I've had bad experiences with the police in the past. I can't think what you mean, Donnelly smirked, casually opening drawers and rifling through their contents. Oh, you know, Mackenzie told him, things found in my home that hadn't been there before the police started searching. That's a pretty serious allegation, Donnelly played with him. Did you make a complaint? No, Mackenzie admitted. Aye, well, not much we can do about that now then, is there? Perhaps if you tell me what you're looking for, I could save you the bother of searching, Mackenzie offered, ignoring Donnelly's comment. You know what we're looking for, Sean accused him. I have no idea. We'll rip this place apart to find it if we have to, Sean threatened. And that bothers me how? Mackenzie asked, looking around his own home with distaste printed across his face, allowing his eyes to linger a little too long on the single bed pushed into the corner of the bedsit. He resisted the temptation to smile as he noticed Corrigan immediately seizing on his apparent mistake, striding across the room and unceremoniously pulling the soiled quilt back and tossing it on the floor. Sean kicked the quilt and pillow around until he was satisfied they hid nothing, but still Mackenzie's face told him he was looking in the right place, something Mackenzie confirmed by licking his drying lips. Sean flicked the entire mattress up on its side to search the space under it, its cheapness and lightness making it easy to lift. But there was nothing to be found. Briefly he looked back at Mackenzie. I'll find it, he warned. No matter where it is, I'll find it. I don't know what you're talking about, he lied. Really? Sean asked sarcastically. Well, I guess we'll see about that. Mackenzie's eyes never left Sean as he dropped to his knees and peered under the bed, before stretching an arm underneath and pulling out the items that lay hidden there. Old newspapers and magazines, shoe boxes full of photographs from a better time, postcards, letters, and long, irrelevant documents that provided a chronology of his life. None of it interested Sean, who pulled a small maglite torch from his belt and clicked it on, shining it underneath the bed. Got something? Donnelly asked. Just an old trick I used to use when I was undercover, if I had something I really didn't want anyone to stumble across. Donnelly and Mackenzie watched in silence as Sean scanned the underside of the bed until he found what he was looking for, a 6-inch slit in the nylon material. Sean checked the entrance to the slit for booby traps before carefully sliding the torch into the darkness, using it to light the way and pull the opening wide apart, revealing the A to Z and the notebook. With his other hand, he reached in and pinched the items between his fingers, pulling them free and carefully placing them on the bed base above, mindful that he'd forgotten to wear gloves of any kind, something that he quickly remedied by snapping on a pair of forensic latex ones. Found what you're looking for? Donnelly asked. No, Sean answered, but I found something. So you and Mark here share the same secret hiding place? Interesting, Donnelly added, drawing quick-fire glances from both Sean and Mackenzie. Sean opened the A to Z first and flicked through to the pages covering Hampstead and the surrounding area, the neat red circles leaping out at him like tracer bullets, his eyes frantically searching until he found the street the boy had been taken from, Courthope Road, ringed in red, just like numerous others. Jesus Christ, he said, loudly enough for both Donnelly and Mackenzie to hear, his gloved finger tracing the pages to the areas ringed in red, several of which marked remote areas on Hampstead Heath. Problem? Donnelly asked. Yes, Sean answered, but not for us. For him. He turned and nodded once towards Mackenzie, who stood silent and motionless, his eyes wide with anticipation and trepidation, afraid he wouldn't be able to control what he'd begun, wouldn't be able to control Corrigan. Leaving the A to Z open on the damning page, Sean turned his attention to the accompanying notebook, immediately noticing that it appeared almost new and largely unscathed. Something that niggled at him, his instincts warning him that the book should look well worn, as if Mackenzie had hardly been able to bear not to have it in his hands even for a second. But the fact the boy had only been taken recently chased his doubt away. As soon as he opened the notebook, the same garish red ink stared up at him. Obscene scribblings detailing extreme sexual acts and acts of excessive violence between people of all ages and sexes, along with sketches and rough diagrams illustrating the words. Crude drawings of what looked like Christ on the cross littered most pages, as did caricatures of the devil and demons, all frolicking with the naked, deformed, wounded and bleeding humans. The most grotesque creatures of hell paying the children special attention. Sean again glanced briefly over his shoulder at Mackenzie. "You're fucked, Mackenzie," he announced. "Your throat cut by your own hand." Donnelly realised what was happening before even seeing the map and notebook, snatched the handcuffs off his belt and stepped towards Mackenzie, spinning him around, pulling his arms behind his back and snapping the cuffs on his wrists. "Can't have you running off anywhere, can we?" he told the startled-looking man. "I'm not saying anything until I see my solicitor," Mackenzie protested. "You don't have to," Sean told him, pointing at the damning evidence lying on the bed base. "These say it all for you. You can't prove they're mine, and even if they are, so what?" "Do me a favour," Sean replied, walking towards him while Donnelly went the other way, eager to see what Sean had seen. "But there's something else you have that I need." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Now is not the time to fuck with me," Sean warned. "Where are they?" "Who?" Mackenzie asked, trying to stall. "Where are who?" "Not who," Sean told him, his voice growing louder. "The items you bought from the hardware shop, where are they?" "Oh, you're mad," he accused Sean. "I haven't been to any hardware shop. Why would I go to a hardware shop?" "Don't lie to me," Sean warned. "Where are they?" "The lock-picking tools you bought from the shop in Archway Road. I know you were there, Mark." "You had me followed?" he asked calmly, quietly enjoying the expression on Sean's face as he realised he'd shown his hand and burnt the surveillance team. "You must have. Otherwise, how could you have known?" "So you admit it?" Sean recovered. "I'm not admitting anything. This isn't a game, Mark, and I'm not playing. You're in deep shit. Now, where are the items you bought from the hardware shop?" "I'll tell you what," Mackenzie sneered. "You start searching this rat hole you and your kind condemn me to live in, and I'll tell you when you're getting warm." "I've got a better idea," Sean replied, jabbing him in the crotch with a snap of his knee, folding Mackenzie in half as he fell to the floor, his hands cupped around his private parts to ease the pain and protect them from further blows. "You want to play games? Okay, let's play a new game. This one's called You Tell Me Where the Tools Are, or Have More of the Same." "You can't do this," Mackenzie groaned, spittle spraying from his thin, pale lips. He knew Corrigan was dangerous. He'd almost depended on it. But he hadn't planned on being tortured. His intense fear and dislike of physical pain of any type threatened to cause him to cave in and confess all. You can't do this to me." "Oh, yeah? And who's going to stop me?" Sean asked, looking around the room as Donnelly deliberately kept his back to them. "I won't tell you anything," Mackenzie insisted. Sean slapped him hard across the face, the sound of the blow reverberating around the flat, mixing with the pitiful little scream that escaped from Mackenzie's mouth. "That's probably not true, is it, Mark? You see, I think you're going to tell me everything I want you to." Sean's voice was full of quiet malevolence and danger, as if torturing prisoners was an everyday occurrence, just another part of his job. "Leave me alone," Mackenzie demanded. "You won't get away with this." "The tools," Sean hissed at him. "Tell me where the tools you bought from the hardware shop are. And the others, the ones you used on the house you took the boy from, where'd you dump them?" "I've already told you. I don't know what you're talking about."
Sean snapped the heel of his shoe into Mackenzie's shin just below the knee, causing a jolt of excruciating pain that brought tears to his eyes as he gripped the injured limb and rolled side to side to try and distract himself from his agony. "We can keep doing this," Sean told him, "or you can tell me what I need to know." "You're insane," he spat back. "You're crazy." Sean reached out with both hands and gripped the collar of Mackenzie's unbuttoned shirt, twisting it in on itself to make a tourniquet around his neck, cutting off his oxygen and damming the spent blood in his brain. Mackenzie tried to break free, but Sean was too strong and his grip too tight. He held him without speaking until Mackenzie's eyes began to bulge. "Tell me!" Sean shouted in his face, watching as Mackenzie turned his head, his eyes rolling the rest of the way and pointing accusingly towards a corner of the room. "Maybe you should take it easy, Governor," Donnelly warned, heading back towards the unevenly matched combatants, ready to peel Sean off his prey if he had to. But Sean had already loosened the shirt around Mackenzie's neck and dropped him to the floor, where he lay panting for breath, one hand around his reddening neck and the other pointing shakily at Sean. "I want to make a complaint," he managed to mumble. I want him arrested," he told Donnelly. "You saw what he did. Arrest him. He tried to kill me."
"If he tried to kill you, you'd be dead by now," Donnelly answered, "so shut the fuck up. And next time, save yourself a bit of bother by answering our questions when we ask them." He looked away from the still prostrate Mackenzie towards Sean, who was already in the corner of the room Mackenzie's bulging eyes had looked to. "You got something?" Sean was crouching to examine the floor. "Carpet's loose over here," he answered, "like it's been pulled away more than once." "Hello, hello," Donnelly said, looking at Mackenzie. "Another wee hiding place, Mr. Mackenzie." He didn't answer, his eyes once again wide with the infinite possibilities of the next few seconds. Corrigan's unpredictability only now fully revealing itself to him, increasing both the danger and the possible rewards. Sean pushed the tips of his fingers between the skirting board and carpet edge, gripped the frayed ends, and pulled. The carpet peeling back like the skin of an overripe fruit to reveal old floorboards, the shortest of which wobbled slightly when he rocked it with his hand. He pressed down on one side, and the short board flipped on its side as it broke loose. "One of the boards isn't nailed down," he called over his shoulder, tossing the board to one side and retrieving his torch. He placed it in his mouth to free the arm that now snaked under the floor, his gloved fingers coiling around the plastic bag he'd seen in the torchlight. As he pulled it free, he looked inside like an excited child with a bag of treats, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. "Jackpot," he said quietly as he emptied the suede roll-up case from the bag, untying the loose knot and unrolling the holder to reveal an array of delicate metal tools within. Even from a distance, Donnelly could see they were lock-picking tools. "Game's up for you, Mark," Donnelly told him. "Now, where's the boy?" "You're the police," Mackenzie answered. "You're supposed to be the detectives, the ones with all the answers, so why don't you detect him yourself?" Sean was up and across the room in a second, pushing past Donnelly, eyes on fire with a fury he couldn't control, as he again grabbed Mackenzie by the shirt collar and half pulled him off the floor, his face so close their breath became one. "Tell me where the boy is," Sean demanded. "Tell me where the boy is, or I swear you won't leave this room in one piece." "You can do what you like to me, but I won't tell you where he is, no matter what." "We'll soon see about that," Sean told him, his wrists beginning to twist as he tightened the shirt around Mackenzie's throat. A heavy hand landed on Sean's shoulder, prompting him to back off. "Careful, Governor," Donnelly warned quietly. "Don't give him a way out. Know what I mean?" Sean loosened his grip, but kept hold of Mackenzie. There was more than one way to torture the truth out of him. "When you broke into all those houses, when you convinced everyone you were just another housebreaker looking for things to steal, you were hiding the truth from them, weren't you?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "You weren't there to steal, were you? Not in the beginning. You were there for the children, weren't you?" "I needed the money, that's all." "You're lying," Sean accused him. "I can smell your lies. All the houses had children in them, and you knew that before picking the locks in the middle of the night and letting yourself in, didn't you?" Mackenzie shook his head, his mouth hanging open. Did you take things, Mark? Things belonging to the children, things special to them? Did taking their things allow you to relive being in their houses with them over and over and over again? Every time you felt the urges, the needs returning, you could get at the things you'd taken and look at them, couldn't you? Touch them, breathe in their scent, just as if they were the children themselves. Did you mark maps, Mark? Ring the houses you've been inside and read, just like you have with George Bridgeman's house? Did you need to do that to keep the connection even more alive? Another reminder of your little visits in the night? You can't prove I did any of that, Mackenzie finally spoke. You can't prove anything. I can prove plenty, Sean told him. I've got enough here to finish you, Mark, and with your previous you don't stand a chance. Tell me where the boy is, and I can promise things won't go as badly for you as you might think. But only if he's still alive. And if he's not? Mackenzie asked, his eyes narrow and cunning. Then tell me where he is anyway, Sean answered. Give the family some peace, and the courts will have more sympathy for you. Sympathy? Mackenzie snarled. That's what you think I want? Sympathy? I don't want your fucking sympathy. I want justice. Justice for everything that's happened to me. You owe it to me. Everything that ever happened to you, you brought on yourself, Sean told him. As for justice, you'll get that, Mark. That much, I promise.
Sally settled into the large, comfortable armchair in the spacious office in Swiss Cottage, and immediately felt herself begin to relax totally. Something she'd learned to do during her previous half-dozen or so meetings. She surveyed the now familiar room as she waited for the soothing voice that she knew would soon come. So, how have you been? Asked Dr. Anna Ravenny-Caron. Good, she answered. Getting there. With your help. And I'm glad to help, Anna answered. It's good for me to get back to basics and help someone like you, to see the person you really are returning. You must have thought I was a nightmare when you first met me, Sally winced. Not to me you weren't, although you had every right to be. What happened to you could destroy most people, especially a woman in the police. But you've been progressing better than I could have hoped for. Perhaps that in itself owes something to the fact you are a policewoman. Maybe, Sally answered, unconvinced. Even at the height of your difficulties, you were politer than most of your colleagues. Outsiders make them nervous. I noticed. How is D.I. Corrigan, by the way? Sean? He's, Sean. Why do you ask? I found him interesting, Anna told her. Professionally or personally? Sally asked, slightly defensively. My interest could only ever be professional. Why ask? Has he said something about me? No, Sally replied a little too quickly. Not that I know of. Has he called you at all or tried to contact you? No, Anna told her. Nothing. I'll tell him you said hello, Sally told her. Please do, Anna answered, sensing it was time to move forward. Now, how have things been at work? Still unusually quiet? They were, but we've picked up a new case. A 4-year-old boy's gone missing from his home. We have a pretty decent suspect. And how have you felt being involved in a live investigation? Oh, fine. Glad to be busy again, although the break did me no harm. Gave me a chance to move forward with my life without too many distractions getting in the way. I agree, Anna told her. It's easy to bury your head in work and pretend everything's all right, but ultimately it means you're never addressing things that need to be addressed. Well, I feel much better now. And the drinking? Better. In what way? In that I'm drinking less. I'm off the vodka completely. Excellent. Are you drinking less now than after the attack, or less now than before it? Less than even before it. And I'm still off the smokes, too. If I keep going, I'll be completely viceless. You say that as if it's a bad thing, Anna smiled. No, not bad. Just boring. No harm in the occasional glass of wine. Just remember to keep track of what you're drinking. Sounds like the office Christmas party's off limits, then. Go. Just don't drink. Jesus, Sally laughed. If I do that, everyone think I'm pregnant. I'd rather they thought I was mad. Clinically depressed is the term I think you meant to use. Yes, sorry, of course. And the drugs? The painkillers? Under control. Ibuprofen and the occasional tramadol. Do you really need them anymore? Have you seen your doctor about taking them? I can still feel the pain in my chest from time to time. Do you think the pain is possibly more psychological, in your mind? Well, when I feel it, it's in my chest and it bloody hurts. Anna backed off. Perhaps you could try dropping the tramadol and just using ibuprofen. I like the tramadol, Sally admitted. It helps me sleep. You still have trouble sleeping? A bit. I struggle to get to sleep and then things wake me up and I need the tramadol to get me back to sleep. You mean your nightmares wake you up? Nightmares about the night you were attacked? Yes, Sally answered abruptly, as if lingering on the subject would induce the nightmares she still feared more than anything. Tell me about them, Anna encouraged. I've already told you. Tell me again. The more we talk about them, the better chance we have of stopping them. Sally breathed deeply and closed her eyes, reluctantly allowing the vivid memories to rush to the front of her mind, her hands suddenly tensing as her fingers curled and gripped the arms of her chair. They're always the same, she began. Always exactly the same. Go on, Anna softly encouraged. Nothing can hurt you here. I'm in a strange place, a house, a big house, but there's nothing in it, no furniture or anything, but everywhere is lit by a red light. Everywhere is red. I start walking from room to room. I think I'm trying to find a way out, but I can't be sure. Each room just leads to another, and I can't find a way outside. There are no doors or windows, just doorways that lead to the next room and the next, and... Sally stalled, her lips pale and dry, a slight sheen of sweat forming across her forehead and above her lip. Keep going, Anna tried to help her. I'm scared, and I start to panic. I run from room to room, crashing into walls and tripping over things I can't see, and then I hear something. Someone close behind me, and I look over my shoulder but keep running, and then I feel it. Feel what? The pain. The unbelievable pain in my chest. What do you do next? I look down at my chest and see it. What? The knife. The handle of a knife buried to the hilt in my chest. I'm not wearing any clothes and can see where the blades... I'm sorry, I can't. Try to go a little deeper, Sally. We have to get through this to get better. The dreams are your mind's way of trying to deal with what happened, to help you be able to talk about what actually happened. Sally breathed deeply again before speaking. I can see the blood running from my split skin, and when I look up from the wound, I see him, standing, smiling in front of me, the red light making his teeth and eyes look blood red. Who do you see, Sally? It's him, Sebastian Gibran. Always him. And then he stretches out his hand and takes hold of the knife handle and he slowly pulls it out of me. And I just stand there and let him. I can't feel any pain anymore, just a feeling of uselessness. Once the knife's out, he licks the blood off it and he says, it's time to kill the little pet. And then he puts the point of the blade on my chest, directly in line with my heart, and slowly pushes it through my skin, and I feel it scraping past my ribs and piercing my heart, and then I wake up. My sheets are soaked, the pain and fear gradually fade until I'm sure it was just a dream. And I take some drugs. It only ever comes once a night, so usually I can get back to sleep and be okay for work in the morning, more or less. Okay, Sally, you did really well. Anna stopped her. I think we should leave it there for the day and pick up where we left off next week, if you can make it. Sure. Sally took a deep breath and opened her eyes for the first time since she started reliving the night when Gibran tried to kill her. There's just one thing. What's that? Why did he say, it's time to kill the little pet? What does that mean? I don't really know. Anna lied. She knew exactly what Gibran had meant, that he considered her to be nothing more than Sean's pet. It would do Sally's recovery no good to know it. Not yet. It's probably just something he said during one of his interviews that subconsciously you remembered. Oh, Sally sounded confused. It's just I never listened to his interviews. I never wanted to. Something else, then? Anna suggested. Of course, Sally pretended to agree. Probably nothing. Probably nothing at all. As Sean and Donnelly strode across the main office at New Scotland Yard, Sean noticed Sally was nowhere to be seen. He grabbed D.C. McGowan as they crossed paths. Stan, you seen Sally? Not for a couple of hours, McGowan told him. Does she know Mackenzie's being rearrested? Yeah, McGowan answered, as does everyone else. Okay, thanks. Sean made for his office with Donnelly in tow. No sooner had they entered and sat without removing their outdoor coats, peeling the lids off their takeaway coffees, than the main office was plunged into deathly silence by the arrival of Assistant Commissioner Addis. The decorative symbols of his senior rank twinkled from his epaulets, and he smiled like a politician as he paused at the desks of detectives he didn't know to peer over their shoulders at their tasks, nodding sagely as if he understood what each of them was doing. Meanwhile, he inched ever closer to Sean's office. Heads up, Donnelly whispered. Scrambled egg heading our way. Oh, this is all I need, Sean muttered in reply as they resumed their silent vigil until Addis finally reached the office and entered without asking. He looked around for a spare seat and found none. Neither Sean nor Donnelly showed any sign of offering to give up theirs. I hear your prime suspect is back in custody, he told them. You've been told already? Sean asked. Good news travels fast, Addis answered. Bad news travels even faster, Donnelly chipped in, showing his usual disregard for senior uniformed officers of all types. They couldn't sack him for being disrespectful. His total lack of desire to go any further than the rank of detective sergeant gave him all the protection he needed. Addis ignored him and directed his questions towards Sean. You must be very confident he's our man to have arrested him again so soon after releasing him, not to mention after the press conference I did. I am, Sean told him. Then I'm confused as to why you're here instead of at Kentish Town interviewing him. We booked him in and called his brief, but she can't get to him for a couple of hours. Then she'll want a lengthy consultation, by which time it'll be getting too late to interview him. Besides, this way we give forensics a few more hours to try and find something to bury him with. It doesn't matter how late it gets, Addis urged. We still have a missing 4-year-old boy. We can interview him in the middle of the night if we need to. I understand that, Sean answered, but he's not talking. Trust me, if he was going to spill the whereabouts of the Bridgeman boy, he would have done it at his flat, when he was alone and scared. You questioned him away from a police station and without legal representation, Addis demanded. Like you said, sir. We still have a missing boy. I was within my rights to try and get him to tell us where the boy is. But he didn't tell you. No, he didn't. Then there's no need to make any note of the conversation, Addis told him. No point handing his defence team a stick to beat us with if it was a waste of time anyway. Fair enough, Sean agreed, without telling him he had no intention of officially mentioning the questioning of Mackenzie in his own flat. And I was told he had tools to break into houses and maps, including one showing the location of George Bridgeman's home, Addis went on. Sounds like pretty damning evidence. Do you really need forensics as well? Maybe not, Sean answered, but if I can get it, I will. It's worth delaying the interview for. If I can hit him in the interview with something definitive from forensics, then he might start talking. He might tell us where George is. Do you have enough pace time left to play it this way? Addis asked. He was in custody for quite a while last time you had him in. He was rearrested on new evidence, Sean explained. The clock starts again. I see, Addis acknowledged. He may never have done a day's honest coppering in his life, but he had an encyclopedic knowledge of the law and police procedure, born of endless exams and courses at Bramshill Senior Police College. Still, I don't want this dragged out any longer than necessary, Addis warned them. It may not seem like it to you, but this investigation is coming under the intense glare of our friends in the media. I can see them salivating at the thought of a child murderer on the loose amongst the rich and privileged of North London, something to fill their papers and evening news slots with. So let's get this wrapped up as soon as possible, one way or the other. If you're happy you've got your man, then get on and charge him. I shall expect some good news tomorrow. Until then, I'll leave you in peace. I have to attend a dinner with the mayor this evening, but I am contactable if something notable happens. Gentlemen?" He dismissed them with a nod and glided from the office.
"I have a very bad feeling about that man," Donnelly declared. "Best keep him close," Sean told him, "where I can control him." "Fine, but he's no Featherstone," Donnelly warned. "He's an altogether more dangerous animal."
Sean merely grunted and got to his feet, searching his desk drawer for his house keys.
"Going somewhere?"
"Yeah, home. I, like our assistant commissioner, am contactable if anything changes. Everybody knows what they're doing, and I need some headspace. I can't think here. Not at the moment. I need to get away from all this admin crap and trying to work out how I'm going to break down Mackenzie in this interview. I like him for this one, but there's something not quite right about it. Something he's hiding, aside from the boy's whereabouts."
"Such as?"
Donnelly asked. "I don't know," Sean admitted. "It might be nothing, but I can't help feeling he wants us to come after him. Wants us to pin this one on him."
"Or maybe he does," Donnelly agreed. "He wouldn't be the first wanting his 15 minutes of fame."
"I know, but that's not it. Something else is going on. I don't know. Fuck it. Tomorrow we'll interview him, and he'll probably spill his guts. Probably can't wait to relive the experience in an interview, making sure we get all the nasty little details. Oh, God, I hope the boy is still alive."
"And you think he is?"
"Truthfully? No. But that stays between us," Sean told him.
"Fair enough."
"Right, I'm going home for a row. I'll meet you back here first thing. We can go over to Kentish Town together. Until then, let's just pray for George Bridgeman. Let's just pray that I'm wrong." After a consultation with his solicitor lasting more than 2 hours, Mackenzie was finally returned to his cell. He'd been suitably vague when answering her questions, treating her like she was another cop instead of his legal representative, much to her frustration and annoyance. Not that he cared. Fuck her. Fuck 'em all. This was his game and his rules. It ended only when he said it ended, and he wasn't ready to call time. Not yet. The thought of Corrigan brought a satisfied smile to his face. He had him running around just the way he wanted him, like a rat gorging itself on poisonous bait. The image of Corrigan twitching and convulsing in the throes of death only broadened his smile. For a moment he regretted not provoking him further when they were alone in his flat. Just him, Corrigan and the fat one. If he'd pushed him hard enough, he was sure Corrigan would have given him a beating that would have left him bruised and cut, all of which would have only added to his ultimate cause. But then again, pain was never something he could tolerate. If Corrigan had inflicted too much, he might well have confessed too early and ruined everything. No, better to play it just as he had. He could barely wait for the day when he finally brought Corrigan's world crashing down, when the arrogant detective would be forced to stand in court and apologize for his incompetence. He only hoped he would be close enough to look into his eyes as he realized he'd been outmaneuvered and outthought by the man he'd treated like so much shit on the bottom of his shoe. Suddenly, he felt a chill run along his spine as he remembered those startlingly blue eyes. Not the eyes of a cop. Something else, something much more dangerous. Like the eyes he'd seen on a select few men he'd crossed during his prison time. Men the other prisoners respected and feared. The sort of men who others knew would kill with only the slightest provocation and with no qualms. But how could a cop have such eyes? It didn't make any sense. Feeling suddenly cold, he pulled the useless blue blanket over himself to try and stave off the chill, real or imagined. He tried to improve his mood by thinking of the boy they were so desperate to find. Picturing him locked in a room, shivering and terrified, waiting for his keeper to return. Ugly images of things being done to the boy played in his mind, producing the old familiar feelings in his body as his hand crept under the pathetic blanket and he gripped himself. His movements soon becoming frantic as the images of the boy grew increasingly vivid, until he felt the warm stickiness seeping into his hand and through his fingers. He closed his eyes in ecstasy, stifling his groans of pleasure as he waited for his body to relax, his taut muscles becoming less and less rigid until he could breathe normally again, listening for sounds outside his cell. But he heard nothing. His indulgence had gone unnoticed. When he opened his eyes, he thought of Corrigan again and smiled. Soon he'd pay them back for ruining his life and branding him an outcast. Soon it would be Corrigan who was the outcast. An outcast from his own kind as they looked to distance themselves from his failure and humiliation. Now all he needed was a sign. A signal from the boy's keeper that it was time. As his freezing breath swirled away into the darkness outside, escaping from the light that spilled through the glass in the front door, Sean couldn't help but look carefully at the keys in his hand before turning his attention to the locks at the entrance to his own home. They were adequate enough for everyday security, but no more so than those at the Bridgeman's house. He unlocked the last one and pushed the door open, the sound of music playing softly in the kitchen telling him Kate was still awake and working, instead of watching television and relaxing. All signs that did not bode well. He locked the door behind him and headed for the music and light without stopping to take off his coat and jacket. "You're home early," Kate said without sarcasm, despite the fact it was almost 9 p.m. "Hardly early," Sean answered. "It is for you." "I suppose so. Thought I'd come home and see my wife before things go completely crazy. I'm sorry about the other night." "I am too," she replied without looking or sounding as if she meant it. "Well, you could be a little more forgiving." "Sean," she answered, exasperated, "I have been at work all day, then I come home to look after the kids. And since they've been in bed, I've been catching up on the paperwork I didn't have time to do because the A&E department was a bloody madhouse today. And I've still got bonfire night in southeast London to look forward to, so I'm sorry if I can't be a doting wife right now." "Fair enough." Sean didn't argue, keen to avoid more harsh words, trying to think of something to say to end the silence. "Bonfire night sounds like fun." "Sure. Endless flow of idiots who've set themselves on fire." Sean failed to stifle a little laugh. "It's not so funny when they're children," Kate reprimanded him. "No," Sean agreed, instantly serious. "Speaking of children," she continued, "how's your case going?" "All right, I think." "You think? That's not like you." "I have a suspect in custody who looks good for it." "And the boy?" "Still missing. Haven't you been watching the news?" Kate rolled her eyes at him. "I guess not, then," Sean finished. "Won't he tell you where the boy is?" she asked. "Not yet." "Why?" "Because I am not asking the right questions." "Why not?" "Because my mind's fucked," he told her. "This move to the yard, senior officers sticking their noses into my business 24 hours a day. I can't breathe, let alone think. Never thought I'd see the day I miss Peckham." "So, that's the reason you're home before the early hours," Kate suddenly accused him, but without venom. "To try and get your head straight before you interview whoever it is you've got locked up. Your body's here, but your mind's still at work, yes?" "Well, I've got to get this one solved quickly," he appealed to her. "If I don't, then you and the girls won't be seeing me at all. And to solve it, I need a confession or—" "Or what?" Kate encouraged him. "Or a body," he answered. "Jesus, Sean," she told him, "that's a bit cold." "Well, it's the truth. Bodies provide evidence, and evidence solves cases and convicts bad people." "Well, on that cheery note," Kate declared, closing the lid of her laptop, "I'll bid you good night. You're not the only one around here with an early start and a long day ahead of them." "No, I don't suppose I am," Sean acknowledged, trying to sound sympathetic, but in truth he was just disinterested too, absorbed by his own obsessions to care. "Are you coming?" Kate asked as she stood. "Not just yet," he answered. "Sorry, I forgot you need a little time to get your head together." "Yes," he told her bluntly. "Yes, I do." "I'll see you later." Her voice sounded resigned as she allowed her hand to trail across his shoulders as she passed him on her way to the stairs and bed. He sat still and silent while he waited for the house to settle, the music swallowed by the closing of the laptop. Once he was satisfied he wouldn't be disturbed, He closed his eyes and waited for images and thoughts to race into his mind. But the first thing to enter his consciousness was Anna Ravenny Keron. Her long, curly black hair allowed to escape from the unruly bunch it was usually kept in on top of her head, strands hanging in front of her face and obscuring one of her deep brown eyes as she smiled at him. He imagined her slender neck and naked shoulders, although he'd never actually seen her that way. He had no idea why she danced in front of his mind's eye, just that he liked it. He allowed the image to grow, revealing more of her nakedness as she turned her back on him, looking over her shoulder and smiling seductively, teasing him. But her image was suddenly chased away with a jolt, her twirling beauty replaced by the face of George Bridgeman, pale and lifeless. Sean's physical desires faded to nothing as George Bridgeman stared at him accusingly with his startling green eyes, demanding to know why Sean hadn't saved him, why he'd forsaken him. The sudden sense of panic almost made him grab his coat and jacket and head straight back to the yard, or even to Kentish Town, to drag Mackenzie from his cell and do whatever he had to do to get the truth from him. But if he hadn't talked in his flat, then he wouldn't talk now, not without some new leverage to prise the truth from him. Sean eased himself back into his chair and considered his next move. The first thing that came to mind was putting in a call to Dr. Canning, the pathologist he preferred to use for murder investigations, warning him to expect a body sooner rather than later, the body of a child, probably at an outside scene, somewhere secluded. He was about to reach for his phone when he remembered the last time he'd called Canning and warned him to expect a body. When his hunch had proved correct, it had left him feeling somehow complicit in the murder of the woman whose body they found the very next day, as if by acting on the premonition he'd made it come to pass. His hand moved away from the phone lying on the table, unwilling to damn George Bridgeman to the same fate. He tried to shake the haunting images out of his mind, to bring back the dancing Anna, but the boy's pleading face wouldn't go away. Desperate to break the spell, he jumped from his chair and headed for the cupboard where his bourbon and solitary glass tumbler lived. He poured a decent-sized shot and swallowed it in 2 gulps before refilling it and heading back to his chair, enjoying the abrasive feel of the thick liquid as it slid towards his stomach. His eyes flickered shut, and he allowed the images of the boy and Mackenzie to completely flood his mind. But try as he might, he couldn't bring the two together. He couldn't see Mackenzie's face on the silhouette climbing the stairs towards the boy. He thumped the table in frustration and disappointment, robbed of a sense he had come to rely on. He felt like a hunter who'd forgotten how to track its prey, impotent and useless. "It'll all make sense soon," he promised himself. "I just hope it won't be too late." Chapter 6. The quiet Victorian street that gently snaked between Highgate Hill and Archway Road was at its widest halfway along, where a wide triangular clearing at the junction with Winchester Place gave it the appearance of being a cul-de-sac. The sky was almost completely hidden by a thick canopy of trees whose golden leaves made the gentle breeze sound more like a storm, and the street lamps were spread too far apart to provide much light. The man pulled the collar of his thick jacket up around his neck to keep out the bitter cold of the night, and crouched down in the porch of the tall, red-bricked 3-story house, unconcerned by the pale light of the doorway shining above him. He could have gone next door where other children slept, where there was no porch light, but he wouldn't. This was the only house he was interested in. Without a hint of panic or fear, he knelt next to the bag he'd placed on the ground and unzipped it, the sound drowned out by the soughing of the wind in the leaves as he removed the head torch from inside, turning it on and slipping it over his head, adjusting it until he was satisfied it was fit for purpose, its cylindrical beam of white light moving in the semi-darkness as if it was a part of him. Next, he rubbed his hands vigorously and blew his hot breath into them for warmth, making sure they were flexible and full of feeling before sliding them into thin, warm gloves, holding them up in front of his face and examining them, like a surgeon before operating. Next, he took the rolled-up suede case from the bag and unfurled it as carefully as if it contained diamonds. The heads of the delicate, shiny tools poking from their pockets stared back at him, his head torch making them sparkle like jewels as he scanned the contents before selecting one that looked like a long, thin metal toothpick. He dropped gently onto his knees and bent towards the bottom deadlock, the effort pushing the breath from his lungs so that it swirled around in his head like a mist before disappearing. He inserted the tool into the lock ever so gently, maneuvering it until it seemed to have been gripped by some unseen force inside. Satisfied, he returned the beam of light to the suede case and selected 2 further tools. The first with a small hook on one end, and the other with a tiny diamond-shaped head. He placed the hook into the lock upside down, as if he was trying to prise open its jaws, while he slid the diamond-headed tool smoothly into the waiting keyhole, moving it forwards and backwards with almost no grip, the entire action making only a tiny scratching noise, inaudible to anyone outside or inside, unless they were incredibly close to the source of the sound, which he knew at this time of night they would not be. After no more than 30 seconds, he felt the lock open, the soft click lost in the wind. He felt no sense of euphoria, no excitement or anticipation, just satisfaction. Reclaiming his tools, he stood to reach the top deadlock, relieved to stretch the stiffness from his knees before repeating the procedure with the same effect. He took a minute or so to look about the street, watching the fallen leaves racing along the gutters, tumbling over each other before forming piles trapped in corners, held captive by turbulence. He took another moment to consider his actions. He had been told to come. He had been told to take the child away. His instructions had been clear. He must draw strength from the fact he was not alone, for who was he to question the cause for which he had been ordained? He must save the children. His doubts quickly faded into the night like his breath as he returned to his toolkit, exchanging the diamond head and toothpick instruments for what looked like a miniature knife welded onto a long metal handle. He inserted the hooked tool into the central Yale lock, its opening little more than a jagged slit, impenetrable to all but the most skilled hand. But his were such hands, and within seconds he again felt the lock click open. Now all that stood between him and the inside of the house was a turn of the handle. Wasting no time, he quickly and carefully packed his tools and torch in the sports bag and eased the front door open, the warmth and smell from inside rushing out at him, overwhelming his senses, momentarily making it impossible to swim against the tide and push himself into the house. But push himself he did, slowly and painstakingly closing the door behind him, aware that this was the most dangerous time, the time when it was most likely that someone inside would sense the change in atmosphere his entrance had caused. His thick jacket made him feel instantly too warm as the house's central heating wrapped around him. Soon he would feel the sweat running down his spine. But he didn't have time to take it off, and besides, he would soon need its protection again when he left the house with the chosen child. He didn't dwell on the comforting normality and order of the house, didn't search through the downstairs rooms for things of value or trophies to fuel the fantasies he didn't have. No, he was here for one purpose, and one purpose only: to save the child with the vulgar name given to her by vulgar parents who knew no better and deserved even less. How could they be blessed with a child when he and his love had been deprived of such a gift from God? He walked along the downstairs hallway, lit only with the faint glow coming from the kitchen, no doubt left on to guide any thirsty nighttime wanderers, and now guiding him to the foot of the staircase. A gloved hand rested on the banister as he began to climb, slowly and without a sound, grateful for the thick, new carpet he once again felt underfoot, nevertheless careful to avoid the stairs that he knew would creak and betray his presence. He arrived at the first floor where the parents slept in the darkness of their room, but with the door open in case their 2-year-old needed them in the middle of the night. The only illumination was the pale blue light from the floors above where the other children slept. He floated past the bedrooms and continued his ascent to the summit of the house, where he knew the little girl slept. But first, he had to pass the bedroom on the second floor occupied by her older sister. She would have learned enough of the world to be frightened of it, and would not be as easily and quickly placated as her younger sibling. She might scream, and raise the alarm. With the utmost care, he tiptoed past the older child's bedroom and began the final climb towards the one he had come for, the one he'd been guided to take. By now, the sweat was running down his back and a light sheen coated his face, but he was oblivious to it as he stepped onto the landing of the top floor. There was only one room up here, converted from the old attic. A strange place for a young child to sleep when there were other bedrooms closer to her family she could have used. Another sign of her parents' neglect and lack of love, he decided. Clearly his actions were justified. Before entering the bedroom, he placed his bag carefully on the floor and searched inside for the special thing he'd brought with him, the thing that would instantly buy her trust and her silent cooperation. He pulled it free from the bag, the sight of it in the dim light making him almost smile as he imagined the little girl's face when she saw what he had brought for her. Leaving his bag on the landing, he slowly pushed the door to her room open, the faint illumination emanating from her night lamp enough for him to see her lying in her bed, underneath the blue and white patchwork quilt, her face slightly obscured by her shoulder-length blonde hair. Her breathing was heavy enough to be audible as she stirred slightly, reacting to the presence in her room, but not waking fully as her toys and dolls looked on. Dozens of silent witnesses with unseeing eyes, unable to testify to what was happening in the room with slanted ceilings and walls decorated with pictures of ponies. He began to cross the room towards her, stepping as softly as he could until he reached her bedside, dropping to his knees and trying to speak, holding the precious thing close to his own face so it would be the first thing she saw when her eyes flickered open. But his voice deserted him, the words lost in his sudden confusion and fear. Taking children from their homes in the middle of the night, how could this be right? Soon enough, though, he remembered who had told him he must and why, fortifying his belief and giving him courage. He swallowed painfully and licked his lips before they parted. "Bailey?" He whispered her name through trembling lips and waited. She stirred under her quilt, but still didn't wake. "Bailey," he repeated, forcing himself to utter the name so distasteful it made him recoil from his own words. "It's time to wake up now, Bailey." The little girl's pupils moved under her still-closed eyelids, as if she was having a bad dream, until at last they began to slowly open before closing again. As her mind processed the glimpse of information, her eyes suddenly opened wide in delighted surprise, her hands reaching out for the precious thing. The presence of the man almost unnoticed, so deep was her joy and excitement. He saw her chest fill with air as she prepared to call out the name, and quickly put his finger to his lips and released a long, quiet shh. Finally, Bailey registered that she and the precious thing were not alone in her bedroom, and her expression became more concerned. He smiled, a friendly, warm smile, his eyes glinting with kindness. "It's time to go now, Bailey," he whispered, "to a special, magical place where only the best children are allowed. Would you like to come?" "Are you a friend of my mummy?" Bailey asked, imitating his whispering. "No," he answered, his face becoming instantly more serious. "Not a friend of your mummy. I'm someone who loves you. Someone who loves you more than your mummy ever will." Sean entered the office a little after 7 a.m., feeling even more tired than he had the night before. The coldness between him and Kate and his feelings for Anna only added to the confusion of his cluttered mind as he tried to prepare mentally for the interview with Mackenzie later that morning. He decided to wait until at least 8 before he hassled the forensic team for some information he could use. His usual lab liaison, Sergeant D.S. Roddis, might be a bit of a cold fish, but he was one of the best in the business, and he tolerated Sean's constant meddling and harassment for updates. On this case, however, he'd be dealing with the team covering northwest London. So far as Sean was concerned, they were an unknown quantity, which meant he'd have to be more restrained in his dealings with them. He made a note to speak to Addis about having Roddis and his crew attached to the Special Investigations Unit on a permanent basis. The Assistant Commissioner was bound to refuse, but he might then offer a compromise and hand Roddis over, perhaps even allow him to put together a small team for Sean's exclusive use. No sooner had Sean hung up his coat and jacket than he saw Sally entering the office, looking a lot more sprightly than he felt, carrying a tray of coffees and a brown paper bag that was beginning to show grease marks. He watched her drop off a couple of takeaway cups to some of the other early arrivers before heading his way. She entered his office just as he sat down. "Morning, Governor," she announced cheerfully, holding up the greasy bag. "Breakfast?"
"No," he answered, "but if that's coffee, you can pass one over here."
"Naturally," she told him, placing a cardboard cup in front of him. "Black, no sugar."
"Thanks,"
he said, tossing the plastic lid into the metal bin that lived by the side of his new desk. "Pain au chocolat?" she asked, waving the greasy bag in the air.
"Oh, Christ, no." He grimaced, leaning away from the offending article. "God save me from pain au chocolat. Anyway, what are you so happy about?"
"It's better than being miserable," she told him. He didn't answer. "I hear you're interviewing Mackenzie this morning."
"Again." "I am."
"Need someone to sit in on it with you?"
"I think Dave has that honour, although if he doesn't show up soon, you're more than welcome to join me."
"Any idea what you're going to ask him?"
"Not really."
"And the boy, do you think he could still be alive?"
Before he could answer, Addis burst into the main office and marched across to them, a manila file clutched in his hand. He took one step into Sean's office and came to a halt as they stared at him, waiting for him to speak. Years of dealing with senior officers telling them he had something he very much wanted to say. "So," he began, "this suspect of yours, Mark Mackenzie, tell me again how sure you are he's responsible for the abduction of George Bridgeman?" Sean and Sally looked at each other, sensing a trap, before Sean answered, "As sure as I can be at this time, but I haven't ruled out other possibilities." "As sure as you can be," Addis repeated. "Then perhaps you can explain this." He stepped forward and dropped the folder on Sean's desk. Again, Sean and Sally exchanged glances before Sean leaned forward and picked up the folder, slowly opening it as if it could be booby-trapped. As soon as the cover fell open, he saw the missing person report inside and felt his spirits sink and his gut tighten. Addis spoke again. "Bailey Fellows, IC1, 5 years old, disappeared in the middle of the night from her home in Highgate, which, if you're not already aware, is not exactly 1,000,000 miles away from bloody Hampstead." "A coincidence?" Sean faintly offered. "A coincidence?" Addis echoed, stifling his rising voice at the expense of going bright red in the face. "Read the bloody report, Inspector. No signs of a break-in. A wealthy family living in an exclusive area of North London. Child seemingly vanishes in the night. Christ, what an embarrassment. Just yesterday I was on the bloody television telling the world we were close to solving this damn case. You even had me named Mackenzie. You have made me look a fool, Inspector." "How did you get the report before me?" Sean changed the direction of the argument. "Any suspicious missing persons cases involving children are supposed to come to me first." "I countermanded that order," Addis told him. "We have a chain of command here at the Yard. You would be wise to remember that. Now get the hell over to Highgate. The local CID are waiting for you to take over. And get Mackenzie out of custody, for God's sake. This whole fiasco's embarrassing enough without us wrongfully imprisoning somebody. I want this matter solved as soon as possible before it drags the whole service down with it. Now, I don't care how you do it. Just get it done. We need a result." "Well, what do you want us to do?" Sean fought back. "Pick someone at random and make them fit the crime? Make the crime fit them?" Addis rounded on him in an instant. "Don't take that tone with me, Inspector. I don't employ people without knowing a lot about them first. I'm fully aware of the types of undercover work you've done in the past and how you got results then. And I know a lot more about the Sebastian Gibran investigation and how you made sure he never walked free than you imagine." Sean considered him in silence for a while, trying to decide whether Addis was just guessing or whether he really did know something, and if he did, how. "I wasn't aware you were in any way involved in the Gibran case." "There's a great many things you're not aware of," Addis reminded him. "I make it my business to know what's going on everywhere within the Metropolitan Police. It's my job to protect the force's reputation and the reputation of the people who belong to it. I won't let anyone drag it down. You need to remember that. Now, get over to Highgate and get this matter resolved. A full report on my desk by lunchtime.
Addis scowled at them one last time before spinning on his heels and marching from the room. Sally broke the silence. "For a second there, he reminded me of him," she told Sean.
"Of who?"
"Gibran. He said the same things about his job, about how it was up to him to protect his company, protect its reputation and people. I wonder if he knows what he sounds like."
"I don't suppose so," Sean answered. "He doesn't know anything about Gibran or that case. He's just trying to make us think he does."
"Why?" Sally asked. "And what did he mean about he knows more about how you put him away for good? Did you do something you shouldn't have?" Sean had never told her how he'd taken her blood-stained warrant card from her bedside cabinet in the intensive care unit, how he'd given it to Donnelly, telling him to make sure it was found during the search of Gibran's house. But he didn't believe he'd done anything that he shouldn't have done. Rather, he'd done what absolutely needed to be done. Gibran hadn't played by the rules, and the only way they were going to take him down was to put the rule book to one side. Temporarily. "No," he told Sally. "I did exactly what I had to do. Don't worry about Addis. He knows nothing." "Why do I get the feeling you're not telling me everything?" Sally replied. "You're just getting jumpy. Let it go." He opened up the missing person report and began to scan the pages.
"We've got bigger problems than Addis."
"Same offender?" Sally asked, happy to leave Gibran in the past.
"Yes. Whoever took George Bridgeman's taken this one too. But who? And why?"
"Well, whoever it isn't Mackenzie," Sally reminded him, "unless he's Harry Houdini."
"Damn it," Sean said, shaking his head. "How could I be so wrong about him? I thought we had our man. I thought he was just biding his time until we could bury him. 2 missing children. Jesus Christ. This is going to be the biggest thing since Fred West."
"Not if we get the children back alive," Sally told him. "Then everyone will forget about it within a couple of weeks, including Addis. No deaths, no news."
"You're right. But what the hell are we supposed to do now? Where do we go from here?"
"To Highgate," Sally told him. "We look for the things we missed and we start again. What else can we do?"
"We start again," Sean repeated her words. "Only now we have 2 missing children and not a bloody clue what's happened to them."
"Do you want me to arrange for Mackenzie to be released?"
"No," Sean snapped. "That fucker can stay locked up for a few more hours."
"Why?" Sally asked.
"Because he may not have been playing the game I thought he was, but he's been playing a game nonetheless. First time we interviewed him, I knew there was something not right. The way he would neither admit nor deny anything I put to him. I knew the little bastard was up to something."
"You didn't say anything." Sally's tone was accusing.
"I was going to, once I'd worked it out. Now I need to know why, and I need to know for sure he's not involved."
"Well, how could he be? He was locked up in Kentish Town Nick all night."
"Maybe he's not working alone," Sean suggested. "People like Mackenzie find strength in the group. He takes one child, then, to make him look innocent, someone else takes the next while he's in custody. He goes nowhere until I'm sure."
"Fair enough," Sally agreed, already standing and pulling her coat back on. "I'll drive. You think," she told him.
"Think," Sean replied quietly. "There's something I haven't done in a while."
"Sorry?" Sally asked.
"Nothing," he assured her. "Just nothing."
40 minutes later, they arrived at the address in Highgate. It was situated in a beautiful broad street with a dense canopy of brown and gold that swayed in the breeze, each movement releasing hundreds of leaves at a time to float gently to the ground. Even in the mid-morning, the noise from above was intense, if anyone cared to pay it any notice. Sean did, looking up at the branches above his head as he stepped from the car, imagining how loud the noise must have seemed in the middle of the night, comforting and camouflaging to the man who stalked the street looking for the house he'd already selected. For this was no random act. He'd come for the child he'd already ordained as his next victim. As they approached the house the little girl had been taken from, Sean was struck by the similarity between this street and Courthope Road in Hampstead. Not so much the physical similarities, of which there were few other than the height and quantity of the trees, but more by the feel of both streets. Quiet sanctuaries close to the heart of the metropolis, almost eerie and a little unnerving, as if the houses and trees had borne witness to some terrible act that had changed and stained the atmosphere there forever. He felt a chill that made him shiver and turn his coat collar up against the cold. "You all right?" Sally asked. Sean ignored the question. "Do you see any similarities between this street and the one in Hampstead?" he asked. "They're both affluent, quiet and residential," Sally answered, "but nothing startling. The houses are different and the road shape's different. Why? Have you seen something?" "Not really," he answered, then added, "just a feeling." "Well, what sort of feeling?" "Oh, this place makes me feel displaced, like déjà vu, or like I can't clear my head, as if I was underwater or in a dream." "Come on," Sally encouraged him. She understood him better than almost anyone else, and had since abandoned any scepticism where his insights were concerned. "Let's go see the parents." Sean looked her in the eye for an unnaturally long time before nodding and walking the last few steps to the porch of the house, stopping when he reached the short flight of steps. His arms stretched out to the side to ensure Sally didn't go further. He stared at the front door, his imagination turning day to night as the figure of a man slowly formed behind his eyes, crouched by the front door, calmly and carefully working his fine tools to unpick the locks. Sean looked up at the porch light that had been left on in the morning panic, its weak glow almost unnoticeable in the daylight and insufficient for the intruder's purposes at night. "He used a torch," he suddenly said out loud. "He needs light to work the locks, to do it as quietly as he needs to. He needs light." "Makes sense," Sally agreed, aware that the fact alone was of little importance, but for Sean to be able to build the picture he needed to see every detail. These were his foundations. But it would have to be small, like a miniature maglite, something he could hold in his mouth for at least a few minutes while his hands were full. Sean paused for a second, feeling the cold of autumn wrapping around him, imagining the freezing, harsh metal of a torch in his mouth, the discomfort distracting him from the vital work his hands needed to perform. No, he contradicted himself. No, he wouldn't put it in his mouth. Something else. "A head torch," Sally suggested, "like a miner's hat type thing, only not on a hat, on a headband like those things you see cyclists wearing." "Yeah," Sean agreed as he continued to stare at the invisible figure. "Something like that." But although he could see the man, he couldn't feel him, couldn't even begin to understand him. Why did he have to break into houses to take the children? And why did he want the children? Why these particular children? "Anything else?" Sally asked after a long while. "No." Sean admitted defeat, wondering why there was no police tape cordoning off the porch area as he began to climb the few stairs, until he was close enough to see the telltale signs of aluminium dust on the door, handle and locks. "They've already checked for prints," he told Sally. "I noticed," she replied. "Someone's in a hurry." "Addis," Sean muttered. "I can smell his interference already." "Then best we get on with it," Sally sighed and rang the doorbell hard, in the way only cops and postmen do. They waited silently for it to be answered, listening as heavy, purposeful steps beat their way towards them, giving cruel, practical thoughts just time enough to invade Sean's mind. He prayed the children were still alive, but if they were not, or if one was not, then he prayed they would find the body soon. With the body would come nightmares, but also evidence. Evidence of the man he sought, his state of mind and motivation. If the body shows signs of violence and sexual abuse, he could limit his suspect searches to violent paedophiles, motivated by their twisted desires and anger bred by their own stolen childhoods. But if the body was relatively untouched, with no signs of abuse, then he would be hunting a different animal altogether. A tortured, guilt-ridden beast, motivated by some insanity that neither psychiatrists or pharmaceuticals had ever been able to touch or cure. Either way, it would give him a route into his quarry's mind, a way to build a picture that would enable him to think like him and therefore predict him. Once he had that, he could build the path that would lead to the door of the man who'd taken the children. The door was swung open by a short, stocky man in his 50s with a crown of unkempt, curly, hazel hair that fitted his poorly fitting, cheap blue suit perfectly. He adjusted the ancient glasses that balanced on the end of his nose and spoke in a thick Welsh accent, despite having spent most of his adult life in London.
"Can I help you?"
he asked, although he knew what they were.
"D.I. Sean Corrigan," Sean told him quietly, discreetly, showing him his warrant card. "My colleague D.S. Sally Jones from the Special Investigations Unit." "How you doing?" the stocky little man replied, holding out a hand that Sean accepted. "D.I. Ross Adams from the local CID. I've been expecting you. My sergeant, D.S. Tony Wright, is inside looking after the family. Special Investigations Unit, you say? Don't think I've heard of you before." "No," Sean answered. "It's a new thing." "Is it now?" Ross grinned. "Sounds very important." "Perhaps you can tell me why this porch hasn't been sealed off for forensics?" Sean asked, keen to change the subject. "This is a crime scene, isn't it?" "Mr. Addis, Assistant Commissioner Addis, he thought discretion was the order of the day. We had the door and its furniture examined when the street was nice and quiet-like. Don't want to draw unwanted attention by stringing police tape all over the house like bloody party streamers, do we now?" "Addis?" Sean asked. "Addis told you to do it?" "He did indeed. Now, if you're finished, you better come inside and have a look around." He pushed the door wide open and walked back into the darkness inside. Sean and Sally looked at each other for a second before they followed him, Sally carefully closing the door behind them while Sean spotted what he was looking for, the control panel of an alarm system. "I take it you've read the missing person report?" Adams called over his shoulder. "We have," Sean answered. "Then you know about as much as we do. Little girl seems to have just disappeared," he told them, his voice lowered as they approached the kitchen and the family. "Mum put her to bed about 8 p.m. and checked on her about 11. Everything was fine and normal. The au pair went to get her up for school about 7:30 this morning, and she was gone. Nowhere to be found. The parents and the au pair have searched the house, and so have we, and uniforms who came here first. They recognized similarities between what they were being told and your case. One of them had seen a news article about it or something. Anyway, they thought they'd better tell us, and here we are." "How did Addis find out about it?" Sean asked, Addis's involvement still troubling him. "Well, not from me," Adams told him. "Must have had someone at the yard monitoring missing persons report as they were going on to the PNC. Why, here we are, then," Adams almost cheerfully declared as they reached the kitchen. Always the kitchen, Sean thought, where families gather in good times and desperate times. Nathan and Jessica Fellows sat close to each other at the table, a heavy block of mahogany that he guessed had been artificially aged to look antique. He was immediately struck by the similarity in general appearance of Mrs. Fellows to Mrs. Bridgeman. The same toned, athletic body, luminous skin, and immaculately faked ash-blonde hair. But Jessica Fellows' facial structure was slightly different, as if she wasn't quite from the same stock as Celia Bridgeman. Mr. Fellows also had a physique honed over many hours in an expensive health club with a personal trainer. Tan skin and pushed-back dark brown wavy hair, the product of an upmarket stylist rather than a side-street barber. But his appearance somehow lacked the self-assurance of Stuart Bridgeman, his jet-black eyes betraying a crueler upbringing, as if he had only recently joined the ranks of the rich and privileged. D.S. Tony Wright, tall and muscular, his angular face and shaved head adding to his athletic appearance, despite his advancing years, stood leaning against the window frame with the expression of a man who really didn't want to be there. Sean noticed Mrs. Fellows clutched a white-backed piece of paper to her stomach that he instinctively knew would be a picture of the missing girl. "Mr. Fellows, Mrs. Fellows, this is D.I. Corrigan from the Special Investigations Unit. Come to take over the investigation and get your little girl back for you." Adams' over-the-top introduction earned him a glare from Sean. "Special Investigations?" Mrs. Fellows asked, her gravelly voice and London accent catching Sean by surprise. "You think she's been taken by the same animal who took that little boy, don't you?" Sean looked at Adams, who looked at his feet. "How much has D.I. Adams told you, Mrs. Fellows?" Sean asked. He had no intention of trying to gild the lily. It was way too late for that. "He told me you couldn't be sure, that maybe, somehow, she just got out of the house on her own." "And what do you think?" he continued. "I think someone took her," Jessica answered. "I think whoever took that little boy has taken my Bailey." "So do I," Sean admitted. "Jesus Christ," Nathan Fellows managed to say before allowing his face to sink into his hands. You haven't found that little boy either, have you? Jessica asked. No, Sean told her. We haven't. So why should I believe you're going to find my Bailey? Because I'm your only hope, Sean told her straight. She stared silently at the only man who could return her child, the child she'd carried in her belly for 9 months and held to her swollen breast to feed for another 18. For a moment she thought she could still feel her suckling, but told herself it was simply more recent memories of breastfeeding Bailey's 2-year-old brother. It's an unusual name, Sally spoke to break the silence. Bailey. It's what I drank too much of when I conceived her, Jessica admitted, head held high on her stretched neck in defiance of being judged. We thought it would be fun. We regret it now, but you can't just change a kid's name. Sean examined her as she spoke, wondering whether she was as hard-nosed and tough on the inside as she tried to look on the outside. Her strained red eyes told him she wasn't. I like it, he lied. It's a bit more interesting than most other names. Jessica said nothing. Anyway, he moved on. Time is crucial, so I won't waste it. I need to ask you a lot of questions, some of which you won't like, and some of which you may already have been asked. Firstly, I noticed the house appears to be alarmed. Was it set last night? No, Nathan Fellows answered through his despair, sliding his hands away from his face. We've only been here a couple of weeks. There's an alarm control panel in the hallway, but it's from the old alarm the previous owners had. We hadn't changed it over yet. They were supposed to come and install the new one today. He shared the same somewhat heavy London accent as his wife. So it wasn't active? Sally asked. No, Nathan replied. And you've only been in the house a couple of weeks? Sean added. Yeah? So what? Nathan asked, looking from Sean to Sally as they turned to look at each other. Who would know that? Sean asked himself. Who could know both families had only recently moved in and had no alarm systems? OK, Sean cleared his head. I'm going to need the name of the alarm company you were going to use, and the names of the removal company you used, and the estate agents too. I'll also need the names of all the tradesmen that have been in the house since you moved in, and the name of the family that were here before you. Well, that might take some time, Nathan argued, overwhelmed by Sean's demands, but desperate to help. I'll make it your number one priority, Sean told him without sympathy, sure the shared facts of both families had to mean something crucial. Had to be the route to whoever had taken the children. Do you have any other children? He continued before anyone else could speak. Yeah, Jessica answered. 2, Tricia and Jacob. How old are they? Well, Tricia's 8 and Jake's only 2. Do you have a nanny, or have you ever had a nanny? I've had help with the children, Jessica told him defensively, as if it was a sign of some maternal failing. We have an au pair working for us now. She's looking after Trish and Jake while this, Well, I'll need her name and that of anyone else you've used in the past, particularly since you had Bailey. OK, Jessica agreed. I'll get the names together for you as soon as I can. You think someone who worked for us, who we trusted to look after our kids, might have taken Bailey? Nathan Fellows asked. Why would they do that? I'm just considering every possibility at this moment, Mr. Fellows. We don't know anything for sure yet. Then what do you know for sure? Nathan angrily demanded. Sean had seen it many times before, projected anger born of frustration and fear. But that didn't make it any less dangerous or tolerable. I know I need you to get me those names, Sean told him. Right now, please. Nathan pushed himself away and up from the table, his red eyes glaring at the 4 detectives standing in his kitchen. Sean knew what he was thinking. Should he launch himself at the police and force them to subdue him and take him away from this living hell? He wouldn't have been the first to use violence as an escape. Fine, Nathan finally agreed and strode out of the kitchen. Sean turned to Jessica. I need to ask you something. Something personal and unpleasant, but I need to know. Go on, she agreed guardedly. Are any of your children from a previous or another relationship either of you may have had? What? It's not unusual, Sean explained. Not today, but I need to know if there's an estranged father or perhaps mother out there who may feel they have the right to take Bailey. No, she answered without hesitation. All our children are all ours. Fine. Sean believed her. I had to ask.
Again, she didn't reply. "I'll need to see Bailey's bedroom." Jessica filled her lungs to capacity to steady herself before speaking. "I'll show you," she agreed, half desperate to be back in the room that made her feel closer to her missing child, and half terrified to stand in that room, looking at the empty, unmade bed, the scent of her baby heavy in the air. "No," Sean insisted. "I need to see it alone." She looked at him silently for a long time, occasionally glancing at Sally for unspoken clues as to Sean's true intentions. Sally remained stone-faced. "Well, you do what you got to do," she finally told him. "It's the room in the loft space. It's the only one up there." "Unusual for a 5-year-old to want to isolate themselves like that." Sean accidentally voiced what he was thinking. "Her choice," Jessica told him. "She thought it would be special, like it was her princess's tower." Her fingers curled tightly around the photograph she was still clutching. "I see," Sean replied. "I won't be long," he added, and walked from the kitchen, aware of the eyes that followed him through the doorway, exhaling as quietly as he could through pursed lips once he'd escaped into the quiet, dimly lit hallway. He took a few seconds to look around as he cleared his mind. Almost everything was tastefully and expensively decorated or arranged. Almost everything. But the house was a reflection of its occupants. The occasional overly showy statue or figurine, painting or Persian rug betraying their origins. Sean tried to think if it could somehow be relevant to Bailey's disappearance, but nothing stirred in his instinct, although it was becoming increasingly difficult to trust that. The tool he had relied on for so long suddenly so blunt, unfit for purpose. He began to climb the wide, carpeted staircase, thinking of his own house and how tiny it now seemed compared to a real family home. Thoughts had made him stop halfway towards the first floor. "Think," he told himself, "think. Forget home, forget Addis and the others, think. Think like him." He began to climb again, the new carpet soft under his leather-soled shoes, completely masking the sound of his footsteps as he kept to the side of the stairs to avoid any invisible footprints the stealer of the children might have left, even though he knew they'd probably already been trampled by frantic parents. You knew there was a thick carpet on the staircase. You knew your footsteps wouldn't be heard as you climbed these stairs. But how? How did you know that? And you knew there was an alarm, but that it wasn't working yet. How did you know? Did you know it was due to be fixed today? Is that why you came last night? Because you had to? Before the house was alarmed? He thought about the possibility of the suspect being an alarm fitter, and how perfect that cover could be, with access to everything he would need to know about the family, the inside of the house and the alarm system itself. The terrifying simplicity of it made him shudder. If they got a hit on the alarm company, if it was the same company for both houses, the same engineer, then he'd have his man. Look for the crossovers, he reminded himself. Look for the thing that connects the two families. There has to be one, and it has to be the answer. Somehow. He continued to climb the stairs, quickly peering into each room on each floor, increasingly convinced the man who stole Bailey away had not been into any of the rooms, not even looked inside. Because he didn't have to. You knew exactly which room was the girl's. You came in and you went straight to her room. But how did you know? How could you know that unless you've been in this house before? Just as you've been in the other house before you took the boy. So you know these families, you sick, twisted bastard. You know these families. But what are you? Some passing tradesman they hardly even noticed, even though you were watching them, learning everything you needed to know before shattering their lives? Or had the families taken you into the bosom of their homes, only for you to commit the ultimate betrayal of trust? Which one are you, damn it? I will find out, and I will find you. Before he knew it, he was standing outside Bailey's bedroom, the climb through the house something he couldn't even remember. What did it feel like standing here? What did it feel like standing in the warm house, knowing the object of your every desire was sleeping on the other side of this open door? Dreaming of you coming for her, wanting you. But why do you want them? What are you taking them for? Again he considered the fact that no bodies had been found, his mind swimming with possibilities as to what that could mean, remembering that, as a virtual rule, the only killers who tried to ensure their victims were never found were those who have a strong connection to them, something so strong it would lead the police straight to their door. A husband who kills his wife, a business partner who wants it all, an organised criminal getting rid of a turf rival, a parent killing their own child. Strangers rarely went to the trouble of concealing their victims well enough to never be found, even those who were highly organised and motivated. Images of all the victims he'd seen flashed through his mind, a series of macabre stills fast-forwarding through his memory. Some mutilated, others apparently with barely a mark. Bodies in wheelie bins next to train tracks left in the street, abandoned in the woods, tossed in running water, and those left in shallow, pointless graves, gnawed and bitten by foxes and rats. "So, either you knew these children personally," he told the unseen monster, "or they're not dead. You've taken them, but you haven't killed them, and you haven't killed them because—" He suddenly felt so close to a breakthrough into the mind and motivation of the taker that his head began to pound as if he was suffering a severe migraine. "Because you don't have to... because... The answer came like light pouring into a black hole. "You haven't hurt them. You haven't touched them. You take them, but you don't lay a finger on them. You love them." He allowed his mind to stop thinking, to grow calm. "But when they don't return your love, what will you do?" Once again the face of Thomas Keller burnt itself into his consciousness. "Will you turn on them like Keller turned on the women he'd taken? Will you leave them in a dark wood for me to find?" He waited for the answers, but none came. "Damn it! I'm guessing. Nothing more than guessing. Christ!" he swore quietly as he once more tried to concentrate, to think like the man whose footsteps he now walked in, raising his hand to the partially open door, resting no more than a fingertip on the yet-to-be-examined wooden surface and pushing it fully open, slowly waiting for it to swing fully aside. "Did you stand here and watch her sleeping? Watch her chest rise and fall, listen to her breathing? Did her scent almost drive you mad with desire, make you want to rush into the room and do the things you dreamed about doing to her while her parents, brother and sister slept soundly below? Maybe you wanted to, but you didn't. How did you control those needs that burn in the pit of your stomach?" He sighed without knowing it and walked into the room, not stopping until he was exactly in the centre where he stood completely still, staring at the empty, unmade bed, biting down hard on his bottom lip, the pain preventing any unplanned thoughts from ambushing him, while he tried to clear his mind and create the blank canvas he needed to paint the picture of what had happened here last night. The girl had been taken, but that was only a small part of it. What coming together of circumstances and opportunities had led to this cataclysmic event that could result in the violent end to a young, innocent life? Toys from all corners of the room watched him as he looked around, their glass eyes as lifeless as the eyes of the victims that had haunted him as he climbed the stairs. And like so many of the dead, they looked as if they might come to life at any moment. Sealed plastic lips of dolls unable to tell him what they saw. Sean felt their eyes as he moved towards Bailey's abandoned bed and knelt by its side, eyes wide and nostrils flared as he instinctively searched for anything that didn't belong. The faint scent of cigarettes or alcohol, chloroform or ether, a tiny drop of blood or a small patch of discoloured, flaky material made that way by semen or saliva. But he saw and smelt nothing out of place. "How?" he asked the ghost. "How did you come into this room in the dead of night and take this girl? Take this girl without a sound or even the slightest sign of a struggle? What do you want them for?" he demanded under his breath, his lips thin and pale with anger and frustration that soon gave way to an overwhelming sadness. "Please don't hurt them," he whispered. "Don't hurt them and I won't hurt you. As God is my witness, I'll do everything I can for you. Just don't hurt them." He closed his eyes for a fraction too long, allowing the snarling, savage faces of the gang of paedophiles who called themselves the Network to poison his thoughts, their faces morphing into the shapes and colours of the bizarre, handmade animal masks they wore during the orgies of child abuse they called chicken feasts. His eyes jolted open to chase the images from hell away. Sean searched in his coat pocket until he found a loose pair of surgical gloves that he painstakingly pulled over his hands, making a mental note to let forensics know that if they found traces of talcum powder, it would most likely have come from his gloves. Once his hands were covered, he ran them over the surface of the blue and white patchwork quilt, partly to see if any foreign objects revealed themselves, but more significantly, to try and connect with the little girl. If he couldn't think like the taker, then perhaps he could try and see what she had seen, feel what she had felt. Perhaps that would bring the answers. "Why didn't you fight?" he whispered. "Why didn't you scream or call out? Weren't you frightened?" He thought about his last question for a few seconds, looking around at the peaceful room, sensing no brutalization of the atmosphere, no lingering feeling that something violent or terrible had happened there. No, you weren't frightened, were you? But why not? Why weren't you afraid of this man who came into your room in the middle of the night? Did you know him? Know him like he knew this house? Did you trust him? Trust him like George Bridgeman trusted him? Did he make you feel safe, loved and safe? Sean suddenly found himself rubbing his face with his glove-covered hands, the smell and feel of the latex making him gag slightly as he lost his train of thought, feeling as far away from truly understanding what was happening as he'd ever been. "Shit!" he swore and pushed himself back to a standing position, surveying the room with his hands on his hips, studying the faces of the silent dolls and teddy bears and the array of other soft toys that seemed to surround him. Slowly, he began to move around the room, circling its borders where most of the lifeless creatures were gathered, his hand occasionally stretching out to touch one or move one slightly to see what was behind them. The room reminded him so much of not just George's, but of his own children's rooms, their infant sanctuaries, colourful and safe, places where the outside world didn't exist, where they were protected from all the evils of reality. He couldn't help but smile as he recognised some of the toys that he'd also seen in his daughter's rooms, until he found himself back by the bed, the far side of which was covered in dozens more dolls and toys. He scanned each and every one, looking for others he recognised from home, his need to connect with his own children suddenly overwhelming. Something caught his eye, hidden in amongst the other toys, a doll whose eyes seemed to burn into his own, as if she was desperately trying to tell him something, beckoning him. He leaned over the bed and gently pulled the doll free from the crowd, its incredibly blue eyes glittering in her porcelain face and contrasting with her long, curly black hair. She was dressed in a long, handmade lace dress that looked like a wedding dress from the 1930s, giving her the appearance of an antique rather than a toy. As he held the beautiful doll, he was just beginning to feel a slight smile spread across his lips when the sense of someone behind him made him spin around to face the door. Jessica Fellows stared at him blankly, her eyes as glassy and lifeless as those of the doll he held. "What are you doing?" she asked, protective of her daughter's room, uncomfortable at having a strange man handling her things. "Looking," Sean answered. "For what?" "Anything. Anything out of place." Jessica's eyes fell on the doll he held. "Like that doll?" she asked, her dead eyes flaring with anger. "Like you shouldn't find a doll like that in a house owned by people like us, huh? What is it, too classy for people like us?" "No," Sean protested, the doll suddenly heavy and awkward in his hands. "I was just... Nathan and I earned everything we have. We weren't born with silver spoons in our mouths like most people in this street who can hardly even bear to bring themselves to speak to us. Nathan started as little more than a tea boy. Only 16 he was. But he showed them how good he was, working in the city, surrounded by all them superior bastards, just because they went to the right schools and the right bloody universities. He proved he was better than them, and this is our reward. So we'll spend our money how we bloody well like. But that doesn't mean we can't have taste. What did you expect? That I'd only ever let Bailey have Barbie dolls and crap?" "No," Sean explained. "It's just that it reminded me of something my wife would want to buy for my girls, even if they didn't want it." She walked deeper into the room and gently took the doll from him, holding it in one hand as she smoothed its long hair with her other. "I didn't want to buy it," she admitted. "Stupid thing, cost a fortune. But Bailey insisted, and I can be such a soft touch. Well, you know how it is with kids." "Absolutely,"
Sean confided, trying to remember the last time he'd been in a toy shop with his daughters. Anyway, she made a liar out of me. She plays with it all the time. She shook her head disapprovingly and smiled despite the quiet tears that had begun to trickle from the corners of her eyes. "Look at all these toys," she said. "Didn't have toys like this when we were kids. Didn't have any money. Not like now. Me and Nathan back then, both our families always potless, trying to survive on our council estate in Holloway, trying to find a way to escape." "Well, it looks like you did." Yeah, we did. All the way from Holloway to Highgate. You know, we were brought up less than 2 miles from here, but it feels more like 200 miles. Different world." "That's London," Sean reminded her, thinking of his own home's proximity to some of the toughest council estates in southeast London. "I suppose," she agreed. "But I'll tell you now, I'd give it all up in a second to have my Bailey back. They can take it all, just give me my daughter back." "I don't believe this is about any sort of ransom," Sean explained. "That's not what I meant," she told him. "I know she wasn't taken for money. I meant that if we don't get her back, then this is all for nothing. Everything we've achieved will be for nothing. Our lives will never be the same again. They'll never be good again. Not without Bailey." "I don't give up hope," Sean encouraged. "Haven't you?" She caught him cold. "Do you really think she's all right?" "I think there's a good chance of it, but I need to find her quickly, and to do that I need you to do everything I ask, and do it as quickly as you can." "I'll do anything," she told him, almost pleading. "Just promise me you'll bring her back. You'll bring her home. I don't think I could go on if something's happened to her, if she's—" "I promise," Sean assured her, the weight of the oath heavy on his shoulders and conscience. "I need to go now. I've got a lot to sort out. Are you coming downstairs?" "No," she answered. "I'd like to sit here for a while." "Of course," he agreed. "I understand. I'll have a family liaison officer assigned to you full-time. If you think of anything that could help, anything at all, you need to tell them. Or if you prefer, you can call me. Any time." He slipped a business card from his pocket and handed it to her. She nodded that she understood and sat slowly on the unmade bed, staring down at the porcelain doll in her lap, still smoothing its hair. "I'll be in touch soon," he told her, and walked from the bedroom, closing the door, giving Jessica privacy for her grief. He headed down the stairs, moving far quicker than he'd climbed them, snapping the latex gloves from his hands and being careful not to touch the no doubt already contaminated banister rail. The house that had seemed so large and spacious now felt claustrophobic and oppressive. He cleared the bottom 2 stairs in one bound and strode into the kitchen, where the 3 detectives stood alone. "Mr. Fellows?" he immediately asked. "Not back yet," Sally told him. "Hopefully he's getting what we asked for," Sean replied before turning to D.I. Adams. "My people will be here soon to take this over. In the meantime, see if you can't get the family to move out so forensics aren't tripping over them." "I'll do my best," Adams assured him. "Once you have the names of the removal people, etc., email them directly to me," Sean continued, pulling out another business card. "My email address is on there. Phone me if you have to." "You going somewhere?" Adams asked. "I've got a lot to get through. I can't do it standing around here," Sean answered, sensing Adams' annoyance. Listen, I know you're busy, but I need someone who knows what they're doing to babysit this one until I get things up and running. The eyes of the world are on us. Someone needs to watch over this family, just for a while." Adams looked at D.S. Wright, who still hadn't spoken, and then back to Sean. "All right. I can give you a couple of hours, then you better have your people here to relieve us." "I will," Sean promised. "And thank you." He summoned Sally with a nod of his head and made for the exit, calling back to Adams as they walked. "Call me as soon as they come up with the names," he reminded him, wasting no time in making for the front door and out into the street beyond, breathing in the fresh cold air like a man who'd escaped from a dungeon. "You all right?" Sally asked, hands thrust into her coat pockets against the cold, wishing she still smoked. "Yeah, I'm fine. Or at least as fine as I'm going to be." "So where are we heading in such a hurry?" "To see Mackenzie." "Mackenzie? Why are we wasting our time with him?" "Just because he was locked up last night doesn't mean he wasn't involved," Sean explained. "You think he could be working with somebody else? Maybe numerous somebody else's?" "Well, we have to consider it. After everything he's told us, after everything we found out about him.
Do you want me to call ahead and get his solicitor there for the interview?
No, Sean snapped, running his fingers through his light brown hair. No brief. I need to see him up close and personal. Need to see his eyes when I ask him what I need to ask him.
And what's that? Sally asked, suspicious and concerned.
Why? Sean told her. I need to ask him why.
Why what?
Why he'd want me to think he took George Bridgeman. Why would he do that? Why would anyone do that?
Well, I guess we'll find out, Sally said.
Soon enough? Yeah, Sean told her. Yes, we will.
30 minutes later, Sean and Sally were following the jailer at Kentish Town Police Station along the old stone corridor of the cell passage. The eyes of the inmates were pushed up against their spy holes in the hope of catching a glimpse of life beyond their stone and metal prisons. The abuse was punctuated by the occasional wolf whistle that Sean assumed was for Sally's benefit.
Your man's in here, the jailer told them, unclipping a huge bunch of keys from his belt. Been as quiet as a mouse. Wouldn't even know he was there if it wasn't for the need to feed him.
He'd hardly want to attract attention to himself, Sally pointed out, given his alleged crime.
Oh, they already know he's here, and why, the jailer said. The jungle drums have been in full swing. Which interview room do you want to use? Maybe none, Sean answered. I just need a quick word with him in his cell, if that's all right.
The jailer looked him up and down, trying to judge if he had any malevolent intent before making his decision.
Fair enough, he finally conceded. But the custody sergeant has already made a note in Mackenzie's custody record that you're here to interview him, just like you said you were. So if I was you, I'd be quick and no funny business. You understand? No unexplained marks, please. I'll tell the custody sergeant it's just an intelligence interview you're after. Should keep him happy so long as you're not too long. We won't be, Sean promised. And thanks. No need, he answered, peering through the spy hole before pushing the large grey key into the main lock. Fucking child molester. Should hang the fucking lot of them, he declared, and turned the lock that opened with a smooth, heavy clunk. Mr. Mackenzie, he told the dozing prisoner, some detectives here to see you, so get your ass up and pay attention.
Mackenzie stirred and sat up on the wooden bed.
Remember what I said, the jailer reminded Sean and Sally. Just a few minutes. That's all you'll get away with for a cell visit.
With that, he spun on his heels and marched from the cell, closing the door on his way out without locking it.
What you want now? Mackenzie immediately asked, trying to straighten his scruffy hair with his fingers as he smiled, self-satisfied.
What else? Sean told him, sitting next to him, trying to be as menacing as he possibly could without saying or doing anything threatening.
To talk? I've said everything I'm going to say. Ah, but that was before last night.
I don't understand, he responded truthfully.
Last night I was banged up in here.
You were, Sean admitted, and while you were locked up nice and tight, another child was taken. Sean noticed that instantly, but only fleetingly. Mackenzie looked disappointed.
What did they look like? Mackenzie asked.
Who? Sean replied.
The child?
Yes, Mackenzie answered. What did they look like? Why do you want to know? Sally asked, but Sean already knew the answer. Mackenzie was trying to share the experience of taking the child, feeling the thrill of entering the family's home in the dead of night to snatch their most precious thing away while they slept. Mackenzie no doubt imagined things were being done to her as they spoke, things that made his groin tighten and his lips dry with excitement. Sean could see him becoming agitated at the thought of being privy to the details he craved. Mackenzie's vile longings made him want to reach out and strangle him, but he needed to keep him talking. He needed to know.
She's 5 years old, he began.
She? Mackenzie repeated, his eyes growing wide with anticipation.
It's a girl.
She? Sally interrupted spitefully. She's not an it.
Yes, Sean silenced her, needing to keep Mackenzie on the hook. I've seen her photograph. She's very pretty.
Her hair? Mackenzie asked, too excited to form a full question.
Blonde, Sean answered, with pale blue eyes.
Mackenzie eyed him with suspicion, unsure whether they were even telling him the truth about another child being taken.
Do you have a photograph of her? Can I see it? No fucking way, Sally swore before Sean raised a hand to slow her down. You can't show him, Sean. You know what he's doing. It's all right, he told her, slipping his hand inside his jacket pocket where he had a small photograph of Bailey, knowing he was feeding Mackenzie's fantasy, allowing him to put a face to the poisonous images forming in his mind, vicariously sharing in the abuse he imagined she was suffering. He took hold of Mackenzie's hand and placed the photograph in its palm, feeling Mackenzie's body relaxing into ecstasy as he stared down at the small picture, releasing an involuntary and lengthy sigh as he did so, his left leg beginning to tap uncontrollably. "This is wrong," Sally protested. Sean and Mackenzie ignored her. "Can you help us find her?" Sean asked. "What?" Mackenzie replied, so lost in his new world that he hadn't heard Sean properly. "Can you help us find her?" Sean repeated. "Do you know where she is?" Mackenzie's eyes narrowed as he considered Sean's questions, sensing a new opportunity. "Can I see more photographs?" he asked. "If I can see more photographs, perhaps I can help you." "What do you need to see photographs of?" Sean asked, a little confused, but ready to assume Mackenzie was just seeking more ways to flesh out his fantasy about the missing 5-year-old. "Her bedroom," Mackenzie told him, "and her house." "Well, that could be difficult," Sean responded. "Difficult to justify why we had to show you those things. Then I won't be able to help you. Surely you either know where she is or you don't." Tiring of his own game, Sean couldn't keep the irritation from his voice. "Same goes for George Bridgeman. You either know where he is or you don't." "Let me have the pictures and I'll help you." "No," Sean insisted. "You have to give me something first." "Such as?" "Who are you working with?" Sean asked bluntly. "Tell me who you're working with." "What do you mean? What was your role in this? Did they just use you to get the front doors open? Who's controlling things?" Sean demanded. "Don't you know?" Mackenzie asked with an ugly smile. "Do you really still not understand?" Sean sat back, rocked by what he believed he was being told by his still prime suspect. He snatched the photograph of Bailey from Mackenzie's hand and grabbed him by the hood of his forensic paper suit, twisting it in his hands to make an instant tourniquet around Mackenzie's swelling neck. "No more fucking games! Where are they?" He loosened his grip enough to let Mackenzie speak through his still grinning teeth. I couldn't have put it better myself," he spat. "What do you mean? What do you mean?" Sean demanded, resisting the temptation to once more tighten his grip. "Like you said," Mackenzie sneered. "Games, games, games, games. That's all this was. A game. I didn't know anything about these missing children. I never did." "You're lying," Sean insisted. No, I'm not, and you know it. You needed a suspect and you picked on me. An easy target, hated by everyone. I knew you were going to try and make the evidence fit me, no matter what. At least until the evidence itself proved it couldn't be me, no matter how much you wanted it to be. I don't know what you're talking about. So I decided to play my own game, never denying it nor admitting to anything, leading your surveillance to the hardware shop and buying the lock-picking tools. I knew you'd have me followed. You made it so easy for me. I knew it could only last until he took another child, but that was long enough." Sean released his grip and pushed Mackenzie away from him. "Jesus Christ. That's why you looked so worried when we talked about forensic evidence during the first interview. Not because you thought it would implicate you, but because it might implicate somebody else, and then we begin to suspect you weren't involved." "But why?" Sean asked. "Why would you want us to think you'd taken the boy?" "To show everybody what a fool you are," Mackenzie said. "An ignorant fool, just like all your kind. You think you can be police, prosecution, judge and jury. Well, I showed you. I proved to everyone you can get it wrong, and that you treat people like me as if we're nothing but filthy animals. Animals without even the most basic of human rights, to live in freedom and without fear." "Oh, this is bullshit," Sean insisted. "What's the real reason you wanted me to come after you? Tell me!" He almost shouted into Mackenzie's still smiling face, looking up at him, breathing hard as he began to cackle like a witch. "I met a lot of interesting people when I was locked in that stinking prison," Mackenzie explained. "A lot of people who told me how to play the game. Told me I was missing out on something every time I was wrongly arrested and held prisoner by the police. What are you talking about? Sean asked, the dark anger inside him boiling up from deep hidden places. Images of Mackenzie's smashed and broken face seeping into his mind. His teeth cracked and bleeding, his nose shattered and gushing. £5,000 for a wrongful arrest, they told me, Mackenzie continued. £200 for every hour you spend locked up, not to mention my very public defamation of character. Should all add up to a tidy little sum, don't you think? Sean felt his fist clenching as he stared into Mackenzie's small yellow and brown teeth, knowing he could knock most of the front ones straight down his throat with one well-placed punch. Money, he spat into his face. All this was for money? You deliberately misled an investigation to find a missing 4-year-old to make some money? No, Mackenzie corrected him. You misled the investigation. I just played along. So I had a lock-picking set. So what? Used to be my job. And a few scribbles on a map could be anything. And now I'll see you in court, only I won't be the defendant this time. You will be, and I'll be the innocent victim. You ignorant fool, Sean told him. You've admitted to deliberately misleading my investigation, and you think you're just going to walk away from that? Admitted what? Mackenzie taunted him. Admitted it where? Here in this cell with no solicitor present and no recording? What I've told you here means nothing. Nothing. Sally saw the muscles and sinews tighten in Sean's neck and face, his fingers curling into ever tighter fists. Sean, she warned him. Sean, it's not worth it. He's not worth it. The muscles in the side of his face rippled as he fought to control the nearing storm, until finally his jaw unclasped